Oh, let me turn off everything except for nope, don't want to do that. Office. There we go. Good morning, everybody. Started streaming. So, where we got last time, and by last time I mean Wednesday, is the pseudo money system is in place. So here you can see I have pseudo money. This is everything that's described by this web page. What is the pseudo money system? So you get fake money. It's supposed to simulate you spending your real life money in the game. Well, none of this stuff is balanced yet. So I have $4, and to buy a bot bay would be 3, and to buy salvage would be 1. So this is now possible. I can still join the game, and yeah. And this is live on the central server right now. So anyone who has an account can spend their fake dollars. Now, because that was my February 8th deadline, and I'm done with that, we need to work on other stuff. So I think, you know what I should do is list all... here's what I'll do. Because I wrote some things down for today, and I do want to get to some of this. I think today I'm going to start with Webpack. But here's what I'll do. So modified today. This has to be twice on the list because I need to do it once to tell what I'm doing now, and then once again at the end to say what I've started. Then come up with almost all roadmap items. And hey, Hoporia, I'm going to have to come up with almost all roadmap items and then figure out what's first for today. Probably Webpack. Okay, cool. So let's go modify Phantom today. So Adam is just making the roadmap right now for the next several weeks/months. Alright, this shouldn't take very long. Let me sign into Google Drive. Well, it'll take a long time for me to load this document because it's always so slow. So yeah, one of the things I want to put here is what needs to come up next. So this is no longer, this is like future roadmap items. And I'm going to pull some of these from this document that I have over here. Okay. It's almost done loading. Yeah, here we go. So let's see. I have the stabilization features, which are outstanding bugs, outstanding to-do items, tests, security issues, Webpack, those sorts of things. What else do I have written here? Upgrade node. Upgrade node is actually on the list. We'll see if that ever works. Upgrade node. So those are the stabilization features. I want to spend 2 to 3 days on this. Maybe I'll say a week. 1 week. So balance server. That is this. Then fleshing out hardware. More items for salvage. So there are states on bots: fire, acid, stun, and slow/cold. There needs to be cosmetic item support, cosmetic item system, both generating these and I'll say generating these, equipping them, displaying them, and making sure they aren't removed forever when you delete a bay. What else? Euphoria says, in my time zone, it'll be bottom of the morning. It's almost noon. Eruptor says, Adam, how do you make a Unity project, an application to open on the desktop in files? So yeah, Void Dreamer has listed has given you some documentation here. It is pretty easy. You just go into the build systems of Unity and say that you want to build as a standalone executable, and that's it. So it's really simple. And that's one of the things that Unity does well, is its publishing. At least in my opinion. I think it's nice that you don't have to worry about the platform particulars most of the time for just a small project. Obviously later you do, but okay. So let's see, scripts saved per bot and uploaded to the server. UI needs to be on at some point. And performance, I need to work on that too. So enforcing that bots are deployed when a match starts. Enforcing that bots are continually in the match to prevent stalemating. Auto deploy queue system. Auto deploy script system. What else do we have? Recalling bots. Recalling individual bots instead of your whole team. Have this affect your team's score at the end of the match. Ranking system and progression. Using arrays in the API. Really any other API changes that we have here. So what else do I have? Specialty hardware system, prevent people from equipping two kinds of things. Yeah, that goes here, I guess. And then what is this? Generalize how hardware works. Yeah, sounds good. Reveal minds changes. Yeah, so change reveal minds. Alright. Change harvesting to reclaim. So, what else needs to be done for Botland to be releasable? There needs to be starting game servers on demand, pooling game servers, etc. Before it says, I know that there is a limit of 7 points for the equipment system. Is there any limit to how long the automation code can be or how deep it can be? There are a couple of limits there. So code in Botland, maximum of 5 kilobytes, or actually maybe just 5,000 bytes, which I believe is a kibibyte. Or, yeah. Anyway, maximum of 5,000 bytes. Can't take longer than 50 ms to execute. I think that's it. So yeah, if you were to try in Botland to, let's just say I copy paste this a whole bunch of, whoops, that's not how you copy paste. All right, let's say I copy paste this a whole bunch of times and then copy paste that a few times. So yeah, it says your code is, I guess it is characters, yeah, Void Dreamer is right. So it says your code is too long. And by the way, these limits that we came up with are limits that like 99.99% of the player base should not be affected by these. We picked 5,000 as just an arbitrary number of, yeah, that seems good enough. If let's say 10% of the player base says that's too low, then we'll probably just increase it. I don't have any problem with this. This, however, this is less flexible. In fact, it might even get lower as time goes on. Because imagine if you had 20 bots executing 50 millisecond scripts over the course of a second. That takes up the entire second. There needs to be some time for other things to happen in the game. So we might lower this, like I said. Or, yeah, anyway. By the way, everyone who linked videos on Wednesday, I did watch them. So I think Void Dreamer linked a trailer and an Ocarina of Time thing in Unreal Engine, and Echo linked that computer guy talking about time zones. So I did watch that stuff. Alright, what else? What else do I have here? To get Botland to work eventually. Oh, probably, yeah, I'll say whatever is on the long-term and pre-release to-do list. e.g. penetration testing, stress testing, etc. Oh, Walshy, I don't think I watched the music video. It's possible that I loaded it and then thought, I'm not going to listen to this. I don't recall, though. And Eruptor, I don't know how to help you with that. It looks like you have a script spawn multiple objects that is not part of Unity necessarily. I mean, array index out of range means, I can tell you what that means. So you have an array that looks like, let's say this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you're trying to access something that's out of bounds. So like array 60, for example. But what's causing that exactly, I couldn't tell you. And hey, Rug. Oh, yeah. No, I think I actually, oh, let me turn that off. I think I actually mentioned on stream that I will probably not be watching this. It's playing like I'm 5 to 20 millisecond thing. What does how long a bot takes to think about what it wants to do have with the rest of the game? Yeah, sure. So, Horforia, the code that you write in Botland is executed on the server. And the server is what's sending out messages to everyone. So let's say there was no limit and your bot took 2 hours to come up with what it was going to do. JavaScript is single threaded, so that 2 hours of time is going to block everything else. And then that means no one will get updates to the game. So we set it to 50 milliseconds. Now on average, let me show you this. I don't know what I just pressed. Oh, right, I never started the game. Hang on. All right, let me do this. Okay. So this is loading up. So here's what I'll do. Debug main dot simulation server dot code dot arena dot code execution system dot. There's a function that I wrote. I don't remember the name of it. Toggle. Yeah, this. Okay. So see these bots that are moving around the arena right now, and what they're doing doesn't really matter, but you can see I'm keeping track of the average amount of time it takes to run their scripts. On average, it's taking a little over a millisecond. And the scripts aren't probably doing a whole lot. So let's say you multiply this by 10 and you were doing just way more, iterating over things, whatever else, you'd still be at 10 milliseconds it takes to execute your script. So that's why I say this limit will probably lower a lot. We'll probably lower it to like 20 milliseconds, and maybe you get like burst time of, yeah, you can hit 50 milliseconds once or twice, but if you do that frequently, your bots will just get deleted. So yeah, this gives you some idea of what bots do, how long it takes. All right. So that's this stuff. Eruptor said instantiate my object. Yeah, Eruptor, so what it's trying to tell you, remember, here's the general problem. You have an array, like I said, this has 3 elements, and actually they would be indexed this way, 0, 1, 2. So array 0, this is 0. Array 1 is 1, and array 2 is 2. Array 3 is index out of range exception because this doesn't exist. So your code that you have here, this code, I don't know how many things are in this array or what this number is. All I do know is that this number is higher than the length of this array. So this fails. So this is the general problem, and now you should figure out how to apply it to here. If you want to solve this stuff, I don't know what the way to write things out in Unity is. There's like some debug.info or something like that. You'd probably want to check gameObjectSet.count, or again, whatever this is in C#. I don't remember this stuff. You want to get the length of the array, and you probably want to figure out what this thing is. Yeah, Eruptor. So I think you should stop posting code in here and try to figure it out for yourself for a little bit. Like try printing out what which item is, try printing out what the array is. These are skills that as a programmer you would need to have because you will run into these sorts of problems a lot. And I'm not saying that it makes you a bad coder if you run into these problems. I'd say that's just part of coding. And debugging and writing good logging is helpful for figuring out the problem. So what I think I'm going to work on today, so this part's done, come up with those are done. Webpack I think is what I'm going to do first. So I lost my roadmap. I don't know how that happened. Switch to Webpack. See if it improves client build times. See how it affects deploys. No, it's okay, Eruptor. I think it's fine to post questions in here, but I think you should have enough direction now to help solve the problem. All right, and then modified today. So here we go. Adam is going to try switching is, I'll just say testing Webpack. Okay, so Webpack. And this is where Purple Flurple helped me out a bit. So, and then yeah, this is the rest of this stuff. If enough of this gets done, design and start coding the balance server. Think of what features I'd want from this. Yeah, all right. So after this, I think the most important thing is the security issue. Write the test framework for SQL. So Purple Flurple. Okay, apparently I don't have this here. Webpack. Okay, I'm pretty sure I wrote this somewhere. Ah, here we go. Yes, this is what Purple Flurple gave me 17 days ago. So we're gonna put this here. Hey, Nico. And so I would also say, yeah, Google is your best friend, but make sure things make sense to you at the end of it. So for example, let's say I had something in C++ and I had some function and int x, and I just say, you know, return x plus 5. I guess I'll call this add 5. So this is a C++ function, and then I have my main here, and I do something like this. Bool y equals true, add 5y. Actually, I don't know what's going to happen in C++ here. It should at the very least give you a warning that these types are wrong. If I look up whatever error I get, so y is not an int. If I look up whatever error I get, it might say something like can't cast from bool to int or just something along those lines. And I Google it and I say, oh, okay, it's because y is a bool. Let's just turn it into an int. There, y equals 5. Great, now things start to work. Make sure you understand why the compiler told you this thing. So understanding that what types are in C++ is important. So same thing in C#, understanding what an array is, what it means to be out of bounds of an array. And no, Eruptor, I know it's C#. I'm saying that, I'm just trying to give you an example. Echo says, how's your back? Doing better, I hope. Do you find it harder to stand when you have back issues, or does that help? I have back issues as well. I typically lean on my desk. So my back is doing a lot better. I went to get a massage, and I've just stopped exercising completely, and I feel really bad about that. I want to start that again. I also started doing physical therapy. I still feel like it's not totally better. So I don't know, I'm so wary about this. Do you find it harder to stand when you have back issues? Sometimes. This was muscle spasms, and nothing seemed to, there was no position I could get into where it was like these would just stop. So it was very strange. And so it's really a lot of posture I need to work on. And actually, despite that I'm not sitting upright right now, I think this is still better on my shoulders. Maybe I should just sit upright. And hey, Nico, I'm doing well. All right, so let's take a look. I've not used Webpack before. I don't know if I have it on my system. I've already done this search just now. A bundler for JavaScript and friends packs many modules into a few bundled assets. All right. Hey, Trump. Ooh-wee. Well, yeah, a lot of this is going to be reading and just figuring things out. So there's the Getting Started guide. Where is that? Getting Started. Yeah. So motivation. Today's websites are evolving into web apps. More and more JavaScript. You do more stuff. And fewer full page reloads. A big code base needs to be organized. So module system style, script tag. Transferring. Okay, I don't care so much about this. What is Webpack? Alright, cool. I mean, this is roughly what I expect here. Two types of dependencies. Sync and async. Async dependencies. Okay, great. Loaders, clever parsing. Okay, cool, Rug. Nico says, Adam, do you know how to change language on a website? Nico, I'm not sure what you mean. Do you know how to change the language on a website? And Rug, thank you. Alright, installation. So do I have Webpack already? That's the question. No, apparently not. So npm install-g webpack. Webpack command is now available. It's the best to have Webpack also as a dependency in your project. Oh, you know what? Before I do any of this, I need to check in whatever code I have. That way, anything I screw up here, I can just fix later. Oh yeah, I left off with a bug that I never fixed. Okay, so first let's check this in. Missed a time zone property in my init database. I'll just say missed the time zone property in the database. It is now set to UTC. So that it's not in English. Each website would be different for that. For example, on Wikipedia, if you wanted to change the language, so I just want to go to Wikipedia, there's something at the left side. But if you're talking about how do I localize a website that I'm making, that could be a totally different question. So yeah, I'm not totally sure what you're asking still. Alright, the beta version's marked with beta, and then dev tools, if you want to use dev tools. So the problem is I don't know what the dev tools are, but I guess I'll look into that later. So usage, see CLI for command line usage, configuration. Alright, well then here is where Purple Flurple gave me a boilerplate config. Freddy Boy says, you should share your stream to watch people code. So yeah, Freddy Boy, I think that's probably a good idea. I have not actually submitted it, but watch people code. Someone else submitted it the other day. So I don't necessarily want to make a post about myself, but someone did write, yeah, come watch an awesome game be created by Adam13531. Today is maybe not the best for having people watch, because yeah, we'll be like a more development stream and less game dev stream. I see the Nico. Okay, yeah. So you'll want to look up localization. So JavaScript localization, let's say. It's localizing strings. So what you usually end up doing with this is you say something like error message. Here's the unlocalized code. Error loading file. It was not found. So unlocalized. And what you might change this to, so the localized version of this might be something like, I don't know, resource, or like localize strings dot get error codes dot, or like string, I don't know, resource IDs dot error 102, something like that. So what this is going to do is this localized strings class would know what language you're in and then would go get the correct string based on that. And you'd also want things for formatting numbers. So basically, you probably should not write this yourself. You should probably use a library for that. And then you'll have, afterward, you'll have this. Then there will be some like English.js, and it'll say this, error 102 equals that. And then you'll have something like, German.js. I mean, you wouldn't name your files this way, and error 102 equals however you say this in German. And that way, your code looks the same for any language, and it just pulls different resources. Yeah, so today, definitely switching to React. Let me check something out. Or, I don't know what I just said. Webpack. So CLI, install dependencies. Webpack, Babel loader, Babel core, Babel preset. Your package.json, add the following to your scripts array. Compile dev, webpack progress colors. So this was given to me by someone who I believe for their job works with React and Webpack, and so it's a good idea for me to follow along with this. Although I don't think they're in chat right now. Let me see. Nope. Well, that's why this is a learning process. So I have Webpack. Babel loader, I don't think I have. Let's go take a look. More package.json. I have Babel core. What is Babel loader? And what else do I need? Babel core, Babel preset React. I have all of that stuff. Babel preset ES 2015 and React. Yeah, good. Okay, so what is Babel loader? Webpack plugin. Oh, okay. Well, sounds like I'm gonna need that too then. Yeah. Okay, everyone. Thanks. All right, so let's do Webpack and Babel loader. Let's get both these things. And this is going to be for the client. Yeah, it's going to be for the client because the client is the only code that users are going to interact with. Hey, Owly. So let's go into the client and then save dev on this. Next, add these things. Compile dev, compile production. I'm probably not going to use npm for this. I'll probably just use my CMD files for this. So to test this out at first, we'll probably just copy paste this command in. Yeah, so here's our command to run this. And I should probably paste this in. This is what I'm following along with. So this might take a while. I'm fine with that because I still got to read through all of this. So webpack.config.js. Let's get the raw file here. That way I can copy paste this and then take a look at what this is doing. So we're going to put this into botland, probably just here, webpack.config.js. And that's this entire page. So yeah, now we can just look at Sublime. So first of all, I'm a bit picky with my formatting here. So let's turn this all into tabs of size 4. That's done. So we get Webpack and we get Path. Path is something I think is part of just Node. The environment, this, plugins, Webpack.define plugin, process.env, node.env, stringify.env. Okay, I don't understand what this is for. So I should figure that out at some point. Optimizations for production build, no errors plugin, prefetch plugin, occurrence. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee indeed. Okay, well we're not going to even try this yet for is production. So we can kind of ignore that for right now. Now config, add your entry file / files here. This is relative to the resolve property below. Node modules and assets. This means you can use require relative to either of these paths. No more ... module. Maybe this is a bad idea. Maybe I should do this on a very small project first to figure out how it works, and then do it on Botland, because yeah, this might be tough. You don't need that env, that's way advanced. It's like setting production and dev on the client. I'll just write that down for now. This is like setting production / dev on the client. For right now, it sounds like I can ignore this and I can ignore this, because I don't need difference in environments yet. But then here's the config, and it sounds like there are a couple of things I need to do. One is come up with my entry file. So let's take a look at client gulp file. I wrote my entry file here, dist source main. So yeah, main.js is, oh whoops, I gotta update this, hang on a second. No, that is updated. Okay, cool. So it's main.js, and it's relative to the resolve property below. Let's take a look at client. Hey Panda. So it is in public JavaScript. It's right there, public / JavaScript. Now the problem is modules directory. Like I guess I say this public / JavaScript here. Public / JavaScript, and then I can just say main.js. I wonder how this handles if you had a main.js in both of these folders. I wonder how it would do it. Probably just based on the order of the array. Anyway, output path.join dir name public / JS. So we're gonna put this into a slightly different folder. Let's call this just like webpack test. File name is production name.min.js and otherwise name.js. Okay, fine. Library botland, library target var. Loaders. Test. So this is a regex to match everything that ends in .js. Oh, I see. Test is like what needs to match. Okay, so this is the regex that needs to match to use this loader. And then the loader is Babel. The presets, great. And then exclude node modules. Okay. Oh, let's try this out. You're putting this file relative to the paths you're putting down, right? Loaders is just a browserify transform. Everything there is standard, just leave it. You're putting this file relative to the paths you're putting down, right? So I don't know. I'm going to just run this and see what happens. Oh, except for I can't do that because I never checked in this code. All right, let's just save off this code. This is a bug I've got to fix today. I'll just say connection manager partial bug fix.js, and we'll just copy file path here and put this here. So this is what I'll do after Webpack. Fix the bug that I was working on. Excuse me. Like if you're putting webpack.config.js and / main should be in your root. Oh, so the webpack config should go where main is? Alright, I'll take that. I'll try this out. So we have this. What if I were to run this? What did that do? Webpack options. Output file name not configured. Output file name. Oh, was he saying that I should be the one to do this? Alright, test webpack.js. I thought that was, wait, what? Still not specified. Oh, it's probably because of where my webpack is what everyone is trying to tell me. An E3 says package management in JavaScript makes me cry. I get an E3. Well, like you just need to be relative. So put the webpack config.js in the root of your client folder, then do like public / main. But I thought that's what resolve is for. Oh, resolve. Wait, yeah. It says this is relative to the resolve property below. Okay, well, I can change this for right now. And then later try to figure out what it is I should be doing. Okay. So I think I should just look at their documentation. So let's see. Configuration for the configuration options. If you use a CLI, it'll read a webpack.config.js or the file passed by the dash dash config option. This file should export the config. Okay, let's just pass in the dash dash config. That way we know that this is working. ./webpack. Okay, I don't know where this is. Wait, what? Oh, I put webpack.config.js in the wrong directory. Oh, that's why this was failing, I bet. Oh, there we go. Okay, so cannot resolve module. Yeah, this I don't think is needed anymore then. No, that's still needed. Do I need it? So I'm in the client, public JavaScript main.js. Oh, I see everyone. Okay. But what is this? Cannot resolve module. The thing I find weird is if I just literally copy paste this, whoops. Copy paste that and then copy paste this and ls that, it works. So that file does exist. I must be doing something wrong. Panda says, so guys, I got the Leap motion controller in the mail today, and it's probably the best computer peripheral ever. What is that? Hey, Skynet. Leap motion controller. Why is this link purple? Oh, because it's amazon.com/computers. Oh, I saw someone with this. Oh, I think this is pretty gimmicky, to be honest. How much does this even cost? It's two out of 5. I bet $100. No, $80. Okay. Run with display error details. Oh, looking for modules in node modules. Looking for modules in here. Oh, so it's trying to find public JavaScript's main in public JavaScript? Why would it be doing that though? Oh, darn it. Okay. Okay. Whoops. Stupid error. I was saving the old file and not working on the new one. Yeah, alright. Well, let's just do things correctly. Alright, let's write that down. Can't tell you how many times I do that every day. Alright, so now it's doing something. Hey, Wheatley. 10%, 0/1 build modules. I would have not expected this to get stuck at 10%. Because, oh, there it goes. Up. 25%. So this is not any faster so far than Gulp. I was hoping, I mean, the biggest reason for me switching to this was for performance. So maybe there's a way, maybe by using the dev tools in their server or something to make this much faster. The percentage actually is going down now. Probably because I added more modules. Oh my god. Alright, there. Alright, so we only got like 300 errors at the end of all of that. That's fine, right? Twitch equals Twitter confirmed. Alright, in the Node API for Babel has been moved to Babel Core. Stat names. What? Why? Also, wait, what? Yeah. Why am I getting this? This is coming from line 7? Because of the const? So in E3, I can't answer for Panda, but what I saw, I had a coworker who had this thing in my last job, and what he did, he could do something like this, like move 3 fingers just in front of his monitor, exactly like how I'm doing now. I'm not touching a device or anything. He just went like this, and it could manage Windows on his screen or something like that. So it's useful for everything that hotkeys would be useful for, which is why I probably wouldn't want something like that. It's probably cool, and I think it's probably fun, but then after 3-4 months, I think it's the kind of thing you stop using. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Panda will love this thing, and I'm just a naysayer. So yeah, what's this? This is coming from Riotify. First of all, what is Riotify? I'm just curious. With a name like that, browserify transformer for Riot tag files. Okay, well, I don't know. Requiring Babel Core 5.8.0 should fix that issue. Alright, I have Babel Core 6.1.21. I don't think that's a problem. Hey, Pettermaster. I think you're on Babel 5.x config using Babel 6.x. It looks like all my Babel stuff is 6.x. 6.1, 6.21. This thing. There's something. Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, I also have something in package.json here. Babel ESLint is old, probably. But then all these Babel things, 6.1, 6.1. Yeah, it looks like this should all be fine. Well, let's get back to the errors for a second here. So I'm getting this error, what, hundreds of times, and there's no other problem? Yeah, that's apparently it. Oh, also, unexpected token in ES CodeGen's package.json. You may need an appropriate loader to handle this file type. It should be ignoring node modules, right? In the Webpack config, it says exclude node modules. But then it's trying to load. Wait, what? // No. This is. No. This is coming from. It's in the node modules folder. Man, I'm so confused right now. Also, did this output anything? Webpack test Webpack. It's a 4 megabyte file. It's taking forever to load. I don't think I'm going to get any good information from this. Also, I wonder if this can do source maps. The Webpack config is for the old 5.x config. You have 6.x installed. I have... Oh, I see what you're saying. It's Webpack that I have a problem with right now. Wait, what is... There's Webpack 1.12.11. Okay, I'll have to look up what the new thing is. Also, where was I just... Yeah, this. My goodness. Alright, well this... It looks like a lot of this stuff worked. But all of those errors... Okay, yeah, let me look up the Webpack documentation. Also, I want to see what their dev tools are. Webpack dev server, what is this? Oh, I don't think I want that. You should really do a minify transform too. Yeah, so minify transform is okay as long as I eventually have source maps. Without source maps, it'd be really hard for me to debug this stuff. So anyway, I'll write this down in here. So questions, how do I fix this error? How do source maps work? So this is, there was minify in here. plugins.push webpack.optimize.uglify.js plugin. So I could do this regardless. I could put this here, and then I can run this again. It'll take forever to build. Oh yeah, that's another question I have after this. How do I speed up the build? One of the big reasons for switching to Webpack was to make things faster for me to test. Just add DevTool source map. Okay. DevTool source map. Yeah, so this takes a long time and needs to build like 300 modules. No, more than 300. No, that was like 430. Oh boy. Alright, so now what? It's running through the minify step. What's the file size going to be out of this? So before it was 4 megabytes. I think it'll be around the same build time, if that's your only reason for switching. Oh, really? Well, okay. Darn it. I was hoping they'd have some way to make this a more incremental build. I mean, maybe, I'm not saying it would be a bad idea for me to use Webpack eventually, but for development, it doesn't sound like I really need it. I wonder how to structure this stuff. I also, it looks like, oh, there it goes. Okay, so this did work on minification at least. It's now like a quarter the size it used to be, actually a third the size. So now this should look super ugly. Then also take forever to load. Alright, well, let's just let that run. So, do they mention Babel at all on here? For in the loaders here, do I have the loader written down? I can't use Sublime anymore. If you want incremental builds, you can try -watch, which caches stuff. Okay. Well, as soon as Sublime becomes usable again, I can start testing this out. It was a mistake to try to load that file. A big mistake. Alright, let's just close Sublime. Close this, don't let it load. No. Okay, well, whatever. Let me take a look. I don't even have the error message anymore, do I? Yeah, I do. The Node API for Babel has been moved to Babel Core. Let me take a look at the config that I've been using. I don't have the config anymore, do I? Oh, here it is. So loader is Babel. I guess I'm just supposed to use the loader of Babel Core here. It sounds like that's what I need to do. Maybe. I don't know. I still can't use Sublime. I'm not totally sure what to do right now. Oh, hey, it worked. Cool. Let me close this now. No, it didn't work. Never mind. It just loaded the UI. Oh, great. Webpack Babel 6. Babel package is deprecated? Oh, interesting. Oh, wow. Rename it .txt before opening. It'll be way faster. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Or just deleting the file entirely. Why didn't I think of that? Delete. Okay, cool. Thank you. Points to Lepco. Yeah, so let's fix a couple of those things. Let's do... Package does not have Babel in here, but the other package does. So npm uninstall Babel. Then in here, I can try using the Babel core. I don't know if this is going to help. Or Babel loader? No. What did I install when I did this? Yeah, no, everyone is right. Okay, so let's try that now. And I don't want minify on, because that seemed to just take extra time for right now, and I don't need minification for the dev version. Okay, let's see. Because all of the errors except for the last one had to do with Babel Core. This one just has to do with something trying to be parsed that shouldn't even be parsed. I'm not actually sure why it even did this. Then add -- watch. Yeah, I want to try that out. Try -- watch. Man, if it's as simple as that, like, okay, so I know, okay, I struggled a little bit with this, right? It took 5-10 minutes, but Gulp has taken something like 12 hours. So if this is as simple as that, then, and -- watch works pretty quickly, then I'd be pretty happy. Okay, that's, nope. What? Scroll to the top of this gigantic error spew. Oh, I can't scroll to the top. The errors are infinite. I really can't scroll to the top. Okay, let's see if we can read any of these things. Module not found. Cannot resolve module Babel loader. Okay, maybe you don't actually do that. Maybe it is just Babel. Because Purple Flurple did say install Babel loader, but use Babel as the loader. So maybe I just need this. Because this was advice from 18 days ago. And this had to have been Babel 6 because it uses the module system. And yet Purple Flurple had the loader of just Babel. So perhaps that's all I need to do. And now maybe I'll just get one error. Like I don't ever expect this error to go away. I don't think this will get fixed. I think the other ones will get fixed. And this might not be such a big deal anyway. Also, what is this thing generating? Well, it apparently still generated a file. No, that didn't help. Cannot resolve module Babel. But it couldn't resolve. Okay. You can base that last one by just ignoring that. What do I do? This? I don't know the regex for that. Yeah, I'll write that down after. How do I fix this Babel error? How do I fix the ESCodeGen package.json error? Apparently just ignore. Oh, Babel Webpack loader doesn't exist? Oh. It's looking for this. Oh, I see. So, okay, let's take a look. Package.json. Where's package.json? Actually, node modules is fine. Babel Webpack loader is not even a thing. It's Babel loader. But I wonder if in here we get. No, we don't get anything there. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. So I was close, except for that I hadn't escaped this. So yeah, the path that this is complaining about is now in the shared folder. I wonder, okay, how about this? Let's go into client main and let's just get rid of all of this code and see what happens. This should build really fast because there's no code to build. Yeah, that worked. Time took is 15.6 seconds still, but whatever. All right, so now I guess we take in just constants maybe. and then try building again. So the constants file is here. I think it's going to complain that Babel is not in this folder also. And if that's the case, then it might just be as simple as installing Babel everywhere. Or not Babel, the Babel loader, I think. Or maybe, I don't know. No, that worked. What? So where was this complaining then? Shared client and game server, resolving it here. This is coming from player.js. Okay, let me try including player.js. I don't have player here. Does player.js even do anything special? It includes a whole bunch of other stuff. The only thing I could think of is trying to include util. I could just slowly uncomment these things. Something will eventually cause it to fail. It could be React. I'll try those things too, I guess. Because so far everything's been working. Okay, that works too. What about buff.js? This includes from buff constants. This includes from util. This includes from nothing. So yeah, let's try that out next. I mean, eventually we'll get to the point where one of these does not work. Like pub subtopic should be totally fine. Stat names, game state, that stuff might be fine. What's game state do? Game state base. That's the shared version of this, and then that has constants. Yeah, this should be fine too. No, that failed. Okay, so including buff failed. So now we have a repro at least that's much smaller. So error in buff.js cannot resolve module Babel in client and game server. And yeah, it doesn't exist there. But what's weird is why would it not? Oh, it searches up from there. Oh, so I just need to, okay, I see. It looks like I need to, seems as though I need to install Babel loader in the root directory, not the client one, because when it tries loading files from shared/client and game server, it searches upward from there. So if I install this, npm install Babel loader -- save dev, and maybe webpack as well, but let's try just this. The peer dependency webpack included will no longer be automatically installed to fulfill the peer dependency in npm 3+. Okay, so I guess what that's saying is you also need webpack, dummy. I just wish it wasn't so mean to me. Let's find out. Did it install webpack? I have it here, and that's from 952, so apparently yes. Seems though I need to install Babel loader and webpack in the root directory, which probably means I need all of this stuff from up here. Babel core, Babel. Although I am using a lot of that, yeah. Really just this entire command. So that's built. Now let's try this one more time. Now if this works, and this should take about 20 seconds, then that should fix all of the problems, and I can build all of the code again. So I would need to go into client main and then put all this code back. If that doesn't work, well, hopefully we have something else to go off of here. Oh, that worked. Okay, cool. So then I should be able to do this. Comment, comment, and then uncomment all. And then try running that. So the webpack thing that was outputted before was, yeah, 600 kilobytes. This new one should be 4,000. And then that's it. I guess we should be able to run this. That's the next step, is trying to launch this. Or maybe specifying -- watch. I mean, this is going to take some time, so I don't care so much about that right now. So this is... Actually, wait, before this goes, let me get the Babel error that there actually was here. This. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Do it, do it, do it. There. There. So there's the error. Here's the solution. Great. So now the rest of this stuff. First of all, is this building? That sounded like a seal. I moved my hand against the wrist pad here. On the building. It's going to hit 430 modules soon. Code generator has de-optimized the styling, and that's fine. Now it's emitting. Okay, so I'm getting that same error from ES Code Gen. I don't totally care about that. The time it took, though, is 70 seconds. And the resulting file is this. I wonder if we can use it. Let's try it out. Let's take this file. And I'm confirmed using baby seal. I meant the animal. Alright, let's put this here. So I have test webpack. Now let's go into index.jade, and instead of using bundle.js, let's do dist/test webpack.js. Right, that's here. So now if I try reloading the client, it should fetch that file. So we go back to the client here, and oh, it already did somehow. What? I don't even have the client loaded. What would request this? It's weird. Test webpack. Okay, this is loading. And something broke. So it's probably, well, we'll get an error this time. Cannot find module./package.json. So webpack needs the package JSON. It seems a little strange. And which package JSON is this? The client's probably. So we take this and put it into here, and then just rerun this. Webpack missing module. And what module is this? Cannot find module ./package.json. What? What file is this? Generate node options. I wonder where the current directory is for this thing, such that, yeah, what if I just, yeah, that's too bad. Well, then this would need to go somewhere else. I just don't know where. I don't know what. Wait, yes, I do. /. So if I go to client app.js, whoops, nope, did not want to load that. Client app.js. All right, so dist is mapped as dist /. So if I were to put, how do I do this? Test hack as just nothing. There's a very slim chance that this works. All right, let's try that and restart this and then pull our hair out. Refresh. It's not getting package.json, so this must have failed again. Yeah. /package.json. Where is it trying to load this from? Like, what is dot in that case? What if I tried this? And I just did test webpack. I can't find that. Okay, so then the problem is how I mapped this in the app, I believe. I need to this probably won't work. In fact, I'm pretty sure it won't. We can test it by doing this. Package.json. Not found. Yeah, so that's the part that I think is failing here. Maybe it wouldn't make sense for any of this stuff to work. All right, I don't know at this point. How do I... ./package.json. I wonder if I could change this. Where is package.json referenced here? Searching this is going to be a nightmare. Webpack require. So wherever Webpack require is, where is this? Here it is. Module ID. Check if module is in cache. Create a new module. Execute the module function. Flag module is loaded. So this is what's failing. And module ID is just some number representing package.json, I guess. Everyone says was AFK. What's the current issue? So the current issue, let me get this back to a workable state. The current issue is it can't find package.json. And I don't know where it's looking for this. Oh, I gotta, sorry, hang on. I broke something else here. Okay, there. All right. So yeah, when I try loading this, it can correctly find test webpack.js, but then it can't find package.json. And I don't know where it's looking for it, and I'm not actually sure which package.json it's looking for. So I put one next to test webpack.js. It's right here. But I don't know where else this would be looking for it. Maybe just in public? Does that let me go to this URL? Oh, that does work. Oh, so I wonder if that's all I need to do. No. Well, maybe it's looking for something else now. No, it still can't work. Are you doing -- display error details still? Yeah, I am. And there actually was one error, I think. Which, yeah, I didn't understand why this was happening, since this shouldn't... I'm still getting that error about ESCodeGen package.json. And my webpack config says to exclude that. Well, that's not really visible on the screen, but there. The thing is, I shouldn't be including that package.json. I think this is some Webpack magic that's doing this. Like, I don't know. I think it tries to load all the dependencies of a package, maybe. This is my guessing. I'm not sure. And I also don't know why this is happening. ESCodeGen. Okay, well let me try something a little bit more important at this point. Let me put -- watch here. So this will run through everything it used to run. And then when I change a file, I want to see how quickly does it rebuild. Because if it's faster than, let's say, 10 seconds, then it's worth switching to Webpack and figuring this out. If it's not faster, then I don't think it's worth even looking at this right now. Yeah. So this can take as long as it wants. This could take 2 minutes and I wouldn't care. It's once I save a new file that should be very fast. I can't imagine it would be faster though. There are so many modules it has to require. Anyway, it's almost done. Yeah, there it goes. Emit. Good. Alright, so now it's in watch mode, so it did not exit. So now when I go change a file, let's say client main, and I change something like I add a function in, right? So let's take this, we'll just put hello world. console.log, hey there world, save. Now it's going through the build again. No, it's basically starting. Oh no, that wasn't. Oh, that was super fast. Oh, then this is worth working on. You don't have the JSON loader. Yeah, but why do I need the JSON loader? I'm not, in my app, I'm not trying to load JSON. I think Webpack is trying to load it. And yeah, where's this coming from? Test Webpack here. Okay, you have a module ESCodeGen that requires JSON. Oh. So then I probably shouldn't be ignoring this failure. Alright, well then let's get the Webpack JSON loader. JSON loader module for Webpack. I actually need to install this. Turns JSON file.json content as JSON parsed object. Why I really need to do this is not just built into Webpack. Okay, no, I don't. Oh my god. Yeah, it actually parses JSON and turns it into a JS object. I just want to see if they mention anything about the loader here. Not that it matters too much. Okay, I guess I tried this. But the thing is, wouldn't I need to specify to use the JSON loader here? If there's JSON loader. They don't mention anything about that here though. And then the test is that I'd have JSON files. I'm kind of confused about that. Alright, let's go into client main. Where do I try using ESCodeGen? I guess in software validator? Yeah, so let's just include that. Client main, we have software validator is here. So let's just take this up to the top of this file, get rid of everything else. And now we should still see the error, and it should happen pretty quickly, I think. Right, so what did this emit? Webpack test, yeah, good. Okay, so we're getting the error now. If I were to change the config to like JS2 when I hit save, I don't think this is gonna load the config again, right? I'm not sure if anything happened. Oh, it did work. Oh, so it does load the config on the fly. And now if I save this as JS again, oh no, it just saw that nothing changed. That's all that happened. It didn't load the config on the fly. Okay, that's fine, I think. So I need to go install this, but I don't know exactly where. I think I need to restructure my whole project after this so that it makes use of Webpack better. I'm not sure. Alright, well, let's try it in the client first, I guess. No, ESCodeGen is, let's just do it here. Alright, save dev, save the JSON loader. I guess I can add this into here. So test is going to be for JSON. Loader is going to be the JSON loader. Query is probably nothing. And exclude is, I don't know, nothing. Not totally sure about this. Solid is in the same directory as your webpack.config.js. But, okay, I mean, It's one directory up, so that should be okay. But yeah. Let's see if this works. So this is using the trim down main. Hi, Discomol. This is using the trim down main. Oh, okay. Apparently that worked. So, well, we can just put this into here now. Replace the file. And then reload this. This won't do anything, but it shouldn't error at least. Main is not defined. Main isn't defined. I didn't define it. That's okay though. I don't care about that. Let me take a look at the software validator here. So this is getting hit and I have access to the software validator. Refresh the page. Because if so, that's pretty good. Let's find out. Software validator. ES module. No, I guess I want 2.default.software validator. What is default? Oh, it's the constructor. Oh, wow. There sv equals new default sv dot. Well, sv has nothing in it. Logging enabled. Has no prototype. Property is enumerable. Oh, here it is. Oh, wow. So then I just need to redo this. And then this will build everything. And that is true. So once this is done building, we should have main in scope again, and then the app should just work. Wow, why did I ever use gulp? I mean, I still need to use gulp, but at least it's going to work for the server stuff. The server stuff I never had a problem with. That builds in like 200 milliseconds. I'm okay with that. Everyone is to sell every John. Hey, noob for lunch. Okay, this apparently worked. Let's try it. Nope, main is still not defined. Okay, that's okay. I bet I know why this is happening. Main is coming from, let's see, index.jade, main.start. So this needs to be different because main isn't in scope. It's probably like underscore, or no, wait, it's botland dot something. What's in botland? No. Why is this so hard to figure out? Oh, wait a sec. No, I'm stupid. I just never copied this over. Alright, nope. That's just me being dumb. Never mind. Never mind me. I mean, it might not work still, but... Oh, whoa. I think it's working. There's an assertion, though. What is this? Cannot publish an undefined topic. I wrote this in, didn't I? So what's undefined here? Or are they all undefined? Topic is undefined. Okay, yeah. Route. That doesn't help. This is nothing? Router actions? No, that exists. What is going on here? Action exists. Oh, come on. What is this? Pub sub topic is undefined dot concat args. Get action handler action. That means there's no action handler for this. So it's this that's failing. Get action handler. And this pulls from router actions dot router action map. Okay, so one just doesn't exist for received game state apparently. Nah, it's right there. I don't know what this thing's talking about. Get action handler. Whatever, action. What? Not a function. Yeah. Get action handler. It is undefined. What's going on here? All right, we're gonna put a breakpoint here and make it conditional, and we'll say action equals received game state. Is main.start occurring before the script is imported? No, I think I just had a stupid error there. All right, so we'll refresh this. Hey Risa, hey Wraithy. Okay, so this should break in, good. Now, for some reason this is failing, so let's check it out. Router action map. Why can't I highlight this? Okay, there we go. And it's received game state. Did I just make a typo somewhere? That's very unlikely given that this was always working. I didn't change any of this code. Yeah, this exists. So what? Router action info exists? Yeah, it does exist. But it's trying to get the pub subtopic off of it. Oh, that's the problem. Why did this never fail before? Okay, I think we do something a little bit different here. Let's try this out. This is coming from, oh, actually this is going to be really hard. It's get action handler. Okay, so let's go onto the main server and figure out if this bug is happening there too, but it's being suppressed somehow. Or it could be that there's a real issue here. So we go into simulation server. We don't have that. We don't have anything because it was minified. Oh, God. Get action handler. Didn't you add a variable called like it or something? I'm not sure what you mean, Risa. Also, this is gonna take forever because gotta search such dense code here. It's like, all right, well, I guess we can't rely on that. Well, then let's figure out where this thing should come from. How about I approach it that way? So we have the stack trace. It's coming from simulation server, received game state. And that's router actions, and the router actions are on the client. So how do I do this? Router action map. Received game state. Here. Create router action info. So that part's fine, but then the client also does something about topics, I believe. Yeah, here. Received game state. It is set up. So then, yeah, the order is wrong. Interesting. Pub subtopics. So where is this imported from? This needs, wait, order is wrong. That's not possible. No, that's not possible. This means this was never loaded. Okay, let's take a look. This all comes from main eventually, right? Yeah, this is main. So we have pub subtopics. We don't. We don't have any of this stuff though. Simulation server. This includes router actions, but it doesn't include pub subtopics. But main should have. Yeah, there it is. Pub subtopics. Orphoria says you have to make sure that if you're calling it a subtopic, it actually is a subtopic. Otherwise, it'll be looking in the wrong place for it. No, so I think the issue here is import order. Babel does strange things with the order here, and what I seem to be seeing is that I have an object, but it hasn't had the pub subtopic injected into it. Yeah, this. So I bet this is never being called. So let's just put a debugger here. Webpack makes everything a node module. There isn't a global scope anymore. That should be fine though. Alright, did that rebuild by the way? Yeah, that did. But I need to make this rebuild into the right location now. Otherwise it's going to get tedious. Okay, then let's redo this. Let's go into Webpack, and then the output needs to be in dist/test webpack. Let me try that out. So dist test webpack, delete that, rerun this, Now it should get outputted here. And then my hunch is that this will never get hit. So let's keep adding to this. So the way that let's also mark this down. The way that I fixed this was this way. ES code gen apparently needs to load JSON, so I need a loader for it. npm install save dev, what was it called? JSON loader? Yeah. Okay, so there's that. Watch did indeed work. So it's just source maps that I would need at some point, and I don't even really need that yet. My biggest question right now is, why is pub sub topics not being included before router action map? Yeah, okay. Well, this admitted it, so let's see. It did not put it in the right folder. That's too bad. It put it in, I put it in here. Webpack test. Darn it. Oh, whoops. I just want to be in dist. Oops. Yeah, and unfortunately, there's no just getting this to work, is there? Alright, then we'll just manually copy it for right now. Let's go into Webpack test, dist, take this over to here. Then while that's rebuilding, I can go test this out, and I doubt that debugger will be hit. I don't need two of these open. It didn't get hit. Yeah, so that's an issue. Debugger. I'm going to paste this in so that it doesn't slow this down. There should be one of these just left on a line somewhere. Not that. Where is this? Come on. There are only like 10 more of these things. Did this not even make it into the code? It didn't. Oh, weird. You're refreshing the wrong tab, the prod server? Oh, yeah. I sometimes just make such stupid mistakes. Thank you, Lepco. I appreciate it. Okay, this does get hit. So then the problem is that this, where is received game state? Here, right here. I hit play and I get down to here. I'm guessing what's happening then is that this is creating a brand new instance later. So router actions.router action map. Received game state. This has a pub subtopic. Then somehow later it doesn't have it anymore. Weird. Yeah, now it doesn't exist anymore. So is this a different instance of this? Alright, export const router action map. So I set this up. I bet this is getting created multiple times. That's probably the issue here. So how about we change this debugger over to here. There. Man, that is so much faster. It's apparently taking 2 or 3 seconds. All right, where are we? Yeah, here. So this thing gets created, here's what I'm going to do. I know this is just a var, but it should be returned from this thing. So we're going to say A equals, actually not even AAA equals router action map. So as this thing fills up with stuff, AAA will fill up with stuff. I accidentally typed in here. Risa, that's really good. Alright, so ignoring that I just botched that whole thing, and I don't even know where I typed any of that. AAA should now have, yeah, it's got stuff in it. So now we do this. Now the breakpoint probably, yep, it gets hit again. And now we create a new one of these things. So yeah, that's the issue. I don't expect this to be happening. I expect there to be one of these modules. This is getting called multiple times though. Whereas on the production server, this gets called once, and then the module just gets reused everywhere. I wonder how I would fix this, and I wonder what other implications this has. Router action map. So now it's going to make a new one. I bet AAA still exists somewhere. Yeah, but this makes a new one. Oh, that's not good. It's definitely not good. Okay, let's look at import.star router actions. Except for I need to specify that I'm using regex. Just close all these other things. So I'm doing this from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I'm doing this from a lot of different places. And the issue is that router actions, every time I create it, despite that I'm exporting this here, they all get their own version of this. Are any of these files JSX or something? Yes, there are some of those. No, wait, no, sorry, no. None of the file names are JSX. They just contain JSX in them, but they're JavaScript files still. Yeah, so I think this is the issue. I think the issue is that I have a file, routeractions.js, which does this. Then I modify this router action map to fill in data later. When importing this though, I get different instances of router action map. Oh, good, Noob for Lunch. Going to college soon for web game development. Is it web game development specifically? I don't think I've heard of that before. So how do I fix this? And what's going on exactly? So router action map at the end of all of this, what happens with it? This is very, very difficult to read through. So what's the bottom line in this file? It's just that server chat message right here. Oh yeah, and then there's the end of this. So what is all of this bundled into right now? That takes in a function. Are you mutating the module, i.e. setting it elsewhere and then getting the edited copy? Yeah, I am. I'm trying to get the edited copy, but that doesn't work. It might not solve the multi-instance problem, but try exporting after filling the data. I don't know if that's possible with the syntax of ES6. I think if you define something and you don't mark it as export, you can't later export it. I guess what I could do is export a copy of it, but that seems... Alright, well I could try it. It doesn't hurt at this point. So we just say const, let's change this everywhere, temp action map, and then down here we say export const router action map equals temp action map. So I could try that. Then refresh the page. All right, paused in debugger. Where is it paused? Here? No, still failing. Yeah. If Webpack doesn't allow mutation here, what would I do instead? I guess I'd need to just pass around an instance everywhere. Which would probably get pretty annoying. But it is possible to change this at least. Okay, so now we're back to the code I started with. Let me think. I've got to pass this object everywhere. So all of the find results that I had here, these 9 locations would need to get changed. And really anywhere else I do this ever would need to be changed as well. So I can't just change a value in a file and expect it to be exported the same way. This import stars router actions. This is just to get the router action map. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's best here. So what are the solutions? One solution here would be to form the object like how I form almost any other class, e.g. the software validator. Instantiate it and initialize it, then pass it everywhere it's needed. I wonder if there's some other way to do this. Close other tabs. Webpack mutating module. What is going on? Hang on, something's really weird. I just loaded on my other screen the Twitch creative channel. And I don't see my channel there. Botland. Yeah, I'm just not there. Okay. Is there another word for mutation? Yeah, just modifying, I guess. Modifying a module. Modules, side effects. Hot module replacement. What is this? Inject updated modules into the active runtime. I don't think I need this. Tools using plugins, examples. You developed a library and want to distribute it and compile and bundle the versions. You want to allow the user to put in a script tag. If it's not much hassle, what's the purpose of this move to Webpack? Will it replace anything already in use? So it'll replace Gulp for the client, and it's already, as of right now, shaving like somewhere between 8 and 11 seconds off of the build time. So it cut it down from 11 to 17 seconds down to 3. And that is the most significant thing. And since I'm going to be working on the client a whole lot more, this will save me probably hours over the course of the rest of development. Because build times will just keep going up until they're like 20 or 25 seconds. So that it only takes 200 builds before I've lost an hour. And this is not like an unworkable thing. I don't know if I use this pattern anywhere else. Router actions was a particular case where I thought this would be the best way of doing things. Well, Void Dreamer, so far Webpack hasn't been very hard to use. I mean, it's been an hour and 20 minutes, and I've got it working, but then I use something that Webpack doesn't really like. So I could change this, but I need to figure out if that's all I need to change for this to work, or if I do this anywhere else. So router actions, right now I define them as just some object and I use that everywhere. I could turn this into a class and then define everything that way. Do I need this anywhere else? I mean, router action map is always also used from pub subtopics. So then, let me look up. Here's what. Anytime, if you ever used a singleton with Webpack, this would probably screw up, right? Webpack singleton. Webpack change module. I use Sublime Text 2 because I bought it a long time ago. I don't want to buy 3, and also I had never. Well, back then it was a big deal to change all your plugins to Python 3. I just hadn't done that, and now I just don't feel like paying the money to switch to Sublime 3. No, you don't get free updates. You get free updates at 2, I think. You just don't get free upgrades. Setting up Webpack for hot module replacement. Yeah, I don't. Here's a basic problem of what I'm doing here, just so that people know what I'm talking about. I have a file like this. This is like test.js. This says export const. Let's just call it like values.js. Export const values equals 1, 2, 3. Now from multiple different other modules, so module 1.js, import values from values. Then I do values dot push 4. And now in module 2.js, so I say values dot push 5. Now finally in module 3.js, I say import values from /values, just stringify values. And what this prints is either 1, 2, 3, 4, or no, it prints 1, 2, 3. And I could say this stuff too. I could say import like module 1, import module 2. So every time I get values from this, it's giving me a completely new instance of this. And that's the issue that I'm running into right now. You might be hitting require.cache. I'm not sure if this is the case. Also, since my stores are singleton, I'm clearing the module cache and global before each to reset the state of the store. I feel like my modules aren't getting cached, and I want them to be. Maybe, I don't know. I wonder if they do a clone on the Webpack module when you require it. And no, it's okay, everyone. I appreciate the help. I wonder if all I need to do is require instead of import. I wonder if that's it, and that would fix this. I wonder how I'd make the simplest example of this. I guess I could just trim down the code into what I need. Alright, so let's get rid of this. Oh wait, I need a main function still. This stuff needs to exist. Let's put that there. Now new main we don't want. We just want to say console.log hello world. So if I save this, this should finish really quickly. It did. And now I refresh this page and it should say hello world. It does. It does nothing else. Great. We're fine. So now let me figure the rest of this out. Now I want to make some fake module. So let's go into shared client and game server. We'll just do the same thing I did with values here. Let's just copy paste this, save it as values.js, and then open that up, and we'll say here whatever I'd written here. Export const values. Great. Now from here we'll import that. So let's say import values from values, and then we can stringify it here. So this should say 1, 2, 3. I wouldn't expect this to be anything different. So when we refresh, it says values undefined. Did I not export this correctly? Export const values equals 1, 2, 3. Import values from client and game server values. 2, 3 values. That's weird. Yeah, that's pretty weird. Okay, what happened there? Var values equals exports.values equals 1, 2, 3. Then I import it and it doesn't work. All right, we're gonna delete all this code. That way this shrinks down to a reasonable size. Okay, so yeah, we have very few lines of code here. Underscore values 2.default. What is this? Inject. What? Yeah, here. Values 2 dot values. Oh, it doesn't have a default. Oh, whoops. Oh, that was just stupid of me. I need to say export default const values. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so this should print 1, 2, 3. Unexpected token const, whatever. That doesn't matter. There. Alright, it's gonna break in. I don't care about that. I apparently do care about that. How do export default? So I guess you do this, export default values. That was just a syntax problem. All right, that should work. Yeah, great. All right, finally. So there's that. So we have a really, really simple example. Now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say import, let's call this modify values.js. And what this is going to do is it's going to do import values from /values, values.push 4, values.push 5. There. So yeah, this is going to fail, I think. Import, can I just do modify values? Oh, I can't do it that way. I need to do it this way. So that should build. Now what I'd expect is I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but I don't. So yeah, this is where things work differently from what I expected. Now what if I'd instead done require here? No, that doesn't do anything either. Yeah, so, and what if I did that here? values equals require this. Like, does the use of values matter? Values equals webpack require. Is this is a use strict problem? I just need to say var here. Default 1, 2, 3. Huh. It doesn't have to do with require. Interesting. So yeah, I think this is just a webpack thing. And the code is small enough where let's look through it and figure out exactly what's happening here. Hey, Lulong. So this webpack require 471. That code is going to be wherever that push code is. Here. So this is going to get hit next. It does. But underscore values 2 to begin with. It's this. Interop require default must be returning something different. I wonder if I re-required this afterward. I don't think this would make any difference. I'm not sure. I don't know if there's a better solution here, short of just modifying all the code that I'd had. Yeah, this is gonna be frustrating. Is there any other way I could do this? Oh, whoa. Lepco has answered the call. Allow files which require the same modules to be given the same instance of those modules. Issue 1332, what was that? Duplicated modules with multiple requires. Added bug question label. So reference this issue from here, and then that was closed. That's 1353, which is this one. This change allows for the reuse of modules that have been found to be duplicates by pulling out the module export to the first seen instance, setting the duplicates export to point. Okay, we're seeing the same issue. It behaves exactly as Node.js. We're using the TS loader across multiple repositories. So this is what I'm supposed to use? Single module instance webpack plugin. Forces require to return same instance of module regardless of place where import occurs. At runtime, webpack modules can be initialized more than once, which is expected behavior for Node. Nevertheless, this behavior hurts a lot if you're used to require.js and may even introduce unexpected singleton collisions. Wait, dedupe plugin. This is something that the webpack config I have tries to use. Dedupe plugin. Huh. What is the dedupe plugin then? Search for equal or similar files and deduplicate them in the output. This comes with some overhead. Equal or similar files and deduplicate them? I don't follow what this even does. Yeah, I don't know. That's strange. Maybe it's just a way of sharing code, like the text. No, I don't know. That seems very weird. Anyway, let's see. Update this with the following snippet. So I just go install this. And then use it as a plugin. All right, it's worth a shot. And if this works, it means I shouldn't have to modify any code, and that Webpack will have been up and running in like an hour and a half, which is better than Gulp so far, because Gulp took many, many, many hours. So we just push this plugin onto the list. Module.exports equals plugin. Yeah, I guess I would just push the plugin here. Plugins.push new plugin. Okay, let's try it out. This will take about 15 or 20 seconds. That's to be expected. So, whoa. What? Can I click this stuff? What? Neat. Okay, let's try this out now. So I rerun this page, and I should get rid of that stuff. Yeah, it worked. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now. So that really basic case I had here of just this, and I shouldn't even need this, and I shouldn't need the imports either, or the requires, I mean. I should be able to change this back to what this used to say. Yeah, this. I changed that code and I rerun this. Now this should print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, perfect. Whew. Okay, so Void Dreamer. The current issue I was dealing with, and here's the smallest possible way of representing this, I believe. So I have a file, values.js, and here's all it does, is it exports an array. So I have 1, 2, 3. Now I have another file which takes in those values, so 1, 2, 3, and it just pushes 4 and 5. The problem I had is that the way Webpack works is when you import, I'll get 1, 2, 3 over here, and then the next time, so this file when it imports, it'll get another array of 1, 2, 3. So I have 2 separate arrays, one of which is going to extend to 4, 5. So then in main, when I try to import the original values, 1, 2, 3, and then this, which should modify them to 4, 5, what I would have seen is it would not have gotten the extra values at the end. Because the next time I go to import this, it modifies a copy, not the original. So I used a plugin and it fixed it so that now when let's copy this over to here and then revert client main here. So I revert that. This will build. This will actually take a really long time because it didn't build any of those files to begin with. I'll grab some water while this is working. Lepko, no, that was really helpful because this is the kind of thing where now if I ever wanted to switch back to Gulp, well, actually, switching back would have been fine no matter what I had done here. But if I want to switch between the two systems, this is nice without having to change code. Plugin to fix something that to me seems like a bug. Yeah. They said in one of these issues how that's expected behavior, and that just the way that anyway, it doesn't matter. I guess this should be fine. All right, this should finish pretty soon. It does take a long time the first time it has to run this, but that's okay. Oh, wait. No, it looks like it's stuck in a loop. Is it? No, it admitted it. What happened here? So Botland should just work now. Is it working? Wow. Botland works. Look at that. So connect. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. So source maps, that's the last thing to do. Wow. This is ridiculous. Okay, so the solution here was to use the whatever it's called, this thing. simplest repro that I came up with. This is main.js, and then there's modify values.js. And then there's values.js. Okay, next, source maps. So just add DevTools source map. Whoops, I hope I didn't screw that up. Okay, let me close this and then start a new page. That way, hopefully that's on the right side. Yeah, it is. And then we can close out of these things. All right, so Webpack source maps. Source map loader. So one of the things I'm a little worried about, to be honest, is that the only reason Gulp was taking so long is because of source maps. And if I add in source maps now, Webpack will take just as long. So let's find out. If I make a change to this, it builds and it finishes in hopefully like 3-ish seconds. It didn't print anything. Oh, right, because nothing had changed. Right, I gotta actually make a change. So there. That causes something to change. Well, maybe console.log hi. That's a functional change. Yeah, cool. So that worked. That took 4 seconds. Okay, great. Now we're gonna try source maps. Source map loader. This extracts all source maps from all files. That's not so performance wise, so you may only want to apply the loader to relevant files. Okay, I'm curious about something. Let's try this out. Client gulp file. What if I removed source maps from the way that this is currently working? Wait, it's bundle that I need, right? Bundle is, here's this thing. Is it in the shared gulp file? Yeah, here it is. Does this go through source maps? It does. So what if I just got rid of this? I don't know what source is. What is source? Final source stream. Okay, well, whatever. Now if we do blcl watch, so I get rid of this thing entirely, and now I do watch right here. Bot thinks he's smart. Okay, this finished. Now I gotta go use the bathroom, and this is gonna, yeah, alright, I'll be right back. Bathroom. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, is anyone in the game? Probably not. but I'm going to join the game. By the way, I have updated the central server, so the one you connect to now, you now have this pseudo money system. So you can purchase bot bays, and you can purchase salvage. And I'm going to join the game. Oh, the match is about to end. Alright, let's just deploy a really simple bot then. Zap, pursue enemy, move, right. There. There are my bots. Okay, so now, if I were to rebuild this, we save the file. How long does this take now that I don't have source maps on? Because if it takes 4 seconds, then, okay, it's already longer than 4 seconds, so we know that. But is it going to take like 12 or 17 or 21 or what? Because 16. Okay, and that's because it's not doing source maps anymore. Okay, so then it was a good decision to switch to Webpack. Yeah, I think we can then turn this off forever. By the way, the whole pseudo money system is described there. This is, oh, by the way, anyone who already had an account is getting $5 a day. And probably started with $5. Anyway, that's all going to change. Like, doesn't matter. So what changed in my code? What changed? Package.json, index.jade. Index.jade didn't really need to change. I just named it test webpack, but it could have been named a bundle. What should I still call it bundle? Maybe I should. Yeah, let's call it bundle. So index.jade, I'm going to change a few of these things to try to make this a little bit simpler. So we'll revert this back to here. We'll go into the webpack.config, and instead of webpack, we'll make it just bundle. Alright, so that should be good. Next, I made a change to a package.json that I need to possibly revert. Also, what's all this stuff? Client/public/package.json. I don't want this. Delete. Client webpack config. That's needed. Test webpack is not needed. Client and game server modify values. These things aren't needed. So really, to update to Webpack, I needed to modify a couple of files. Oh, this isn't even part of this. This is a bug fix that I just closed it. Yeah, so I had to modify very little for this. Package.json here. And I think that... No, this doesn't need to be changed, actually. Yeah, very little had to change for this. Babel loader, JSON loader. So this, I wanted to test this out. What if I put the JSON loader, I removed it from here. And okay. Yeah, let's try this out. I'm gonna remove this from here and put it in the client package. What's the top 10 points now? I'll check in just a second. I'll put this here, and then I delete it from here. JSON loader, delete, and I install it in the client. npm install. Oh, see a noob for lunch. So yeah, here's the top 10, well, the top 50. That didn't even paste apparently. Alright, whatever, we'll just pipe this to a.txt and then load a.txt. There. Yeah. Okay, put this here. Paste expiration, a week, unlisted. Great. There you go, Walter. Alright, oh, and then the game started up again, so I'll put regen on my bot and I'll deploy the exact same thing I deployed before. So the JSON loader is now defined in the right spot. Let's try running Webpack. And then I should also try the production Webpack and figure all this stuff out. I'll use source maps once I need source maps. Yeah, this will take a long time though. What am I doing? How long did it take originally? Hundreds. No, that's just 17 seconds. That's 48 seconds. So I guess it takes about a minute. That's okay. And then what are the changes that I have now? So I did need to modify this so that we have Babel Loader and Webpack. But those are just dev dependencies, so I'm okay with that. And then, yeah, all right. This shouldn't be too bad. JSON loader, all this stuff. Yeah, that's fine. In fact, that's not even really needed there. And then the Webpack config. What is all of this? I'll need to figure out how to do this for production at some point. So then that's the last issue here. Figure out how I want to do things for production. So to do is that, and then also make a run.cmd or a watch for this stuff. Watch.cmd. Oh, this failed. This all failed. Yeah, so I guess the JSON loader needs to exist in the root. That kind of sucks because ESCodeGen exists in the root. Wait, ESCodeGen is fine. JSON loader. No, this needs to be installed from the directory containing ESCodeGen, which for me is the root. So we get rid of this. Hey, Merplix. So yeah, we got to close out of this. We got to go into the client, modify package.json to get the JSON loader out of here. Delete the, whoops, let's type open. Delete the node modules JSON loader thing that we have here. Go back into here, modify package.json, put this here, and then npm install this. Oh, finally. All right, this should work. Then we can kick off another one of these builds. In fact, let's put this entire thing, where is it here? Let's echo that to the clipboard. And then in client, do we have a watch.cmd? We do. So set title client watch. There. All right, cool. I think we're good. We just gotta wait for this thing to finish. Botland will eventually be free, yeah. For now it costs loyalty points, and it's only 25 actually, so it's pretty cheap. And I think, yeah, there are two people playing, myself and CLM Marty. My bots have all clumped up in the corner here. Okay, so now that I've gotten this to work, let's close out of these things and try this, BLCL watch. And I wonder what kind of CPU this takes. It takes 25 points right now to play. So you have 55 points. So if you wanted to play right now, you could just type this. Just type whisper botland bot game into chat, and you'll have an account immediately. You can start playing. So this is coming from, what's it called? Webpack. Webpack isn't actually running though, because it's Node that's running. Okay, yeah, that's fine. And that's it. This should be built. Everything should be working. We can check this in. We can go back to fixing that bug that I had. So Babel loader, this thing, yeah, good. Client watch. And then this. All right, cool. And I'll just put a link that this was adapted from here. Where is that thing? This. What is this though? This is something that Purple Flurple also linked to me. React video player. Oh, this was for one of his own projects, I guess. So yeah, I'll just say this was based on this. This was based on Purple Flurple's boilerplate config that he shared with me. Yeah, so I haven't done much to modify that yet. So this should be loaded and working. So if I go to localhost now, localhost. Yeah, everything's, that's perfect. Cool. I can do stuff, right? Yep. Buy, purchase, salvage. Yep. Open salvage. Great. Sell things. Good. Buy things. Yep. Help button. That works. Join game. Choosing buffs. Typing things. Deploying bots. That one worked. And fire lasers in any direction. Yeah. Cool. Wow. Well, switching to Webpack wasn't so bad. All in all, I'd say that took 2 hours, and now build times went down from about 17 seconds to about 3 or 4. So the build got 75% faster. Great. Let's check it in. Switch to Webpack. How do they stylize Webpack? Webpack. Just lowercase? Okay. Switch to Webpack. This sped up build times from 17 seconds for main.js to about 4 seconds. Right? Well, that's not a valid comparison. Here's the valid comparison. Is if I save this with something new somewhere, like if I put console.log here, I save that. So the amount of time it takes for this thing to finish building 5 seconds. Okay, well, fine. That time it took 4 seconds. So yeah, I'll say 5 seconds. Either way, still pretty fast. Yeah. Yeah, switch to Webpack for bundling the client. Alright, good. Cool. About time I did that. So I just got to file these notes, which are actually a lot of notes. I'm going to save these on the desktop as just webpack notes.txt, then copy the path to there and just say down here, file these notes. Yep, cool. Alright, done and done. Fixed the bug that I was working on. Well, this is already here. I just need to fix this. And by the way, my partial bug fix did make it to the server. So now if I look at, what do we have here? If I look at buffs, I only see one copy of each person's buffs. So that bug is fixed. But I don't know if CLM Marty is online right now. No. And I won't actually see if CLM Marty comes back. Also, I want to run a giveaway. Let's just run the giveaway now. How many people are watching? Yeah, not many. Alright, how about we do this? I'm going to be super nice. We're going to make Alvitas dev. Phantom handlers. Alright, Botland now costs, let's make it free. Botland is now free to play. So just type this. This will give you free access to Botland for today. Well, until Sunday. So yeah, if you want to try out the game, today's the day. And I'll fix this bug. So the bug, and I thought I had this written down somewhere. Maybe it was in bugs. Buffs are duplicated. Yeah, here. I should take this off that list down there. So I put this here. So bug buffs are duplicated. All right, I think the repros is I had all that. So I fixed the original bug, but now there's a bug where you're not told that the player is connected. So the chat message about them being there doesn't print. Maybe I just add a player reconnected function. I think that makes the most sense. So yeah, right now, connection manager, I changed some stuff here. Let's take a look. Who's in here? If player is reconnecting. So we just need to make a new message. And player joins server. So client, let's just search for pub subtopics. Player joins server. This isn't even used here. Where is this used? Client arena? Client, no, player joins server. Yeah, here, player entered arena. I think it's this. I'm not sure how this got here though. It looks like one of these things isn't even used. What line is this coming from? 613. So emit a player joins server event. Which, yeah, I just don't know where this is being used. Landbot 13531. Okay. I avoid Dreamer. So player joined server. Another player joined. And what does this do? Create a player for them and then dispatch a message. So if I wanted to make that a player reconnected, I already have them in my player depot, so I just need their ID. And yeah, but this is a pub subtopic. How did this get here? That's the part I don't understand. This did a broadcast. So something else needs to be listening to this. Here it is. Yeah. Socket interface. This seems very silly. Yes, this is decidedly silly. Alright, so fine. Player join server, then I guess we'll make a player rejoin server. So here we'll just say player rejoin server. And same thing in constants, we have player join server. Let's put a player rejoin server down here. Sent by the server. So this is when a player connects for the first time. Sent by the server when a player reconnects. This means that all clients should already have that player, that have the relevant player object. Yeah. So player rejoin server. I need to do a couple of things here. So I need to put this here, player rejoin server. In connection manager, here if you are reconnecting, we want to do this, otherwise we want to do this. So this is going to be a socket.broadcast2 player rejoin server, and then player.getID. All right, good. Client main. So we just take this, rejoin server, another player joined. What we could do here is bind something here. Is reconnecting. So this will bind this comma false, and this will bind this comma true. And then in another player joined, we make use of this. So I say if is reconnecting, let joining player equal null. If is reconnecting, then we do player depot dot get player by ID. Joining player equals this dot player depot dot get player by ID is nope. So this would be serialized player or ID. I don't like this anymore. We're gonna change this. So another player joined, another player connected, and another player reconnected. So now I don't want these dot binds here. There. So now another player joined is going to be turned into this. We get rid of that. We get rid of this stuff. Well, except for that line of code. I kind of want that there. All right, good. Then we say another player reconnected is the player ID. Let reconnecting player equals that. Change both of these things into const, and the ID here is a player ID. And then either way, we want to say announce player presence in chat. We'll just put the player. Yeah. Okay. So then all of this goes here. Yeah, cool. This dot announce player presence in chat joining player, and this is announce player presence in chat reconnecting player. Great. We take that, save. All right, that should be that. Now we can test this out. So the way for this to work, I need to restart the server. So I run this. Okay, cool. Now let's try this. So I wrote the repro down. It's this. User 1 connects, user 2 connects, user 2 reconnects. So let's try this out. First of all, is anyone? Yeah, there are people online. Let me, what color am I? Yeah, left. Boop, boop, boop. All right, these are my terrible Zapper bots. They are probably going to die repeatedly. They have not been coded very well. In fact, they're just running into enemy laser fire right now. But maybe there's a way for them to win. There's no way. Okay, you know what? Fine. I'll try to make this a little bit better. Let's do this. So we'll say if exists. Let's just rename this to CE. So if can teleport CE and get distance to CE is greater than 1, then teleport CE. And then we also want to cloak at some point. If can cloak. Oh yeah, okay, good. I got the best buff for this too. All right, let's kill the bots and try this again. All right, so now my bots not only cloak, but they'll also teleport into enemies. How do I get the bot out of their screen? Press B. Okay, you see that? They teleported, but they just didn't have Zapper ready. Oh, perfect. Look at that. I'm actually getting a kill. It worked. It worked, Alvitas. Now I'm dying. Oh well. It was fun while it lasted. So these are still terrible bots, but they're way better than they used to be. Now the KDR, instead of being like 0.005, is going to be 0.1, I bet. Yeah, Zapper is bad. It's just bad. I think maybe we make it last longer. I don't know what. It's just not good right now. I think adding melee, teleport, thrusters, shield, cloaking, there are like 5 things that synergize with it, but you can't have 5 things on your bot. Well, you could, but then your Zapper would be really weak. See, I very rarely actually kill things. Alright, Zapper sucks. Oh well. Okay, so I gotta test this out. We make 2 browsers. And refresh over here. And refresh over here. So Adam connects, joins the game. Then Adam 2 connects and joins the game. Okay, great. So it says Adam connected. or Atom2 connected, I mean. Now we disconnect over here. It should say Atom2 disconnected. Now when I rejoin, it should say that I connected. Good. And I should not have duplicated buffs. Good. Perfect. Okay, I fixed both bugs. I'm getting invalid hardware config error. Invalid hardware config error. Can you take a picture and then upload it to Imager? I don't actually... Oh wait, no, you're not even... Oh, I know what you're doing. You're on this screen right here. And you're trying to do something like this, and then you say invalid hardware config. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Okay, so then just copy paste the hardware config into chat, and I'll tell you what's wrong. Sorry, you don't need a picture. And by the way, the help button will let you know how to format this. But in short, 1, read this very short help doc, and then 2, make sure you've actually got whatever you're trying to use in your inventory. So if you paste this in, like I said, I can tell you if you formatted it wrong. And if it's formatted correctly, then it necessarily means that you don't have this stuff in your inventory. So for example, I have cloaking level 1 here. If I try committing a bot right now with cloaking 3 and I hit commit, this is formatted correctly, but could not set new hardware based... Oh wait, never mind. You must have just formatted it wrong. Yeah, paste it in the chat. I shall tell you what is the matter. So yeah, bugs fixed. Now I just got to comment all this stuff and then commit. So client name. Ah yeah, everything needs to be capitalized, Horforia. Other than that, it is formatted correctly. And by the way, harvesting doesn't do anything. It's valid. You can have it on your bot. It just doesn't do anything. So even putting regen there would make your bot a lot better. Okay. So this is called when the server tells you that someone else connected for the first time. So that has a serialized player in here. So this is called when the server tells you that someone reconnected. We should already have their player object in this case. So we just need their ID and it doesn't return anything. So all we need to do is say they rejoined chat and then announces that a player connected to the server. Or reconnected, I guess. Should we say whether they connected or reconnected? Yeah, fine. Is reconnect equal false? So here is reconnect is going to be true, and if they reconnected, watch this. I'll just do it this way. This is much better. What happened here? Ah, I screwed that up. All right. So now this is the last thing I should test. We'll let that rebuild and everything. These things look fine. Socket interface looks fine. Connection manager. Player is reconnecting. Try to see if the player already exists. If so, they're reconnecting, not connecting for the first time. Yeah, cool. Constants, that looks fine. The only thing I don't like then is pub subtopics needs to have a couple of these things commented on. So let's restart the server, although that shouldn't matter. I'm going to say this is client, oh, this doesn't go through CLI serve router. Okay, there. Cool. Let's try it out. So Atom connect, joins the game, chooses a buff, great. Atom2 connect, joins the game, great. And then if I reconnect, it should say that I reconnected and not connected. Yeah, perfect. So it says just reconnected. Nice. All right. So fixed a bug where buffs could be shown as duplicated. Buffs could be fixed a display bug where buffs were duplicated in the leaderboard UI. This was caused by serializing a connecting player to all other players, regardless of whether the other players already had that information. So the buffs were sent every time they reconnected. I fixed it by differentiating between connects/reconnects. Yeah. Alright, so that bug is fixed. And then there's the security issue, writing the test framework. So this is what's going to happen probably the rest of today, to be honest. Right now, it might be, well, this isn't really a security issue, I guess, but right now I have stuff running in SQL, and it might be possible for you to duplicate items or really just run any sort of API multiple times. And I need to figure out how to stop this. So read about isolation levels, look at the extra branch that I'd made for this. Then it's write the test framework and see if there are any existing bugs, apply the right isolation levels, and then make sure the bugs are fixed, if any existed are fixed. Now, right now, there should be a problem, as far as my understanding of this. One transaction is allowed to run on each connection at any given time. So the database wrapper, for example, let's take a really simple case. So buy salvage pack. This is a really simple function. We get the user from the database, we make sure that they have enough money, and then what if I put a delay here of like an hour before I actually update their money, and then another whole bunch of transactions start running? Then all the transactions will probably go through and you'll end up with negative money and lots of salvage packs. So I think that's the test case we should try out here. So write the test framework to see if there are any existing bugs. There should be, since transactions have no isolation right now. So something like buying a salvage pack can check to see if you have enough money, then get delayed, then another transaction starts before the money is modified. So I think actually the first thing I should do is just write an ad hoc test to prove that there's a bug right now. This shouldn't be too hard. Here's what I have to do. Set pseudo money to 1, meaning you're allowed to buy exactly 1 salvage pack. Then kick off 2 connects connections to buy salvage pack. And then add a delay between the money check and the money update. And that's it. Then verify that money is -1 and that packs are 2. So I guess the other thing is set num unopened packs to, or unopened, oh my god, salvage to 0. Alright. So this is the ad hoc test, and there should be a problem right now. So the only real question here, this is easy, set num unopened salvage to 0. In fact, let's just go write that right now. Let me open up MySQL. There. So we're going to do use botland, select star from users. Why do I have so many users here? Alright, let's drop the database. Alright, now let's use the database again, and then let's do that same thing. We'll eventually have some users in here. There they are. right, so now we only have 4 users. Now let's update users set. Can I do something like this? Name, comma, botcoin, values, high 5, where ID equals 0. No, that's not how you can do that. All right. I just wanted to see if there was an easy way to set 2 things at once. There has to be. I just don't know the syntax for it. So modifying rows, modifying tables, update row, set. Yeah. All right. Well, let's figure this out. It's probably, anyway, MySQL update multiple columns. Update table set. Oh, we just comma separated things. Yeah, thanks, Alvita Step. All right. So we're going to do this. We're going to say set, and let me modify my notes over here. So update row, update. Actually, let me just put this here. Set balance equal this, something else equal 5. Yeah, cool. So we're going to say set num unopened salvage equals 0, comma, sudo money equals 1. Great. So now when I say select star from users where ID equals 1, we have, where is sudo money is 1 and none unopened salvage is 0. Yeah, cool. So let's just save this off. Meaning you have no packs and you're allowed to buy exactly 1. Great. Now this part, so that's done. Now kick off 2 connect connections to buy salvage pack. So right now I have 1 REST server running. Could I run 2 REST servers? Because if so, that's the easiest possible way to do this. Can I just run 2 REST servers? Alright, well, presumably I can. Probably just need to set the port for this. So in central server app.js, there's no app.js. What chooses the port that this runs on? Probably in here somewhere. 8080, does that show up at all? Server.js, port. Ah, here it is. Process.m.port. Okay, so we just set the port. Oh, that's super easy. So then I'll just save this entire file as like run2.cmd or run second.cmd. How about that? And we'll say at the top of all of this, set port equal to 8081. And we'll say colorize this is running on port equal to port. So now, cut this out. In fact, even just close that entire thing. Here we'll say blc run, and then blc run second. So yeah, both these started successfully. So we should be able to query either one of these if we want. And then I just add in the delay, and that's that. Like, that's super easy. I guess this is not a hard ad hoc test to write. So in order to try this, what's not right? API.bot.lan. Okay, well. Let me check something out. So on server. Let me see something. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. So here's what I got to do. I've got to connect to this and buy salvage for user. So we need the delay in here. I need to put a delay. Console.log delaying for 30 seconds. Let's give myself enough time, definitely. So yield, I should have a promise library in here. it's only there as connects.promise. So I would either need to include Bluebird. Do I have that here? VLC more package JSON? I do. So yeah, let's just include that. Const promise equals require Bluebird. And then where did I start to write this? In buy salvage pack? Yeah. So yield promise dot delay 30,000. Let's try this out really simply here. I'm gonna restart both these servers, or even just one of the servers is fine. So there, the server started. Now let's try buying salvage for user 1. I need a token for this. No, maybe I just want a regular token. Yeah. All right, so buy salvage for user. Hit send. It's delaying for 30 seconds. In fact, this might time out before we get a response, but that shouldn't matter. If we go check the database right now and we do select num unopened packs, comma, pseudo money, actually salvage, we have plenty of time to type all this. Yeah, so we have 0 salvage, 1 money. Now this thing's eventually going to finish. I made it 30 seconds, so I had plenty of time to try this out, although maybe we want to lower that at some point. And hopefully it prints after that. Otherwise, we're just going to be waiting here forever. Oh, it doesn't print after that. Okay, cool. Well, it worked. So now we say console.log updating the database. Great. All right, this is wonderful. So now we can test this out. We can do, not run DB, that's a bad idea. We can do the update. Good. Select. Good. Cool. So let's run 2 of these things. Run and run second. Great. And all I need to do here is hit send here. And then, this might be a little bit hard. All right, let me try this. Send. Then I need to reset the tab. Oh no. All right, then change this to 8081. And then hit send here. That's not good. Cannot get any response. That's actually maybe fine. Okay, cool. So here's what happened. Both of these are waiting here right now, which means they've checked how much money you have. And now I think I'll end up with -1 money at the end of this. I just gotta wait for this to finish now. Hey Dibs. You highly underestimated your typing speed with that 30 seconds. Shoot for 10 and try to beat it. Alright, so that updated the database, and this one should say that pretty soon. Good. Cool. So now am I at -1 money? Weird. No, maybe not weird. Oh, I know what happened. Okay, this is actually interesting. Since I didn't just increment this, had I taken what was... Okay, well, this is a problem. These transactions are allowed to interleave. That's a bigger issue here than what I have. Anyway, let's read about transaction isolation now. So I guess I'll write this. That's done. Yes, just on different ports. That's done. And this didn't actually work as expected because of how I update the database. Had I done something like this, had I selected the columns before I went to update, then I would have had an error. But I do an update based on what values I'd computed before the money check. It doesn't mean there's not a problem. It means that it's a different problem, which I expected, and that's why I'm going to set out to fix the problem. However, it'd be nice if I could make this be exactly the problem that I had from before. Where is an example of that happening? Yeah, maybe there's a better example of this. Maybe by item. User ID, item ID, quantity, total cost. Inventory, new inventory. Yeah, something like this could screw up. Because this just says decrement bot coin. Yeah, okay, alright, this is probably a better example then. Buy item. Let's go modify this. So this, yeah, let's do that. Yield promise dot delay. And let's take Dibs' advice and try to beat 10 seconds. That's actually not a good idea. Let's just make it 15. Okay, now I restart the server. So here's what I'll do instead. We will, in order to buy an item, we need bot coin. So we're going to try to buy lasers twice. And it's going to subtract our bot coin twice, but it's only going to give us one thing of lasers. Yeah, that's how I think this will work. So let's change this. So, new plan, set bot coin to 100. How much does lasers cost? Also, is anyone doing anything on the server? Lasers costs, I think 100. Oh, I closed the server. All right, well, I think it's 100. Let's just assume it's 100. Set bot coin to 100. Set inventory to an empty string. Then attempt to buy lasers twice. Cool. Yeah, let's do that. So set bot coin to 100 and set inventory to whatever. We're going to do set bot coin equal 100 and inventory equals an empty string. Great. We run that. Select bot coin inventory from users. Good. So we have 100 bot coin, no inventory. Awesome. Now we start up our servers. Then we go to buy item for user. I don't know how this works. Items one buy. Oh, apparently that's it. So then we just create a token. Doesn't matter where we create this token. It's going to be the same on both servers. Then buy item for user. Put this here. Save it. All right. So we do send, reset, change this to 1, send. Method is not allowed. Oh, whoops. Oh, darn it. There's still time. Okay, cool. Oh, I didn't print out anything about the delay though, so there's no way I know that this worked completely. Okay, well, it worked. The first one worked. We have 0 bot coin and we have 1 laser in our inventory. If I run this again, I think we should be at negative 100 bot coin. That does not seem to be happening. Error. Update user set bot coin equals bot. Data out of range. Big int unsigned value is out of range. Oh, wow. Okay. So it works. It's just because that was an unsigned value, it doesn't let us go beneath 0. So I could have, yeah, I guess I need to do this. So attempt to buy lasers twice. Bot coin will be 0 even though you'll only have 1 laser. Add delay between. What software are you using to test your service calls? That's Postman. It's a Chrome app and it's free. So we're going to say console.log delaying for 15 seconds and then console.log done delaying. So put a delay between the bot coin check and the bot coin decrement. Add delay between bot coin check and bot coin decrement. So if I were to do this for real, I update user, great, cool. I restart the servers. I do the exact same thing I did over here. So the servers are running. We do this, reset this, change that to a 0, send. Method get is not allowed. Post, send. You don't have an auth token. Oh god. Oh god, we're screwing this up. Okay, great. Cool. So I caught them both on the delay. Now this one's going to finish and it says done. So when I select this, I have 0. That's not right. Oh, I forgot to set it to 200. Oh, darn it. Okay. Take 1 million. All right, good. 200 bot coin, no inventory. We just run the exact same thing I ran before. Send. Send. There. We're done. Now it's delaying. The 15 seconds put the pressure on. All right, this one's gonna finish first, I think. Yep, done. And yeah, so we can see the first step, it subtracted 100 and gave me 1 laser. And now the second step will not give me an extra laser, but it will still subtract 100. Perfect. Okay, so that is the bug. Now this is the bug we need to fix. So we fix it, I'm pretty sure, just by using isolation levels, so that these transactions won't be allowed to run concurrently. But I don't know much about isolation levels, so that's why I wrote read about them. But cool. So bug proven. And it'd be really annoying if this happened to a user, right? You click buy lasers, but you accidentally click it twice, and it subtracts your money twice. It just doesn't give you 2 lasers. So yeah, let's go find out about this. Transaction or isolation. Excuse me. You need to look into transaction isolation. Select for update. Although I don't even know if that's the best way to do things. Right now I believe my transactions can interleave, but either way they're not performing any checks themselves. So that part's no longer true. When I wrote this, it was true. It is no longer true. So when writing the test for this, I could just use delays in between promises, not a real test framework. Yeah, that's what I just did now. It has to be 2 different clients. That is correct. Cool. So start a transaction, select the bot bay count as an update. It will lock the ID like I mentioned. Do your edits and make sure you edit that locked ID column. Builder for update. Zen says, considered using a NoSQL database. I did consider it, and I decided against it. I don't think it'd be a good idea in the end. There were a couple of reasons. One, I don't know if there's a NoSQL database that's been really proven to be the best. So I had used MongoDB for the prototype for this game, and it worked because I didn't need to scale anything. I supported maybe 30, 40 users. Everything was fine. But I think having relational tables is kind of nice. And it lets me know that the data I'm storing fits a certain schema. And yeah. For update. Dynamically added after a transaction is specified. The for update adds a for update in PostgreSQL and MySQL. So transacting TRX and then put for update dot select. So this is it. This is what I have to do. So I have a transaction. I don't have transacting. I have transaction. And I guess I do select. So for update right before here. Is that all I need? Maybe. I don't know. All right, let's reset this. And let's try this again. Okay, so both servers started. Now here we go. We do buy, and then we go back to this buy. Ah, cool. So check it out. This one doesn't even say delaying for 15 seconds. In fact, we're going to have to wait for the other one to finish, and then this one was going to start. Yeah, cool. It worked. So now this one's going to say, actually this one's not going to say anything. It's going to work too. But then what's going to happen is that our inventory is going to show 1:2 here, meaning we have 2 lasers. We just have to wait for that to take place. There it is. Okay, so that was it. That's all it took to fix this. Interesting. Wow. Okay, that was really easy. Like, really easy. Now, what about this? This is what will actually update the user. I guess it doesn't matter because I've selected the user for update, so now anything else I do on that is going to be totally fine. Users.where. Yeah, I think this should be good. In fact, if I put in 3 delays of 5 seconds each, it should still take 15 seconds for the next thing to work. So delaying for 5 seconds, done delaying, make the inventory, do whatever else we need to do, done delaying, and then another one of those things. Yeah, let's try this out. What does yield do in ES6? Yield is for coroutines and generator functions. And it will, so it's the same thing as returning a value and returning where you left off in the function. So most functions work like this. Return x plus 5. Can I send new hardware? Alvidas, that probably means that whatever you're trying to use is a valid inventory or a valid hardware config, but you don't have that hardware in your inventory. So if you look just to the right, you'll find the numbers of each thing that you have. So MCS Mike, if you have a function like this and you call it, it'll always call just this, and this will be unreachable code. So if you have a coroutine though, add 5. This is like a generator function, generator. We could call this keep adding 5x. So we can say while true, yield, well, x plus equal 5, yield x. So now, the first time you call this, let's say you say keep adding 5, 0. This will yield 0. And then it'll also give you 0 and then a next function. This next, when you call next, it's going to call keep adding 5 and then it'll yield 5 and then another next function. And then you call it again and it yields 10 and so on and so forth. So basically, yield is a way of returning to exactly that line of code and then continuing execution. So in this case, we're in a while true. This won't, if we call this once, it's not going to just make an infinite loop. It's going to return. But then when we pick up from where we left off, we're going to go back up to here, say, yeah, true is still true, add 5, then yield again. So the way this is used here is co is it's a library for Node that will just continually call your function until it's done yielding. It has nothing new to yield. So it lets you make things in an asynchronous way. So here, yield trx, whatever this is, this hits a database, and that might take, let's say, 10 seconds. Maybe there's a really slow connection. But guess what? This function's going to do this on its own time, essentially, and then we can continue where we left off later by calling into this again. And yeah, it's a nice way of writing async code. That's the short story. So I'm going to try this again. Let's see. So let's see if I can do this, and then this. Oh, whoops! I don't have Botcoin for this. I need to update the database again. Cool. All right, now let's try. Send and send. Okay, cool. So this thing is still delaying for 5 seconds, delaying for 5 seconds. This thing still hasn't even started, and now the last delay is going to take place. And again, this hasn't started. Now, as soon as we're like 2, 1, now this should start. I was off by like a second, but yeah. Now this started, and again, at the end of all of this, we should have our inventory look just like how we had it there. So it's not finished yet, and now it's finished. Perfect. Alvita says, does that mean every time I delete the bot bay, I'll lose the hardware? Yes, it does. And you can find out more information about that here. That is what's described at the bottom, committing a bay. So when you're finished making your bay, you can choose to commit it. By doing so, should you ever need to change it, you need to delete it. Now, your green bay that you have, the top one, that is your research bay. That can be modified at any time you want. So watch this. I have Zapper 3, Teleport 2, Cloaking 2. When I just remove everything from there and I hit Update, those things went into my inventory. So Zapper 3, I forgot what the other things were, Cloaking 2 and something else. Teleport. And the reason why I only got one teleport item just by having 2 levels of it has to do with whether hardware is scalable or not. And once there's a real UI for all of this, it'll make a lot more sense of how this stuff works. But for right now, it might not be so straightforward. So when I put those things back on here, then I take them out of my inventory. So your floating bay, or your research bay, sorry, that's what we're calling this. Your research bay is this green one. This is something, feel free to modify. If you want to try out different strategies and you say, okay, you know what, I really wanted Melee 3 or Melee 2 here, and update, I get my cloaking back, and Melee gets taken from here. But when I finally say, okay, this works, I really like this, I'm going to put this here, and I'm going to commit this. Great. Whoops, I needed to update this bot first. There. Now I want to commit this. Great. So now it's locked in. For me to delete it means I just lose those items. Okay, so is there any other thing I would need to do here? Would I need 4 update on these future ones too? Because I wear in a decrement. What happens if I put this here? Because I am updating this stuff. Yeah, maybe I'm gonna try this. So let's update the table again. Good. I want this closed. Okay, there. Got it. Alright, we wait for these things to finish. Good. They're both loaded. We try this again. In fact, let me just duplicate this. One will do this on the first server, one will do this on the other server. Delete me. So this will work on 8081. So I can just hit send and then go over to here and hit send there too. Yeah, everyone, Webpack is all done and the builds are taking about 5 seconds as opposed to 17. So I did save a lot of time. Now I'm testing out the 4 update in SQL and it seems to be working fine. So yeah, I tested this first without having 4 update, and 2 transactions could work at the same time and cause really bad results. So now when I do 4 update, they run sequentially, not concurrently. The only thing I'm kind of wondering about is, do I need 4 update on all of the different pieces of this transaction? So first I call into this with a 4 update. And now this transaction has a lock on that user. So then anything I want to do with the user, I probably don't need another 4 update because it's already been locked. Is that correct? I think that's how this works. But I don't think this hurts to do. I'm not sure how best to structure this stuff. Anyway, I can remove these delays out of here. I'll just copy this over to here for right now. Actually, I'll just copy it in there. There we go. So delete this, delete the other 2 instances of this. That was weird. Yeah. So if you lock edit, then you want to edit again, lock again. It's locked until it's edited. But so what happens if you do, what happens during this? Like, here are my statements that I have. So this one is going to be select from users where ID equals 0 for update, or where ID equals 1, whatever, right? So that's what this statement is. And then this one is going to say, well, I don't know how decrement commands work in SQL, but whatever. This is, we're basically going to say something like update users set bot coin equals whatever, 100, let's just say, where ID equals 1. So does this keep the lock for me until the next edit? I don't think you can lock on an update. let me see how this works. Because it didn't produce an error for me, but then again, Knex might know, oh yeah, you just can't do that, so I'm going to stop you from doing it. Actually, this might not be, this probably doesn't turn into it. I don't know. I don't know what this turns into. I can figure it out by just printing it out. In fact, Decrement will tell me what it does. Knex.js. Decrement. Update. Set. Where, yeah. Yeah, so that's what I was doing. When I put a for update there, this didn't actually have a problem, but it doesn't necessarily mean it does anything. Yeah, do toString on it. Yeah, I'll have to. Console.log.toString. Debug. Cool. All right, let's try that out. So I need to set this back to 200, start this. This is the normal server. So we just go here and hit send. And it says update users set. Yeah, okay, so you can't do a for update there. So that means you can't do a for update here either. Or whoops, oh, both those things were the same. And same thing there. Okay, so then what you said is locked until it's edited. So if you lock edit, then you want to edit again, lock again. So what I'm doing here is let me put all these things in one file. And I already kind of had that here. So let's close this one. And okay, so here's what I'm doing. And these set botcoin equals botcoin minus 100, let's say. And then this one is update users set inventory equals, and I'm just going to make something up here. I'll just say like that you have lasers 2, whatever. Great. All right, so then here are my statements all at once down here. This one, and this one. So I selected this one for update. And then everyone said, so if you lock edit, then you want to edit again, lock again. So I have locked, and then here I edit it, and then here I apparently, according to EJ, I don't have the lock here. Is that correct? But I don't think that's true, because based on what I saw, I just combine the two updates into one. Actually, yeah, that's something I should be doing. And yeah, I'm not sure why I didn't do that. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know if that's true because I put this in between all of these. So I put this here, I put this here, and I put this here. And then I kicked off 2 calls into the database. And it wasn't until 15 seconds passed that the second transaction was allowed to start. So I don't know if that's true, but maybe I did something wrong there. Yeah, but this should be one update. I agree with you there. So botcoin, we don't just subtract this. Make the new inventory, and then we update this too. So update botcoin would be whatever your starting botcoin was minus total cost. But why do we even get a response here when we don't care about that? Okay, so now I wrote something wrong. Line 514, unexpected identifier. Oh, there's no comma. So I want to look up how that works. Select for update. Locks the rows. Did you lock, then update on the thread, then the second thread locked before the first was done? The second thread was trying to lock. So basically, I had these 2 things happening. Imagine that this function is called twice at the same time, or roughly the same time, at roughly the same time. Once from server 1, once from server 2. Locking reads, is this where I was? Yeah, this is where I was. I'll have to read through this. Locks the rows and any associated index, the same as if you issued an update statement for those rows. Other transactions are blocked from updating, from doing select, or from reading the data on certain transaction isolation levels. Consistent reads ignore any locks set on the rows that exist in the read view. They're released. No, it's released when the transaction is committed. Yeah. It's not just when an update is done. It's when the transaction's done. Yeah. So then, and that's what I was seeing too. So that's okay. So this isn't totally true. Although if you combine all your updates into one, it's sort of true. So yeah. Then if I just put my for update, if I'm very careful about how I construct these things, and maybe I'll be killing performance here, but who knows. So here I have delete botbay. So return trx.botbays rows affected. Then we update the user. So since we need to acquire locks in the right order every time, if something has the user lock, yeah, okay, let me think about this. No, not never listen to you. I think it's good to confirm this stuff. Delete botbay. So here's how this is working right now. In fact, let me paste it like this. That way it's JavaScript syntax. So I have two main tables in Botland right now. I have show tables. I have botbays and I have users. Connect migrations is just for connects. Doesn't matter. So if I ever want to update botbays, I probably want to select the user for an update. Yeah, so I guess this is the big question now. What's my transaction lock level? I haven't actually changed it. So whatever the default is what I'm using. And that's what I wanted to look into right now. So MySQL transaction isolation. Wait, share. Share is for reads, right? Man, this is where things start getting crazy. I don't know exactly what I'm doing, but yeah, I have a couple of questions. So questions. Do I need to modify the transaction isolation level at all? And that would be this page. No, not this page. This page. So the default InnoDB supports each of the transaction isolation levels. You can enforce a high degree of consistency with the default repeatable read. So default requires a commit repeatable read. Wait, what, everyone? Default requires a commit repeatable read? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Default isolation level. For consistent reads, there's an important difference from the read committed. All consistent reads within the same transaction read the snapshot established by the first read. The convention means that if you issue several plain non-locking select statements, these select statements are consistent also with respect to each other. Wait a second. This is isolation within a transaction, or is it also between transactions? GStar Gaming says, no, you don't leave it at default. It is by default ACID. Okay. Alright, let me paste this in here. So the answer is no for that. But then the other question I have is, so question, I have the botbays table and the users table. Now, if this were something like well, anyway, let me get the question out, I guess. So I have a couple of things here. So there's update hardware set bot bay hardware config. So here I get the user first in order to figure out what exactly. Man, this is going to be a monster of a function. So I have these two functions. One, update bot bay hardware. This does A, select the user to get their ID, then B, select the bot bay, and like do some updates. Is that even? Let me make sure that's correct. I haven't gotten to the question yet, but I need to make sure the background of this is right. Yeah, got it. For update. Okay, so yield TRX, and then I get this, and then I must update something in here. Yeah, and then I update the bot. Okay, good. So I need to update two things in this thing. So then C, update the user inventory, and D, update the bot's hardware. Okay, good. Then two, one of my other functions that I have is delete a bot bay. And here I select the bot bay, and then B, select the user. Although how that works is actually a little bit different. And then I don't actually select the bot bay. Yeah. Okay, well, let's say I had these two functions. So they work differently from how I set it, but you can see that here A and B are reversed for these two things. So you could end up with a deadlock where I've acquired the bot bay, this thing's acquired the user, and now they each want the other person's lock. So normal deadlock resolution is create a hierarchy on how you're going to access things. So I could just reverse these two and then never end up in a deadlock. Is that the suggested solution for this sort of thing? So yeah, problem above. Suppose I call function 1A and 2A at the same time, it would deadlock. So what even happens when you deadlock in the database? Does one of them just fail and then need to be repeated? Because if that's the case, there's actually not too much of a problem. Although it could be maybe not as performance as it should be. I should probably test what happens in this case. Okay, let's just do it. So either always acquire in the same order or acquire all at once. Can you even acquire them all at once in MySQL? I don't think you could, right? Because you'd be doing select for update. Oh, unless there's some like multiple select. One would throw an error. Okay. So as long as I make sure that I do acquire the locks that I need, there's no way for me to like totally screw up the user's view of the system. It might get slower, it might take a second attempt at something, but there's no way for you to get into a state that's bad. So I don't mind acquiring everything in the same order every time. If I deadlocked, or you'd use locks, but that's dirty. Well, I guess I'm not talking about locks. I'm talking about update for, or select for update, because that is a locking mechanism, right? How did they describe this? Yeah, locks the row and any associated index entries. So then the question after this, so solutions, I guess one would be ignore the problem entirely, and users would have to retry their queries from time to time. And that sucks, of course. And then two would be acquire the locks in the same order every time. Always be prepared to reissue a transaction if it fails due to deadlock. Deadlocks are not dangerous, just try again. Yeah, reissuing a transaction is something I feel like the user could do. Like I could keep track of this stuff and then make sure that it worked, and if not, try again. Wait, Tom, you said, or you could use locks, but that's dirty. Wait, which locks are dirty? If you mean software locks, then yes, I agree. Especially because I'd be coding this in JavaScript. But if you mean using the database locks as dirty, then I'm super confused. Okay, so then another question I'm going to have after this is, uh, do I ever need to do select dot 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 lock in what's it called, share mode? So yeah, so a deadlock would just throw an error. But yeah, it would be a bad idea for me to have a case like that. So I don't think I have much of an issue then. I acquire a lock for the user for basically anything the user wants to do. Then I do the thing the user wants to do and acquire locks for any other tables they access, like the BotBay table. Although if I'm acquiring a lock for the user for anything the user wants to do, I don't need to acquire any other locks because the user at least needs to go through their own table, which means that every single function in here would need a user ID. Unfortunately, searching for these functions is not the most easy thing to do. So can I search for things like this? This slash W with a caret over here dot star slash this? Does it work? Fine, next. No, that doesn't work. Why does this regex not work? Oh, this. That's why. Okay, yeah, that worked. All right, so now we have all the functions. All right, great. Find all. So here are the functions that I have, and the ones that don't take a user ID are these functions. Create user. Well, that makes sense. Create user can't take a user ID because there isn't one yet. Set BotBay name. Set all users as valid. Get BotBay. Get user by name. It's a deadlock only occurs if both transactions have to access opposing rows and locks. So yeah. No, I'm aware of that, and that's just like any other kind of deadlocking. And yeah, the way you'd fix that, the whole dining philosophers problem. There were like 4 things on here. Dining philosophers. Either have a mediator, have a partial order, arbitrator, resource hierarchy. Yeah. And so resource hierarchy is probably what I'm going to do. Hey, Decatech. It's only painful when you have potential parallel requests against the same data. If everything sequential is pretty sweet. So if you have 2 servers trying to edit one BotBay at once, it will wait because it can wait. Yeah. Yeah, so, okay, I'm going to use the bathroom again. When I get back, well, there are a couple things I got to do. So, 1, make sure I'm applying a resource hierarchy. User table, then the bot table. And then 2 is, well, figure this thing out. Do I ever need to do select lock and share mode? Oh wait, no, that's not even correct. I gotta go update that. Phantom today. Adam is adding proper isolation to the SQL layer. And this is 12:23 p.m. All right. Well, anyway, I'll be right back. Alright, so make sure I'm applying a resource hierarchy. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to mention here, which I just closed out of, I think. Oh great. Well, let's fetch this thing again. In fact, they're already all selected. Yeah, here. So all of these functions, I need to make sure they're working correctly. I'll just go through them all one by one, make sure. Wow, it's fate, Wouter. Okay, so transaction, return TRX bot base. I think I want to use the whole coroutine thing everywhere. It just seems neater. So I'm going to do this. We're going to do select. What are they doing here? I don't think it matters what order I put this in. Whether it's for update select or select for update. I think Connext figures it out. Yeah, but they put for update before the select. So let's just do the same thing here. Whoops. For update. Okay, great. So we get the user. Now the rest of this stuff can be deleted because we're about to change it down here. So then they had this stuff. Hey, that's me who had this stuff. Then they delete a bot bay. So lock the user table first. What if I didn't do this? I just deleted the... Yeah, then there could be another transaction that is updating that row and could recreate it. Yeah, so I need to do this. I couldn't see myself in creative category earlier. Yeah, I couldn't. I'll try to show you what I'm seeing here. Maybe... I don't know. Well, let's let that load, and I'll try to figure this thing out. So next up, we want to yield this. And we get the rows affected. Yield. See, I guess what I could do here is I could lock on the bot bay as well. Also, what if you try locking on a bot bay that doesn't exist? Probably nothing happens. Wouldn't make sense to lock on the whole table. Let's see. This thing should have loaded up now. So yeah, can I see myself in here? Atom. Yeah, oh, there I am. I'm there now, I guess. And what, I can sort by game dev in here? Does that even work? Yeah, it works. Okay. Hey, JNix. Okay, so yeah, I think the next best thing to do would be yield trx bot bays dot for update dot select dot where id equals bay id. So now lock the bot bays table. Well, lock the user row first, lock the bot bays row, and then delete it. Then after that, I get how many rows were affected. That's the response here. So we can say let rows affected, and if it was 0, we can throw an error. Although I don't think that's, I mean, we'd know up here if it was 0 because we know that we selected 0 of these things. And since we locked it, then it wouldn't be possible for it to be 0. Yeah, so up here is where we should check this. If dbresp.length equals 0, no bay found to delete. This should be impossible. This should just be totally impossible. This should be completely impossible. We locked the row above in our select and then checked to make sure it existed. So the delete has to be able to work. The only way it may not is if a foreign key constraint is not met. It's worth having this code here at least. Okay, then what do? We increment the number of bays for the user. Rows affected is returned from there. I'll need to check the caller side here. Red as a tortoise says, new question here, but what is the key that you press to delete stuff after your bar that writes thing? So there are a couple things you might be talking about. If you have like first word, second word, so the bar that writes is your cursor. If I hit Control Delete, it will delete, well actually let me put a third word here too. Control Delete will delete an entire word after the cursor. Control Backspace will delete an entire word before the cursor. And Control Shift Delete will delete until the end of the row. So that might answer your question. If you have anything else, yeah, feel free to ask. So rows affected, then we do this. Return this, but then we catch an error and throw it. All right. Increment, then return rows affected. I don't care about that. Okay, so lock the user row, lock the bot bay row. Make sure of this. I shouldn't say this should be completely impossible. Then increment the number of empty bays. Okay, I think that's it. So now we've not only implemented our hierarchy there, but now we're selecting based on the user. Why did we even need the user? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool. So that function is done. I'll write it at the beginning, I guess. Done. Now generate and get user rewards. Here. Well, one of the questions I guess I need to answer before I go any further is, do I need this select lock in share mode? Sets a shared mode lock on any rows that are read. Other sessions can read them but cannot modify them until your transaction commits. If any of these rows were changed by another transaction that has not yet committed, your query waits until that transaction ends. And then uses the latest value. Okay, let me see if I understand this then. So other sessions can read the rows but can't modify them until your transaction commits. But another transaction could? Because otherwise my query wouldn't have anything to wait for. What is the use case for this? I guess if you're not going to do an edit, for example, if you just wanted to select other session can read the rows, we can't modify them until your transaction commits. It sounds like I should be using one of these for everything that I do. So eventually I'm going to update this. So I should just say select for update. Doesn't make sense to not do that here. So lock that row, make sure the user exists. Then update it. Great, perfect. Okay, I guess that's done then. So we mark this as done too. Now create bot bay. Let's get down to that. So this is going to have a lock here for update. And then we're creating a bot bay. So whenever you're inserting a row, the database makes sure you can't insert two rows with the same ID. So I shouldn't need to do anything special here, nor in create user. Yeah, so I think that should be fine. But then this thing, that's actually the third thing I need to do. Yeah, so the final thing I should write up here is make sure I'm doing as few updates as possible. Make sure I'm doing as few updates as possible. So here's one of those cases where I'm doing an unnecessary one. Bot bay insert response. So users, I'm updating the inventory and then I'm decrementing the number of empty bot bays. There is no reason for that. Yeah, so let's put this here. Num empty bot bays. There. Now I can get rid of this. That's one call I don't need to make to the database, and then that should be done. So then create user. I don't think I need any locks here either. I just insert a user and then, and then I insert into the bot bay. Then I would. Yeah, because since I don't have a lock on this, then something could update the user and make a new bot before I get done with this one. Yeah, I'll need to do this. Nick says, can anyone recommend some good books on game design? I'm thinking component-based entity systems and stuff. Nick, there's a free book. I don't know if I've linked this to you before. Let me find this really fast. Here it is. So there's a free book that's actually online. I think this is a pretty good start. And then from there you can branch out. It takes, I don't know, maybe like 3 hours to read through, 4 hours. It depends on how much you want to test things out as you're doing it. So it's not a very long read, but it's helpful. So here, let's go back to our coroutine design that I'd had before. Put this here. Now the first thing I want to do is insert into the users table. I don't know if there's any way to do this actually. Here's what I'm trying to do. Insert into the users table and then create a bot for that user in the bot bays table. I don't really know why I capitalize those things. No, this shouldn't really matter. What I wanted to make sure of is you can't create a user and then before you create your first bot bay, call into the API to create your own. But even if you did that, it wouldn't be a problem really. Yeah. At this point though, I could lock the user. Yeah, actually, a caller wouldn't know what ID'd even. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do then. Here's what we'll change this to. So we'll do this. We'll yield this. Let dbresp equal that. So we have the username, whatever else. Okay, cool. Now let's actually, now that the row exists, let's lock on it. So now we do this. Okay, good. Although, is there really a point to doing that? I don't think so. Yeah, I think the only other thing I have to do now is just this. So user ID array, that I actually want. We have to say const user ID equals dbresp 0 user ID array. Yeah. Okay. So I don't think we need to do any locks here. So then the only other step is this. Creating a bot bay for this user. And then what else happened here? We just said that we were done creating it. We don't really need that anymore. This part we want to keep over here. So that's it. We don't need this return. We just delete the rest of this. And then all of this can be removed too. That is a bit cleaner. So I'm going to say note, because we're creating a user and a bay here, I don't think there's anything that I need to lock on. I don't think there's anything I can lock on either. Okay, so create user should be done. Next, get bot bays for user. Gets all bot bays for a particular user. This is just a fetch operation. So this is where I could use this. Select lock and share mode. So while I'm reading this, other transactions can't edit it. If any of these rows were changed by another transaction that is not yet committed, your query waits until that transaction ends and then uses the latest values. So let's say, and this is where I don't understand the repercussions of this. So I have get bot bays for user, and I have like create bot bay. So this just does a select star from bot bays where user ID equals whatever ID you passed in. And this is an actual insert into bot bays, blah, whatever. So is there any case where these two functions can be called that I'd get something weird back from get bot bays? Like what if I said get bot bays for user and create bot bay in this order, or I guess in the other order? So there are only these two ways, right? And how they interleave. So get bot bays for user. I guess if you'd called create bot bay before it, I'd want to get that bay that you got. Yeah, so I guess I would do this in the in share mode. So does Connects have something for this? For share, yeah, it does. Okay, I think that's what I want here. So get bot bays for user. Yeah. We select we lock in share mode here so that if you had just called create bot bay and then this function, you'll get your new bot bay in this query. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. So then I think this is done. Next, get inventory for user. I think this is the same. I think this is the same thing. We want to put a for share here. No. Yeah. I think so. Yeah, that's what we want to do. For share is just for transactions. Oh, it is? Oh, so I don't need this. Okay, thanks everyone. So what does happen in here then if the way I have this right now is I'm just selecting whatever happens to be in the table? Okay, so yeah, what happens in this case? Create bot bay. Let's say I add a delay 50,000 in here. And then while this is running, so I call create bot bay and I add a delay 50,000 in there. While that's running, I call get bays for user, which just does select star from bot bays where user ID equals 1. What happens with get bot bays? You would have just been globally locking stuff random. Renat says, what are you coding? Yeah, it's Botland. That video will be helpful. So, okay, if I were to do this while that's running, I call it get bot base for user. Does this wait 50 seconds? So that's something I want to try out. No, that doesn't make any sense. Dissonance Disco says, oh, Disso says threaded is a solution. I'm not sure what you're suggesting there because this is JavaScript and I'm talking about the database at this point. If it just selects, nothing locks. So does this return immediately then, regardless of whether there's a delay? Do I even care if that's the case? Yeah, I guess I don't really care. Yeah. Hey, Capillara. Okay. So this doesn't even attempt to check if there's a lock. That's what I think I'm getting from this. Like, we just read the value and return it. Whatever's in the database at that second. Okay, yeah. So note, this is not a transaction. So I can't do select ... lock in shared mode. But I wouldn't really want to here anyway. This will just, this ignores locks completely and will just return whatever is in the database at this particular time. And the reason why this is fine is because, so the reason this is okay is because the caller, probably the client, will do something like create a bay, then wait for the response, then fetch all of the bays. Yeah. How's the day going so far? Well, I switched to Webpack. Webpack cut about 60 or 70% off of my build time, which is pretty nice. And now I'm working through one of the like gigantic bugs with Botland right now that I had just ignored because I didn't want to spend time on it yet. And now I'm getting to it. So it should be nice. And I'm going to get lunch soon. Okay, so then this is fine. Get bot bays for user. That's done. Get inventory for user. Even if you have a select for update, another select will still work fine. It just prevents updating before that initial transaction is done. Yeah, I see. Okay, so get inventory for user. So there's nothing really to modify here either, since this is just a normal select. Gets a field, doesn't do any modification, don't care about transactions. So then this is done too, just by default. Get user bot coin total, that's probably exactly the same way. Yes, it is. Cool, so that's done. Set user is valid. Now this is something that probably has a bug, but it's only for the sake of pre-beta. So I should still fix it, but I don't think it's not incredibly meaningful. So we can just say .for update here. Yeah, that's it. Okay, done. Okay, set bot bay name. Now here's the first time that I have to set something and I don't have the user's ID, because I typically want to lock on that first. But actually, all it is a resource hierarchy. I don't need to lock on the user for this, because this doesn't try to fetch the user afterward. So I just need to, I just need to set for update here. Huh. Oh wait, yeah, this was a non-transaction. Oh god, I gotta stop forgetting that. Stop trying to use for update outside of transactions. Yeah. I sure love screwing that up. So then, so then should this be a transaction? I guess it doesn't modify multiple tables. So what, nothing can interrupt a normal update statement? is going to work. See, this is where things get a little bit weird, I guess. So, yeah. So it's atomic, but does it wait for any locks to be removed? So suppose I have this flow. Select star from users where select for update from users star from users where ID equals 1. So transaction delay of 50 hours in here, and then do something with the user. Okay, and then I have just a normal select. Transactions are only for edits on more than one table or row or time in between two queries. Okay. It'll wait for transaction to complete if it's locked, otherwise it'll just update. Okay, good. So if I do something like this, update users set inventory equals blah. So the select will wait for 50 hours before finishing. So this is correct, everyone. Also, I'm going to grab some water. Ooh, I'm getting hungry. Wow. All right, I'm going to finish up as much of this as I can, then go get lunch, then come back and finish up the rest. So the select will wait for 50 hours before finishing. So, okay, that's good to know. I'm sure there's some kind of timeout, but otherwise, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's reasonable. I'm fine with that. Okay, so yeah, any basic sets or updates, I don't need anything for. So set bot bay name. I guess I'm just done with that. Child stuff. I haven't eaten for 4 hours. I don't think that's a bad time to be getting hungry. Buy bot bay for user. So here we have a user ID. We are doing a transaction here, so I can do a for update. I get the user, get the money, get all this other stuff, and then I just update the user. Okay, that's super easy. Yeah, that's done. Yeah, nice. Okay, buy salvage pack. That's here. So it's the same thing here. This has to be for update. And then that should be it. Done. Oh, probably get rid of this 30-second delay in here. That's not needed. 50-hour locks. So buy salvage pack is done. Open salvage pack. Open salvage pack. So this has to be a for update. And that's it. Cool. Good. Okay, buy item. I think buy item and sell item are going to be pretty much the same way. In fact, I already put that there. So something's been deleted here, though. I don't know what was deleted. That's possibly not good. Database wrapper. Where's buy item? Oh, this. I just combined it down there. Okay, good. So then sell item is going to need the same change. I just haven't made it yet. But then other than that, this is fine. So yeah, sell item is next. So buy item is done. Sell item, we need to do a .for update here. We get the inventory, and then we do both these things at once. So let's copy paste what I had here into here. So users ID set bot coin, increment it by total sell amount. So let's do this and this. Oh, and inventory doesn't need to change. Oh, yes, it does, because we sold the item. New inventory. Okay, good. Then return new inventory. Cool. You should all join Alvida's dev and I am botland. Let's take a look. All right, I'm on the red team. This is it. This is my chance for my Zapper bots to shine. So we're gonna put Zap. pursue enemy, melee, and teleport. If can teleport CE and get distance to CE is greater than 2, then teleport CE, and otherwise move left. Well, if can move left, move left. If can move up, move up. Otherwise move randomly. Save that. Deploy, deploy, deploy. Okay, so my bots should go right up to where Porphyria is, teleport to them, and then melee them down. So let's see if that works. Okay, well, that was a bad position to teleport into. While it works, it is not a great strategy. What does Porphyria have? Regen 15 life and decreased damage taken. Oh, that's very defensive. If only I can break this. Almost. So close. Okay, almost. Yeah, so I think Zapper is really bad right now. I think Cloaking might help me a bit, but it's still not great. Oh, almost killed it. Okay, good. There. I killed all of Porphyria's bots now. Cool. So now that I split them up, it should be easier for me to... Nope, never mind. I take it all back. Yeah. Yeah. Evening the score a bit. Still doing horribly. Whatever, I'll just leave it. Let me pick one more thing. Let's take this one. What did Porphyria pick? Nothing so far. Ah, you act 3% sooner after any action. Haste. Yeah, I lose. Oh well. Alright, so then sell item is done. So done. Set bot bay hardware config. So we're selecting the user. Do we actually update the user? Yes, we do. So this is where we got to get serious about this. Alright, then get the bot bay. We need to select this for update as well. Then, how many updates do I do down here? One for the user, one for the bot bay. Okay. Looks good. Okay, so this is done. So set user password. This should be another one of those basic things. Yeah, that's fine. So that's done. Set all users is valid. That's actually done too. Cool. Save token. Okay, done. Get bot bay, get user by name. These should all be fine too. Yeah, good, good, and good, because none of those are transactions. All right, so I have just I've just gone through every SQL function that I have, anything that interacts with the database, and I fixed them all. Of course, I need to test this, and I should run a very quick test now. So let's do that, and then I'll probably, then in the afternoon, yeah, here's what I should do in the afternoon, is write the rest tests, I think. So this stuff. Ideally what I'd have here is I'd have arbitrary delays added in and something just hitting the server constantly with a bunch of different APIs and making sure that the results are what they should be. But that's actually pretty hard to do. So yeah, after this, afternoon, write rest test. Otherwise, I don't know if I broke anything. So for right now, what we're going to do is check this in, I guess. No, ad hoc testing. That's what I wanted to do. Yeah. Okay, cool. So let's go into, it's going to be kind of annoying to do. Let's go into, delete this, because that doesn't need to be there. All right, create super token. Done. So we got this. All right, now I don't want that to leave my clipboard. Super token. So let's create a user using this token. Save this. User's name is going to be test. Send. Okay, cool. So we got user ID 5. We got to remember that. Now let's create a bot bay for that user. So create a bay. Done. They got bay ID 7. So user ID 1, bay ID 6 research, and 7 created. So now their inventory, if I say get user, should not have full missiles and lasers. It has, yep, good, cool, that worked. Okay, get bots for user. So we get user 5's bots. Yep, missiles 3, lasers 2, good. Get inventory for user. Get their inventory. Yep. Get user by name. Name equals test. Looks good. Get user by token. Don't care about that. Get bot bay 5. Yep, looks good. And bot bay, oh no, 7 is what I wanted actually. Owned by user 5 missiles. Yep, good. And then this one should be is edible. Good. Okay, get bot coin total. I know this is like super boring to watch, but I've got to make sure I didn't screw this stuff up. Get bay cost. This is not something worth testing. Get daily rewards for user 5. Pseudo money gain 0. Yeah, day has not passed yet. Buy item for user. This won't actually work, right? What happens when we do this? No user ID found in token payload. That's one of the tests I need to do. So where are the rest tests? Make sure you can't invoke regular APIs with a super token, e.g. buy item. All right, sell item, same thing we wouldn't be able to do. This stuff we wouldn't be able to do. Okay, I'm happy with this. If there are any bugs, we'll find them when we write the test. So then promise I'm no longer using in here, right? Promise dot, no, I'm not using it at all. Batch. Oh, boy, dreamer. Alright, busy, I don't care about that either. So I should take a quick look through this and make sure everything I modified was a transaction here. And later we'll test this to make sure it does. Actually, we already have a test written, so I might as well run that test. BLT gulp rest test. All right, well, that'll work, do its thing. Good, that's a for update. Yeah. So where I modify a bot's hardware here, I have the user ID, that part's fine. Then I need to lock the bot bay as well. So where do I lock here also when I delete the bay? So that nothing else can update it. That makes sense. Generating the user rewards. So really, I very rarely use the bot bays table, huh? That's for update. That is... Oh, this is actually probably a bug then. Oh no, I locked it for update up there. Okay. Yeah, cool. Seems like everything's fine then. Right, this is locked up above. Darn it, I lost that. For update. Delete, yeah. Oh, this is insert, so you can't have locked it. This is also insert, yeah. Okay, yeah, I think this is good. So I gotta just continue to look through here. That's fine. And I changed things into coroutine. So really this commit message should say a few things. Fixed database wrapper so that it uses for update when necessary. This is only needed in transactions. I always lock the users table first, then the bot bays table if I have to. Changed many of the functions so that they use coroutines, and removed a couple of unnecessary update calls into the database by lumping multiple from the same transaction into a single statement. Good. And yeah, just need to look at the rest of this function. For update, yeah, for update. So all of the transactions are covered at this point. In fact, I could check that relatively quickly by doing this. I can search for all the places where I did transaction, then select the next few lines, and then paste them into a file, and I should see for update in every single one of these. Good, good, good. Not there, but that was for inserting a user. That's actually fine. Those are all fine. Yep. So yeah, everything's fine. Cool. All right. That's good. So I need to file away. I need to file away some of these notes. Desktop SQL notes. So yeah. Close that. Close that. That. Yeah, cool. I think I'm all set then. So when I get back from lunch, so this thing should be fixed. I'll mark these things. I don't really care if any of this is done or not. Fine. So this I'm going to cancel. This I'm going to cancel. This should be good. Yeah, I saw that, Watcher. Thank you very much. I don't think it's a good idea, to be honest, to have that schedule page there at all. Because I don't think anyone is going there to find my schedule. But if you want to update it, I think that's okay. I don't know if it's the best use of your time. So write rest tests. So this is these. Write rest tests. Cool. Make sure HTTP status codes are correct from APIs is something the REST client should know how to do. Yeah, this is what I'll do in the afternoon. So then, how far did we get already? There are still a bunch of outstanding bugs in to-do items, some tasks, security issues, yeah. Alright, but I at least did this. Webpack. So far, little people are going there. I figured why not keep it up and see where it goes. Yeah, I think part of the reason I suggest not doing it is because on my page every week I try to make sure to update my schedule, and because I might take a day off and it could throw off 2 weeks worth of your schedule, then that's why I don't think it's worth it. So I have this here always. I know your page links to this, but anyway. Today is day 74, right? Yeah. Good. Also, is this the real server? It is. Oh, I'm the only one not playing. Alright, let me choose this, and then I don't even have shield. Alright, I'm going to go with this. RD artillery. Go, go, go. Okay, Walter. Yeah, and that's fine. Like I said, you don't necessarily have to agree with me. If you don't mind doing it, that's okay. Alvitas has dance bots down here. I don't entirely know what they're doing, but they're there. Oh, blue team's winning, and I'm probably hurting our chances of winning. No, I have a positive KDR. That's not bad. Just keep shooting artillery in there. What does my bot do first? It tries to shoot missiles first. I guess that makes more sense. Interesting. Hey Miguel, I'm actually going to go get lunch right now. So let's take a look at who's on the lunch list. Oh, also that test passed. Okay, so the existing rest test I have is fine. That's good to know. Okay, so let's take a look at the lunch list. It is Frunky many, many times. Alright, so remove from lunch BRB. Frunky. Alright, so BRB lunch 40M Frunky. Right? Yeah. Alright, I'll be back in about 40 minutes, and when I get back, I'll be back for about 3 hours. So I will see you all later. Remember, Botland is currently free to play. If you want to play, just whisper that in chat, and you'll get access until Sunday. So yeah, take care everyone. See you soon. All right. So next up is the REST tests. So before writing more tests, perhaps extend REST client, so REST test. How quickly do these things run? Not very quickly, I'm pretty sure. Hey, Judge Bacon. Okay. So right now, here's what the tests look like. Actually, there's only one test, and it's this. I tried to just hit every API, I guess. I don't know. And the majority of these things, at least it's a coroutine, that part's nice. So the majority of these things, I just keep hitting new APIs, making sure that I get what I expect to get. Yeah, but I'm not testing individual cases here. I really need to make sure that I'm testing all of the different cases. Go through, check. How about this? No, I can't check code coverage on this. Code coverage. This would require using the server directly instead of starting the process myself. Okay, so here's what's happening right now. Right now, at the beginning of all of the tests, what I do is, where is this? Well, I delete the database, but I also launch the server and then make sure that it's running. So it goes, there are two processes here. There's the test process, and then there's the REST server itself. And the communication happens in a very real way. So it's not a faked call into the server. It's as though a user were doing it, actually hitting the endpoint, getting a response, seeing what happened. So what I could do here, because of how Supertest works, I could simply call this with a server that I create myself. So central server main. So just like how this makes a REST server, I could do the same thing and then just pass that in, and everything would work just fine. And then I'd have code coverage that way too. However, then I would need to change how the tests get built, and that'd probably screw everything up. But without that, I don't have code coverage, and I think code coverage is probably more important than testing this for real. It's a challenging decision to make. Yeah, so here's what I'm worried about. Test right now, if I go into dist staging, central server is just a symlink. And part of the reason for that is so that I can get the database stuff. I would need to have the database folder exist somewhere. I don't know where. Like this makes use of, right here, path.join, central server, database, migrations. I just had to specify a different directory, I guess. It wouldn't be so bad. Maybe. So let's say I didn't have this here. The test will stop working. Whoops. Gulp REST test. Also, as long as let me find this. Save this as run REST test .cmd gulp REST test. There we go. All right, so yeah, it says cannot find module. Great. So we know where this is running out of, though. We know that it's running out of test dist staging. So we can do ... central server. So we just do that. And then run this, and everything should be fine. And then we don't need a symlink any longer. Remember, the tests get published to test/dist/staging as of. So the relative directory is based on that. So yeah, we should see a command prompt just spawn on my machine, and well, we didn't because I screwed this up. Cannot find module ... central server. Why is it even looking there? What? What? Dist staging central server. Yeah, this stuff exists. What's going on? Did this not build? Test is teal. Rest test main did finish building. I don't understand why it's even looking for this. Init database? Oh, here. Oh, that's stupid. That's really stupid. So here's what I should have done here. I should have said this, central server directory, and then const init database script. Hey Weedley. Horforia says, where do I find the pursue closest ally card? So that probably doesn't exist. Let me take a look. So, yeah, okay. So we have, you can do find closest allied bot. You can do this. Set, now let's rename this, closest ally. And then you can do if exists closest ally, then pursue closest ally. So this is what you want, Horforia. I'll take a quick screenshot of this. I'll paste it in case you didn't get to see it. Oh, you already saw it. Well, whatever, I'll upload it anyway. There. So then the init database script is going to be path.join the central server directory. What? I guess just database, init database. So then this is fixed, and then this will run. Yeah. Okay, let's try that. Cannot read property join of undefined because I don't have path yet. Well, this doesn't necessarily need to be done here. All right, I think I might have fixed this. And then if I did, there no longer needs to be a symlink. So that's step one. Yeah, that only sort of worked. Test dist central server. This didn't work. Central server directory. Central server. Yeah, what happened? Database in a database. Okay, I don't know. Central server directory. And then what's this? I would find it weird if it's not finding the central server directory correctly. But we're about to see what this is equal to. There it is. Test dist central server. So yeah, that's a problem. But how is this happening? Test dist staging test rest test, I guess. So it's coming from here. So it's gonna be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, maybe that's it. So it's really test dist staging test rest test. Yeah, I think that's what was causing this to fail. Excuse me. By the way, I've been keeping track of statistics since the well, I've been keeping track of stats for a while now. But Monday of this week, I'd gotten 22 followers. The next day, 21. The next day, 10. And so far today, it's been 1. So I think moving to the creative category has like killed the number of new followers that I have, which is unfortunate. I think there's a discoverability problem right now, and I don't think there's much I can do about it. I mean, short of leaving Twitch, going to a different site entirely. When you have a public class with a function that several different classes use, is this the only solution to access it, with the exception of making it public static? Let's see. So you have util, void math, make a new util, another function. Yeah. So when you have, so the way that classes work, you make an instance of the class. That's something you did on line 11. And then you access functions by just using the reference to the instance that you have and then calling a function on it. So yes, that is, it's not actually the only way to call it. You could probably use reflection and do things too. Skynet, game dev and programming don't exist any longer. So yeah, Weedly, this is the only way to do things unless you use something called reflection, which will let you inspect what functions are at runtime, and then maybe you could get access to the function and do something unusual. It depends on what language it is. This looks like it's probably C#, but it's, I don't know if you can tell the difference between this and JavaScript just by looking at it. Or not JavaScript, Java. Really, since when? The 19th, so it was 3 days ago. I started the 19th in the game dev section, and then after lunch, I was in the creative section. I didn't do anything. It just moved me there automatically. But Weedly, what is the intent behind asking this question? Are you trying to make sure you can't do something, or are you just trying to verify that what you've learned is correct? Because yeah, this is the canonical way that you do this. A class called util, though, especially something like this, if you see a function where you're not using this, so for example here, you have a function that adds 2 numbers. Because you're not using this, I would expect this to probably be a static function somewhere, because it could be part of any class and it would do the same thing. No, Skynet, so they redirect you to creative with the tag that you want from the channel. That's how they should be working. Symlink. Yeah, okay, so let's check this in. This is, I made it so that the REST test no longer requires a symlink to the central server. Yeah. However, now the relative path just got a little bit nastier. Okay, there's that. Next is, how would I directly incorporate this? And the only answer I have for that is to start requiring these files. Tisk. Actually, if I want to require these files, I don't even need to. Okay, well, let's do this one step at a time. So, central server source. So we go into the central server's gulp file. We have bin source. So we need source here. And then shared. We have that already. Okay, so yeah, we just take the central server. Then we restart this. Gulp server watch, is that what I have to run here? Weedly says, I'm making a quite large project and currently recoding parts of it to make it a lot more efficient, learn how to handle large amounts of code, for me at least. I have trouble dealing with large projects, like when I made a Super Mario game, it just got so spaghetti and I want to unspaghetti my code. Yeah, I think, Weedly, that's a venerable venture for you. I remember I had the same problems, and that's where design patterns come into play. So you'll learn, here's where things, if you're going to use object-oriented programming, here's where things should go into a class, here's where there should be an interface instead maybe, here's where inheritance can help, here's where it can hurt, here's where composition is good, here's Yeah, you'll eventually learn that stuff. Skynet says there are still streamers, and when I click them, it says playing game dev or programming. Yeah, I don't know. You can probably still pick the channel, but or maybe they reversed a decision or something. But I definitely started Tuesday in game dev, and then I was no longer in game dev at the end of it. So it could be that something changed, and it could be that I don't know. There's some way to get around this, or who knows. But yeah, I think there is a discoverability problem right now. And I think it's partially evidenced by my follower count getting cut into like 10% of what it normally is. So it's just a trial and error phase, yeah. Alright, so hopefully this is done. Now what this should have done is it should have put into the test folder dist staging. Yeah, I have the central server here now. So now I can start to make use of this. Now if I'm going to do that, that means, what does that mean exactly? Yeah, well, it depends on how I want to do this. I can do this the organic way or the inorganic way. It's following game dev group and it still shows up as game dev in my followed games. When I click it, it goes to creative. Yeah, things are different. I'm not exactly sure how. So Skynet, I'm not sure if the same thing is still happening for you, but yeah, who knows. So there's one way to run this here, and then the other way to run this would be to create this thing myself using this, where the starter inventory is something I probably, I'm gonna have to modify a lot of this stuff. Salvage pack generator. I just want to make sure I'm not screwing something up here. I actually don't think it matters. If I screw something up, then I screw something up. I'm going to try this out. So I need the same requirements that I have here. A salvage pack generator and an item template depot. And apparently a database wrapper, which is fine, I think. But I'm going to need a lot of this stuff. Password database. Yeah, I need practically all of this. Setup inventory. Maybe I should just include main.js and then make my own main. Except for you can't because that's not exported. Yeah. Tough. I'm not sure what I want to do. Okay, so yeah, the question I have is, should I make this accessible to everything? I don't think so. I think I just take the classes that I need. Okay, so then I need salvage pack generator, item template depot, and database wrapper. So I need these three things. Let's take those and put them into here. Then I'll get rid of all of the test code that I have now. Or maybe I should make this a totally different set of things. Man, this is going to be challenging, just figuring out how I'm supposed to structure this. Orphoria says, will you deploy some bots onto my team for a second so I can test my... Yeah, sure. Oh, the match is about to end. Alright, I'll just deploy bots that move randomly. Let's deploy 2 of those, and then I'll deploy one that moves randomly half the time. If percent chance 50, then move randomly. There. Oh wait, I can't deploy them on your team, no. Because I'm not on your team. Yeah, someone else would need to join the game in order for us to figure out your team-based behavior. Yeah, I don't have a way of spawning an AI bot, I don't think. Sorry, Horforia. The game's about to end too, so in 2 seconds it's just gonna freeze. Yeah. Well, yeah, if someone else ends up joining, then you'd be able to try this out. How did you get a kill? Oh, you got a kill on me. Okay. So everyone has joined. But we gotta wait 2 minutes. So I guess I'll come back in a bit. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we need at least 3 people on for you to be guaranteed to be on someone else's team. So let's do this. Let's stop. Oh, see, setup database doesn't need to be happening. Oh, Dibs, it doesn't cost any points right now. If you want to get access to the game, it's totally free. In fact, anyone can get access. So yeah, I want to make this. Let's cut this code out. And then this code. This is. Yeah, I'm not sure what's best to use here. And then finally, we just make one test function here. It should foo. All right, this dot timeout 10,000. Done with the test. And we can do this same setup here. Good. Cool. So what have I screwed up now? Import and export, illegal import on 423. Oh yeah, I didn't mean to keep that there. Okay, so we got to set these classes up. How will I go about doing this? So set up database wrapper. This was made this way. Oh, it's going to be tedious. It's going to be very tedious. Database wrapper equals null. Let salvage pack generator equals null. And let item template depot equals null. Did the game start? Okay, it started. So I am not on Horforia's team. It's fine. I'll just make a bot to kill everyone. Oh wait, I don't have that bot set up. Okay. I'm on the blue team, so let's move right. And I'll change this slightly. Let's do the whole if there's a 50% chance that I move randomly. So percent chance 50, duplicate this, move randomly. And if I can't do anything, we'll also put this here. Okay, there we go. And I have regen on here, I think. Yeah, I do. Stupid everyone, reflect shield. Just gotta kill. Oh. I wonder if I should just reprioritize it. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make artillery come first. I think that's a good change. That way I can't be reflected. Wait for my bots to die off now. They'll never die though. Okay, there we go. Now I deploy. So these prioritize shooting artillery when they can, which means, oh, that's actually not probably a good thing, but well, we'll see. They'll only shoot missiles at the 4 range. In Whisper on Twitch, when you double click a word, it won't highlight. Is this a bug? I don't know. I really don't know. These bots are doing much better now. Yeah, because you can't reflect artillery. And having a range of 7 on artillery is pretty powerful. Especially given these hit and run strategies you can do. This is ridiculous. He wrote a trap script. Too bad. I can see how bad artillery is as soon as someone starts moving, though. Anyway, I should write this test and stop lollygagging. These things, I'm pretty sure I have somewhere. Yeah, database host, but I have it in setup database. I don't like any of this. Is there any reason for me to test the server the way that I'm testing it right now? I wrote all the code for it. I don't think that's a good enough reason to keep the code, though. All right, what are the pros and cons? So in one, I'm testing server.js and its routes. I really think that's all that matters. Maybe I just get rid of this code. Oh, that would be disappointing. That would be very disappointing. But I think it's worth it. That way I don't need PM2 here. That way I just start a server and it's done. I think I wipe out the code. Oh, wait, whoop. Hey, folk. That is not correct anymore. Phantom today. Adam is finally making all of the rest tests. This is 207. Yeah. There. Okay, I think I delete all of this stuff. I don't even know if it's worth saving off somewhere because it's going to be in the Git history anyway. I just feel bad because it's a bunch of code that I wrote that won't be used at all. No use crying over spilled milk. Alright, I'll delete it. So then let's see, how do these functions change? Setup database is going to be different. So let's go look at where we create the database wrapper. New database wrapper here. So we're still going to call setup database. So setup database. Then there's got to be like setup item classes, I guess. That's going to be the item template depot and the other thing. So setup database. We have all of this. Warning, your database user is not root. Oh, actually, we probably still want to do this. Yeah, and then we delete the database. Okay, yeah, this will be different. So we make a database wrapper, but this is going to make it connects. Ooh, and we can't have two connections. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh man. Okay, fine. Set up the database. Then I guess we make the database wrapper here. So host, database host, all this stuff. I guess we could put this here, although this is a waste. Database host, user, password, root password, so we don't need that stuff. And then database name. Database name, I believe I have stored somewhere. Yeah, I already have it. Database name. That is defined outside of this function entirely. Yeah, there. Okay, so I have the database wrapper at this point. Now, is there any sort of test that's done? I think there is. Yeah, select 1 + 1 as answer. Okay, so does this alone work? Because eventually we're going to need this. Function setup item classes to do. All right, let's try it. So this whole launch REST server and whatever else, that's not going to be done. Not anymore. Help REST test. This should run much faster now. All it has to do is set up the database, and then we just want to make sure it doesn't error. That's it. Cannot find module database wrapper. That's to be expected. It's in a different location. So this is going to be // central server source database wrapper. Oh. Nope. I was worried about that. Wait, timeout hit. Timeout hit. Did I comment that out? Oh, I did. Well, that makes sense. Okay, so run rest test. All I'm worried about is this line, because I make a second connection in here. I don't know if that's going to be allowed with the same user at least. Who knows? I set one up for... Oh, we'll see. We'll see. That worked. Okay, so now I set up the item classes. These are going to be the same ones from here. There's got to be a salvage pack generator and an item template depot. The item template depot is something I just read from a file. However, the path to that file is probably not very straightforward. Yeah, because this is source. So we got to read from some ridiculous location. Shared data item data.json. Yeah, I need to copy this over specifically if I wanted to do this. Shared. Oh, I have data here actually. Oh, since when? So I just need to go up 1, 2 to shared data. Yeah. Shared data item data.json. So then I make an item template depot, and then I make a salvage pack generator, and that should be that. Okay. All right, so the last step is this. To create a REST server. REST server. Of course I don't have this stuff here. There's a REST client, so let REST server equals null. Before all of this, so the REST server does rely on the database. So set up item classes and then the REST server. Alright, so we have a database wrapper, good. We have this and we have this. Now the starter inventory we're just going to say is empty quotes. And then these two things are left to set. Oh, this is something I'm setting right now in here. The JWT secret is bots. And the super token password is password. So I should really take these in as environment variables. To do take in as mvar. Same thing with this. And then there's one other little thing that I should do here, which is, yeah, this. Take path in as mvar. So now we should have a REST server. And then finally, after all of that, because launch REST server is not a thing that we have anymore, we are going to, and where is REST server running? Ensure REST server is running. Yeah, request this. This needs to change. And then we're good. So this super test just needs to be based on the REST server. REST server. That's what's going on online right now. Oh wow, everyone actually has a pretty good KDR. I guess it is Weedly who's dragging him down in Orphoria. Anyway, not what I'm supposed to be doing right now. I'm supposed to be doing this. But now that I started that, now I can look over here. It's too bad reclaiming isn't in the game. I really need to do that. Troll. I don't think they're trolling. I killed someone with splash damage on artillery. It's because my splash damage does 80 damage now. That's actually like a weak missile. Wheatley says, wait, I closed the website. It doesn't matter. Your KDR is 0. Okay, before I'll hook, FS is not defined. That's easy. We can do this. Not trolling, not even present. Who is still online? Yeah, Wheatley's not there. I didn't add any offense. Yeah, so that you guys know, the roadmap for now is about stabilization and then some balance testing stuff. But after that, it's like make the game better. And then every week should be very different from the week before, and that there should be more hardware, more items, more buffs, more whatever else. Maybe better graphics at some point. I closed it to not feed. That is not how Botlander works. All right, I'm gonna pick laser damage, and then I'm gonna go make a new bot with lasers. So let's do this. Lasers 3. What else do I want? Cloaking 3. And shield 1. Yeah, let's go with that. Now join the game. Alright, so let's get lasers. Let's get pursue enemy. And let's get cloaking in there. And then let's move. And I'm on the blue team, so I want to move mostly to the right. If percent chance 50 and can move right. Move right. Alright. Ready for this? Oh, I don't have cloaking. Oh, yes, I do. It's shield that I also want on here. If can shield, then shield. Time to die, red team. Time to die. Folk, you read bot coin somewhere. Alright, here goes. Everyone only has the exact counter to my bot, but that's okay. Because we're still gonna win. Yeah, I did 0 damage. Okay, let's change my bots. So if percent chance 20, fire lasers right. Alright, let's deploy those bots. So now my bots have a 20% chance to just randomly shoot to the right, because I know that everyone has cloaking, and I know that everyone is probably going to be to my right. But my bots are stupidly going to walk into landmines. Yeah, that sucks. Oh. Random shots. Okay, landmines are destroying me, and they shouldn't be. So here's what I'm going to do. What is it? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're going to stop at position 10. If X is less than 10, yeah, there. No, let's put this here. If X is less than 10, then put this here. Yeah, good. All right, kill those off. Try that. Perfect bots. So now they're going to stop somewhere around here. They're just going to start shooting lasers. Yeah. Oh, and then else fire lasers. Let's give it a percent chance to just fire lasers. And then otherwise fire lasers right. Yeah, this is not spaghetti code by any means. Deploy, deploy, deploy. Alright, so this is it. These are the best bots. They will not step on landmines. Nice. Well, this one's gonna step on a landmine probably. Oh no, it didn't. Perfect. Take that. See, lasers can be blind fired. So without even needing a target, I can shoot to my right. So if anything is in these few tiles, I will hit it, even if I don't know that it's there. So that's what's really nice about lasers. And if you know where your enemies are, and you typically do, then yeah, you can exploit that. Nice. Alright, so let's see what happened with the test. No such file. Desktop shared data, item data. Yeah, that's totally wrong. Where is this trying to run from? Should be item data.json. Oh, what? I have a path to this. Huh, I didn't expect that. So I don't need to do that item thing here. I can just do this. But then that means I already read this in. But how? I didn't do this. Oh, this is the path that's passed in launch rest server. Central server directory. Okay, this could work. Everyone switch to missiles. Missiles will beat me. Cannot read item template depot of undefined. So where's this coming from? Here. Yeah, that shouldn't be out of this. That means it could create it, so I think we're one step closer here. And then the test might actually work with this new logic. Deleted the database. REST server is not defined. 457. Although that's not the right place. New REST server. Yeah, import. So the REST server comes from server.js. Yeah. Import REST server from this thing. Central server source server. Your shields last for 6 more turns. You better believe it. Picking that buff. Look at this thing. It's going to stay shielded forever. Oh, well, until it gets hit. Then the shield will disappear. What about these things? These should actually get 2 shields on them. Come on, put another shield. You can do it. Oh yeah, there it goes. That was 2. For exactly 1 turn, it had 2 shields on it. Nice. Except for now it's a 1 versus 3. Where are you, Dibs? Where are you? Cannot find module JSON web token. I was afraid of that. Alright, npm install save JSON web token. How does JavaScript get compiled? So it typically doesn't, folk. I'm using ES6, so I transpile it, which is really just compiling. I transpile it to ES5, but that's just turning JavaScript into other JavaScript. You could take JavaScript like var x equals 5 and convert this into C++, which would be like int x equals 5. You could write a program that'll do this, but people wouldn't typically want to do that. There's ways to turn C++ into JavaScript. That's something you might want to do, but I don't think the other way around is something you typically want to do. Cannot find module database constant. All right, this is going to screw everything up. Because I didn't copy the whole database folder over. Yeah. So I gotta copy that whole thing over here too. Central server database. But I don't want these things to be transpiled. Dist staging central server database. Yeah, no, this should just be moved directly. Test gulp file. So in order to test REST, we had to do copy database folder. This isn't gonna work. It's just not gonna work. Okay, so gulp dot task copy database folder function. Want to do something like what happens in central server gulp file for like miscellaneous files here. Doesn't even exist. This. So we want to take test. So right here, up one, so dot dot central server database star star. And we want to put that into the dist staging folder, which should be defined up here somewhere. Intermediate dir, yeah. Yeah, okay, that's fine. All right, yeah, that could work. That could be it. Let's try that out. Hey, Ken. Can we get a report player or kick feature? Some people are feeding with low KD. For example, everyone with 0.61. Wheatley, you're the only person who actually has a normal KDR on your team. Folks says, I mean, how does the browser know what the computer should do? Like, does the browser compile JS on the... Oh, yeah, it does. So that's what the V8 engine does. It will take your JavaScript and then it'll run some compilations, it'll run a bunch of optimizations on it, a whole bunch of other things. If you want, V8 is actually open source. You can take a look at how it does that, although it's also a very complex project. So undefined is not a function. This is coming from here. And it is starter inventory.serialize. So I made this wrong. But this is reassuring because this is an easy thing that's wrong. So I can just change this to inventory, then here, then the starter inventory of this we just say is new inventory. And that's all it should take. Now I think this should work, and it should work exactly how it had before. Except for now, I don't need to run the logic of starting the server. I should have done this to begin with, probably. I wanted to do things in the more real way. Address in use. Oh, I gotta set a different port. Wait, the REST server has no way to specify the port? Alright, well that's stupid of me. So in test gulp file, I guess we just say process.m.port equals 8082. Something that's not used. Although that's not a good idea, right? I set something up here. 7272. Okay, let's just pick that. What else do I have here? Landmines last for more. Oh, Wheatley, you must have gotten the shield buff. Yeah, you did. Wait, is this a bug? Hey, everyone. Do you guys see this too? If you hover over everyone's name, does he have the same buff twice? Because that shouldn't be happening. That definitely shouldn't be happening. Morphoria says, I'm experimenting with my AI to drop mines where enemy bots are likely to be. If you want an option to kick players you think are feeding, there needs to be a separate server for those who are testing new AI and one. Oh no, Morphoria, no, everyone who's talking about feeding is just joking. In a real game, yeah, it would probably matter, but I'm pretty sure it's all tongue in cheek. But yeah, can you hold tab and just hover over everyone's name for a second and tell me, do you see the same buff there twice? Actually, I would see it in chat, right? Everyone shows increases damage dealt by your entire team by 3%. Dibs chose that. Warforia got the same buff twice? Let me refresh the page and see if this is a client issue. I probably should have taken a screenshot of that. No, it's not a client issue. But wait, Horforia has it? Oh yeah, wow, yeah, both of them do. Huh, I wonder how that happened. I've gotten the same buff multiple times. But in the same game, whoa, it says I have 4. Okay, there's a problem. I think it's the team buff of increases damage dealt is getting applied to the whole team. Yeah, that's what this looks like. Bug, I'm pretty sure team buffs are getting applied to the entire team. So you'll see people with multiple plus 3% damage team-wide buffs. Oh, hey, the test passed. Four buffs, no wonder you win. You see this 2.55 KDR? I have 74 confirmed kills. 74. I don't know how I screwed that up. It's probably the latest change that I did. I should actually write that down. This is probably due to the change, the fix I made to the reconnect issue on... Okay. So, as far as running this test goes, let me figure this out. Where is the bad code? Here. Yeah. So then, if I were to put this test back in exactly how it used to be, and this after each doesn't need to be here. Yeah, this doesn't need to be here. After all. If I put this back in, we were actually talking about whether we even want team buffs to be a thing. I think they can be interesting. And I think what's nice, well, I don't know. Yeah, maybe we'll have them, maybe we won't. All right, what happened here? Got an error. Cannot read property post of null. Request.post. / tokens. Getting regular token, huh? Huh, what happened here? Getting regular token, that would come from create. Wait, what? / tokens, is that how I get a super token? No, it's not. It's how I get a regular token. So then it must be coming from here. Yield request.post tokens, send. And then it's failing down here. Request.post 559, request doesn't exist? Yeah, request stopped existing. How did I screw that up? Oh no, request just never existed. Oh, oops. Okay. No, that's just my bad. I screwed up. I need to put this here. The commit names are inconsistent. Shield and cloaking. Please all ing or don't. Those names aren't going to matter once there's UI. What is this? Undefined is not a function. App.address. I thought I could do things this way. It sounds like this is coming from, yeah, here. No, it's still .send. What .send is not a function? Okay, let's look up supertest. Request app.get. Oh, I think the API actually changes when you do things this way. Wait, how does this work? No. Where's supertest actually used? Yeah, request equals require supertest, and then they call supertest with what? They don't use this here. Request passes in your app at that point. So I actually want to do this every time. So then request changes all over the place to supertest REST server. And that should work. You know, today is one of those necessary days where I am making progress. It's just not a particularly like engaging thing. It's not like I was doing feature work. The very beginning of this week when I was working on items and inventory and buying stuff and salvage packs and the pseudo money system, that was all cool. I made a lot of progress, and it was stuff that you guys can see as users. But now this is a totally different beast. Getting regular token. So this is here. Perhaps this is failing. Let me take a look. So their example works with any test framework. Here's an example without using any test framework at all. Require super test, then request app. So I should be passing in, let me take a look here. I have super test, as promised. That shouldn't really change anything though, right? Yeah, all it does is add an event method. So this should be fine. Request app. App equals express. So I guess my REST server is not... Oh, I know what's wrong. Yeah, I need to return just the server from here, not the REST server from here. So I would do this. Oops. Because that's the Restify server that I'm checking against. Okay. I think I get this. I think. Alright. Now what's failing? So we were able to create, a lot of things. So if I go into use botlan rest test db and then select star from users. Oh, it didn't create anything. Select star from bot base? Oh, it truncates the tables at the end of the test. Alright, so that doesn't matter. Then what's going wrong here? Could not set new hardware based on inventory in the database. Oh yeah, you don't have an inventory. Oh, cool. Okay, so then yeah, everything is working now. I just need to give you a starter inventory. So, what's the best way to do this? Because if you don't have this, then I'll need to reconstruct all the tests. Okay. So we got to get rid of just large swaths of code here. None of this needs to exist. All of the Promisified stuff doesn't need to exist. Promisified connect. This isn't needed. This launch REST server, not needed at all. Is REST server running isn't needed. Ensure it's running isn't needed. So we don't need either of these. Delete database we still need. Truncate all DB tables we need. Yep, that's fine. Then connects equals null. I guess that's okay. Migration directory REST server. So then there should be a Restify server, or maybe like a super test thing. Let's get rid of the code that does this. Inventory does not contain two layers. So creating a bot bay. Yeah, creating a bot bay for the user. Here, let's stop all of this. So if everything up until that point works, then we're fine. So I want to make request be this. Can I do that? And then get rid of these things with a request. Does that work? Horforia only recently came to the stream, but has been spending a lot of time here. So, all cool in my mind. Also, Horforia, what do you think of the game so far? Now that you've been playing it for a bit. Oh, cool, this worked. Okay. So now I can replace all of these things. All right, much better. Much better. What's left to get rid of here? Actually, that's mostly it. After that, I can just get rid of these process.m whatever else, because nothing's going to need this. In fact, all the process.m calls that I set here, this can be gone. Super token password. Password. And then bots, does that ever exist anywhere? No, this is the JWT. Secret equals bots. So get rid of that to do item. Get rid of this to do item. Change this. It'd be nice to have a couple weak bots for each enemy team roaming around. Yeah. I think feature-wise right now there's a lot lacking. But it's partially because there aren't a lot of users right now either. Oh, also I gotta add that to the list. I'm old school Botland tank bot user. I have to learn this game now with buffs, base, coins, oh my. And yeah, that's actually, I forgot to add this to the roadmap. Single player mode, test mode, and then tutorial. Yeah, so here's kind of the roadmap for the rest of Botland. This is what I have about 6 or 7 months to complete. I think it's possible. I think it's possible. And then the remaining 6 months until release of the game would just be like polishing everything, making sure it looks good, spending, an entire week on just some feature that'll make the game look a lot better. Maybe performance and all this stuff, yeah. Panda says, so today I set up an Ubuntu server for running Node.js and a similar server for VPN. Am I an Uber hacker? Yes. Horforia says, the idea for automating your bot and then letting it go and hoping for the best is very cool. Yeah, I like it. I like the idea of an automated game, and it's sort of like the game that I'd written before this. Okay, so then fixing this up, you don't need this. I've been around as all the cool stuff was developed, but I work from home, so hang out here like I'm working with you all. Didn't get much time to play all that much. Well, that's cool, Dibs. And yeah, I think that the next couple of weeks, so once I get done with stabilization, and then once I get done with this balance testing things, these other things like states on bots, fire, acid, stun, slow, change reveal mines, change harvesting, fleshing out hardware, basically all of these features here, down to all of this, everything I've highlighted is going to very much affect the game and going to change how things work, and yeah, things are going to be very different. Weedley says, hey Adam, C#, when you have different namespaces, the only way you can access them by making them public static? I haven't used C# in a while. Let me take a look at some code I have. Decode. C# code. Let's see. I don't even know what this is. Namespace. No, so namespaces hold all of your classes and everything, and probably functions too. I think you should look it up online. I don't think I'm going to do a good job of explaining this because I don't remember all the specifics. Sorry, Weedley. Orphoria says, it's super fun for me, but it'll have a problem for people who aren't slightly familiar with some kind of programming. So, Orphoria, I do think that at some point we're going to flesh out all of the pre-made scripts that you have. So right now, the way that you've been playing is by, dragging blocks around here. Eventually, I want this snippets field to be a lot fuller. So when you can just drag, okay, I want this, and I want this, and I want this, and I want this, and I'm done. I deploy a couple of those bots. Then I also want the pre-made scripts to be filled out too. And I kind of want to work on a feature where you basically just pick one of these bots, so like lasers, missiles, cloaking, and it says, okay, I know roughly what you want to do with this, and it just puts a bot into the arena for you, so that you only need to pick which bots do I want to use. And there will be ranking in the game too, so people will hopefully not get like totally annihilated at the lowest ranks in the game. And if they do, then at the very least, hopefully the people who annihilated them, they move up in rank. And if that still happens, that you're getting destroyed, then we've probably done a bad job at making the game user friendly for new people. But yeah, I do think it'd be really cool if you just said, all right, here's my bot, deploy. I don't care what the AI is. And it just comes up with, it basically says, okay, yeah, I can see you've got that. I can see you've got that. You'll probably want this on there somewhere. You'll probably want this. And you'll probably want this. And so it just forms that whole script for you and then goes and deploys them. And so now you can see your bots cloaking and moving around and pursuing enemies. And you think that, okay, that's good. Yeah, Panda. I'm gonna make an AI for making an AI to go with the hardware. Yep. I mean, that's kind of it. I think it'd just be a nice way of letting users dive in without having to worry about stuff. And then if they want, maybe this shows up for them, and they could say, "All right, now that I understand what's going on here, let me delete this maybe and delete this." My only complaint for myself so far is that I can save the equipment, but I can't save the AI. You actually can save the AI, but it's just obnoxious. So here's what I mean. If you hit the save button, and then let's say you refresh the page. So here's why it's obnoxious. When you press load, it looks like it didn't do anything, but that's because you have to close and reopen it, and then there it is. It's back to where you left it. But you can only save one of these so far. So yeah, eventually you'll be able to save more. All right, so then fixing up this test. What is this? Staying sane with asynchronous programming promises and generators / callback.gif? Okay, everyone. Oh, man. Alright, the rest of this is all fine, finally. I think I've cleaned it all up. REST server port's never used, is it? Oh, the REST client needs it. JWT secret, REST server. REST server PM ID, this isn't needed. Database name. Okay. Casually removing everyone's mod for fear of sanity. Alright, finally. Now, let me think of how this should work. This isn't needed. Well, it could be helpful, but it's not really needed right now. After each test, I delete the database. Yeah, so I have everything set up to do this. I think at this point I commit what I have. Sad, sad day. The only other thing I should do really is maybe make the starting inventory be the same. New item template. I think it'd be annoying to even do that. So no, we just imagine you have no starting inventory. No, it would make sense to give you something. Okay, fine. I'll make some items. We'll do this quickly. So, and then I should also refactor some of the before function. And then the other thing I want to do is make starter inventory. Oh, so thought it was funny without context. All right. I think from what I understand, I'm guessing the article talked about how, hey, does this ever happen to you with callbacks where it works, and then the last one doesn't, and your whole thing stops working? Well, here's how you can fix it. You can use promises and generators. And all right, so hardware constants. We need to get items by these constants. So lasers template. In fact, this should really just be here too. Yeah, let's set up the starter inventory. Starter inventory equals null. Inventory. So we get this, then delete the rest of that. Great. Now this stuff goes into the setup item classes function. And we get the laser template, so we need hardware constants. This is not fun. Where did this come from? Hardware constants, the same place as util. Okay. Hardware constants, setup item classes. We put this here. We get this dot IDs dot lasers. So I want to do starter inventory dot add item, new item, laser template 5, and probably missiles. Missiles. All right, is that all I need in order for this thing to work? So we have missiles, lasers, cloaking, and artillery. I guess I need those too. Cloaking and artillery. There, and then we add a few of these too. All right, then I take a look at what changed in here. This we'll want in the future, but not right now. So hopefully it's not a ton of lines that changed. We certainly removed a lot of code. But yeah, the tests themselves are exactly the same. And they should start to work. Database name is not a string. That's not right. I defined it up there. No, that's... What? Database name is not a string. Oh, it's being taken from the environment. It shouldn't be. REST test main has database name. Setup database takes in the name. That shouldn't be the case. Wait, this isn't the case. Where did that come from? Init database. Oh, whoops. Okay, I deleted a line that was important. And it was this. There. Where did that go? Hope this works. Alright, I know why it didn't work. I think it's because the database existed and I need to do drop database botland rest test db and then it'll work. We'll have to see if that's the case. So, vastly changed how the rest tests are structured. Before, it would use PM2 to create a REST server in a completely separate process. That way it was very similar to how a user would call into the REST server in the real world. I changed it instead to directly access the Also, there was some refactoring I needed to do. To directly access the REST server class so that I could get code coverage information. Wait, what did you want an odd shot for right there? And then starter inventory is not defined. It's still not defined? Did I do things in the wrong order? Starter inventory is not defined. Did I never say, oh, I never said let it equal something. Yeah. Maybe I was editing the wrong file at the time. Who knows? But now the only other thing I have left to do is modify this function and just make this a little bit cleaner. It's actually not too bad as is. These things shouldn't exist there twice though. Or I was mindfully making noises. Item template depot of undefined. No, what? Oh, this dot item template depot. Oh yeah. Alright. I'll get there. There we go. Done. I wonder what it would take for 2 of these tests to work. I'm going to delete this in a second, but so the tests work much faster now. If each test takes 700 milliseconds, that's actually not horrible. It's not great, but I don't expect it to take that long. So the first one took 700, the second one took 400. Now when you see what the test is doing, it's calling into the REST server 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 times. So that is 30 milliseconds per time. And each one of those is accompanied by a database set, and then, well, possibly multiple interactions there. So 13 calls to the REST server could be something like 25 calls into the database. Even with all that said, I don't expect it to take that long. Maybe it's because everything is wrapped in a try-catch. Why is that the case? The reason I duplicated it is because I didn't know if there was some other thing that was running here that's taking time. So if the test would just keep going faster and faster. 487, 456. No, they're still going to take about a half second. This isn't good. Why would this run that slowly? Huh. I'm not sure. I probably need to profile this because that's unexpected. Anyway, I think this is fine now. I think we're ready to set this up. So let's delete this. Check in what I finally have here. Can't believe it took this long to get this working. And the port is defined in 2 places, so I actually should get rid of it from here. Process.m.port. All right, there we go. Done. Check in. So with that, I can now run code coverage. So gulp file in the test folder. What I'd had prior to this was this setup Istanbul for coverage reports. I would need the same thing here, like so. Except for the comma would go here. Yeah, so let's duplicate that line, comment this whole thing out. And then one last thing, which is this. So after piping it into Mocha, I pipe it into this. Great. And run it. This may take significantly longer. Hey, Night Killer. This may take significantly longer, but I'll get coverage reports out of it, which is very, very valuable. And I just want to see what is the coverage like so far. It should be pretty bad. I'm not expecting anything great out of this. There we go. Coverage report's done. So game server, I don't want that. I want the central server. Alright. What did I do wrong? Oh. This doesn't do anything about the central server here. Well, we could just simplify that. There. Now it's set to do that. Just run gulp server watch on and not from this folder. I wonder if this is even the case anymore. I don't think this is the case. It isn't. Yeah. So /dist central server here. Why is this failing? Dist staging central server. Oh, there's no comma. I forgot a comma. Okay, so setting up the code covered reports took 4 seconds before it even started running. But now I should have this. Let's try it out. Yeah, this looks much better. So we go into test coverage. There. Got it. Actually, I could have just refreshed that. So central server database is hit 100% because the constants. Yeah, this is meaningless. But this database wrapper. Yeah, so we got to test everything in here. That's pretty important. And we got to test everything in here. And that's what we're about to do. So everything that I just did was set up for this. Extract user ID. User ID is not a number. Yep, gonna test it all. Cool, I'm ready. Hey, derpy whale. So let's go through every function that I have not tested. This is no longer needed. This is not needed. And oh, what? No, that was needed. Okay. Well, you learn. You learn after you do this what you need and what you don't need. So I'll just do this. It's actually not that hard to get back. There. Okay. So yeah, what's not being tested? How do I make sure that I'm testing all these things as well as I can? So extract user ID, for example, should require a user ID in extract user ID. So here's what we do. We call into, I guess for all of these I need to create a user. That's a little annoying. So, okay. And then super token, for all these I'm gonna need that too, huh? So I gotta be careful about how I test this stuff. Fetch super token, create user. We'll just set the username and password up here, I think. Yeah. Okay, super token username password, good. Then we're going to call into an API that requires a user ID. We actually don't even need to do this. We could have just done this. Foo. Could not verify token. I guess we do need to do that. And can you do something really funny so I can test my odd shot? I don't know. What would be really funny at this point? Horforia says, if I program my bot to check its location, set the variables x and y to fit its location, then tell the bot to move to x plus 1, y plus 1 in diagonal move, you can't do that. So you can't do anything that the API doesn't let you do. Enigma says, what does a token do? I'll explain that in just a sec. So let me show you Horforia. First of all, you already have the x and y coordinates. They're in built-in variables, just x and y. So I could write code like this. I could say if x is greater than some number, so if x is greater than 8, then move left. Otherwise, move randomly. So here's my code. I'm going to deploy this bot. So x is greater than 8, which is this middle column here, and then they move randomly once they hit the middle column. So that's it. So you can already use this. If you tried saying to move diagonally, well, there's no way for you to do that. So yeah, bots only move in cardinal directions, north, south, east, west. Then Enigma said, what does a token do? So these tokens are here. These tokens identify a user or just privileges about a user. So the token itself can be very easily decoded. So if I put this here, you can see it says super user true. So this token happens to be a super token, and this blue part is the signature. So you could just go to this website and say super user true, but you don't know my secret key, so you can't sign it as though you're my server. But for most users, this will just say that instead of you're a super user, it'll just say, oh yeah, your ID is 5, your ID is 42. So here we go. So we have the user. We need to get a token for that user. We're going to need to do this pretty much all the time. It's chickens. Username, password, get the token. Cool. Now we have the token. Probably assert that it exists. And now finally we try calling into an API without the ID. What if we did this actually? That doesn't matter. Getting a user with a regular token, user/user ID, get user. Foo. Could not verify token. Yeah, so that's what we got to do. Hitting a URL without a user ID. Okay. Now we get something back from this. This actually will give us an error. Yeah, so we assert that there's an error in there. Let error. Assert util dot exists error. Did not get error from made up user ID. Okay, let's try running that test now. And here's the only thing all of that test was for. It's for these two lines of code. So lines 270 and 271 should now be white and not red. Can you make acid bombs for the robot? Yeah, they will exist at some point. Maybe not bombs, but that's one of the things that's coming up in the next few weeks is the acid state. So acid is going to be a damage over time effect that can stack. Fire is going to be a damage over time effect that can't stack. So you can only be on fire. You can't be more on fire than another robot. So it'll do some amount of damage. Also, you probably won't be able to be cloaked for the duration that you're on fire. But it doesn't, I'll describe this later. It's not worth going into the details right now. So something failed here. Unhandled stream error in pipe. Something failed. Require a user ID failed. But then, what is this thing for? It said fetching super token, generating super token successfully, creating user, created, getting regular token, getting a user with a regular token. This is the wrong test. It's this, get regular token, hitting a URL without a user ID. So this thing failed. I think I know what happened here. Oh man. Yeah, this is why testing this is not great. Because this is going to fail. So I guess what I'd have to put here is this. And then these things will fail too. Try catch error. Got an error. Let's do this. Just print 80 of these things. Whoops. Oh my god. I just wanted 80 asterisks. Why is that so hard? There. That should print out. Lightning that disables the robots for X amount of stacks. Oh, that's another thing I got to do is code EMP. I forgot about that. Fleshing out hardware. So EMP. Adam, when you enter an invalid hardware config, could you make the message say what's wrong, please? Earlier I tried to add teleport to find out I needed to add 2 after digging through the wiki. Yeah, I could probably do... No, maybe I can't. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how granular I can get that error, or how granular I'd want to get that error. It's only a pre-beta thing. But if you take a look, there is this help button right here. If you click help, it says non-scalable hardware teleport always level 2. So the help button is intended to be useful for now. I'll see you, Night Killer. I'm sorry about that though, Judge Bacon. I know it could be more straightforward. I'll write it down as something to look into. If I have some extra time today, maybe I can do that. See if I can give users more information when they type a bad hardware configuration. Alright, so this still failed. Did we get the error? Of course not. So what did we get back? Let's print this out. Stringify get user resp. This is doing something. I just don't know what. And where did this come from? Oh, there's no done being called? Is that what this is? Like done should be at the end of all of these. Yeah, I deleted it. So then what, the test times out or something? I probably screwed something up. Get user resp. Error. User ID is not a number. Yeah, so that's what I expected. So then we can put this stuff back here and then just make sure to call the done API, and then I think we're good. Yeah, that should be it. Timeout exceeded. Good, okay. I think we're good. But then the coverage report didn't finish, probably because the test didn't finish. All right. There we go. Okay, so remember that whole thing was just so that, where is it? These two lines won't be read any longer. So I refresh the page and they're no longer read. Hooray. Okay, let's try to get 100% coverage here, or at least as close as we can. Some of this stuff, for example, I don't think... Actually, yeah, a token that doesn't verify. Let's try that. So should test when a token... Should fail when a token does not even verify. So here's what we do. We try to create a user with a fake token. In fact, let's pass in a token that expired but was valid at some point. Something like... So our secret is bots. What does this thing do? Oh. So our secret is bots. Let's set exp time to 0, 5. Yeah, let's do this. This token is valid, was valid at some point with the JWT secret of bots. Const invalid token. So there's the invalid token, and let's try creating a user with that. Now, if I were to try doing this myself, so I do create user, and the token I pass in is that invalid one, or even just the word invalid token, it says error, could not verify token. So let's just do that. And then that response should have an error set in it. Error from invalid token. Hey, World Dominator. Okay, let's try that out. So that's this. Now, can this catch ever happen? An error when verifying tokens will probably happen a lot, so we only want it to be info level. I don't know which one of these two cases is going to be hit, but one of them should be hit, at least. No, it can only be one of them. Yeah. And like I said, I don't know which one, but where did this come from? Arguments 2. What? So JS verify. Oh, that's an ES5 construct. Okay, did not get error from invalid token. Probably because I didn't make that expire at the right time. This thing, IAT. Wait, it's this. Unix time in MS. Nope. Guess we just do this. 11:30:32, Friday, January 22nd, UTC. So that is 13 minutes from now. Oh, it says that right here. Darn it. Yeah, I meant to do something different here. So then I just got to set this to like, 4, I guess. In fact, I'm not even sure why. Alright, let's take that. So the invalid token is going to be this. I don't think Internet Explorer is that bad. I don't really use it that much. And either way, I think it was replaced with Edge in Windows 10. Bad request. Bad request. What? It says JWT expired. Got an error. Error bad request. Yeah, what? Create user. Create user RASP. It's not even create user though. Well, I guess it is. Strange. So if I try this with an invalid token, yeah, it just says could not verify token. Oh, bad request is oh yeah, okay. I see. So this is thrown as an error. As opposed to these other ones that aren't? That doesn't make any sense. Server extract user ID. We return a 400. Where is this thrown from? Yeah, that's not helpful. If Internet Explorer has the guts to ask to be you modified the payload without re-signing the token. Well, so the point of this test is to use an invalid token. So I wanted it to be invalid with the expiration date, but even if the token was completely invalid, the test would still be fine, because that's the whole point of this test. But what I don't understand is, I think this is getting hit in a try-catch sort of thing. So let's find out. Console.log star times 80. And then just console stringify error. Let's try that out. Oh, so it is getting hit as an error for me to handle. Okay, so it's a bad request, but I kind of need to check the error message. But then why didn't this other thing count as a bad request? Request.get users/chickens. Like, that should have been a bad request too. Could not verify token. I don't care about that. That likely means that I've screwed something up. Get user. Foo. User ID is not a number. Yeah, and that's a 400 error, which is a bad request. Why do these two things work differently? .get.set. Up here I did. Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. The REST client is throwing an error. Oh, darn it. I'm testing. Oh, man. Okay, I got to figure out what it is I want to test. I guess just the server. I don't really care if the client doesn't work. If the client returns bad stuff, then fine. That's not so bad. All right. For you. Okay, we can do this. So we don't use the REST client. In fact, I don't know why I did any of this stuff. So what I should have done is create user, which is /users. I should just post to that. So yeah, post to /users, send, I don't know what, username and password, I guess. Create user takes, yeah, username and password, and set the BL token, and then we're good. Yep. Cool. So, whoops, I just randomly changed code. I'm not even paying attention. Here. Okay, so now there should be no error. This is only considered an error by the REST client. This should all be tabbed in. Done. Good. Copy that. Great. Whew. I have a feeling it's going to be pretty tedious to truck through all of this. Maybe not. But the way this has been working so far is I've had to make minor changes to just get a couple of lines of code tested. User tokens not defined. Oh yeah, there's no token. I wanted invalid token. Someday we'll get back to being game programmers. Someday. This worked. Finally. You ready? Some more red lines are going to disappear from here. Is it the top ones or the bottom ones? It's the top ones. So is there a way to get to the bottom ones? Is there? Token, secret key. The only thing I can modify as a client is the token. I don't know why this error is even here. I don't know how that can happen. Oh well. Alright, so there's that. What's next? Where's the next red code here? Here. Extract user ID from token. So this is where we try to call a function that, something like buy item for user, where we're using a super token. So should fail when passing a super token to a user function, e.g. buy item. Okay, so how do we do this? We get a super token. That's the first step. So we get a super token. And then we call into, yeah, buy item, sure. And that's it. Yeah, we just call an item /1/buy. Okay, so get rid of this. Change this. Pass in the token. Don't need any of this. We get an error back, so let's try not passing in a token. Send. You do not have an auth token in your header. Yeah. Cool. And as I go through these, I should comment these out. That is not how you comment them out. There. So I should keep this open here so that I know what it is that I'm modifying. And what lines are those? 294. Okay, and did the test finish? No, they haven't even started. And now they're done. Okay, great. So good. Some of this has been tested now. The rest of this will get tested by me just calling buy item correctly. So now extract and validate hardware config. This is when we try to pass in a hardware config that's not valid or doesn't exist. They're actually both of those. So doesn't exist or not valid. So should fail when passing an invalid hardware config. Alright, so fetching super token, I guess. Where do we even pass an invalid hardware config? Here. So I need to get a super token, a regular token. This is going to happen a lot. And it's probably worth making an API for this. So let's get that. Let's get this. Create user, getting regular token. Now, there are two different things to test. One, create bot bay. So we create a bot bay for user ID is specified here. Yeah, that shouldn't be the case probably. Body takes in a hardware config and a user ID. Creating bot bay with no hardware config. Bay resp. /bays. I don't think we do anything else. Yep, we just post to this. Good. Post send. We want to send hardware config of nothing and a user ID of 1. Good. Then we make sure that there's an error. Did not get error from not having hardware config. So that's step 1. Step 2 is creating bot bay with invalid hardware config. This, we just say hardware config invalid. User ID 1, everything else looks good. Just delete that, delete that. Cool, let's try it out. All right, so before we had this entire function red. Now it's still going to be red because I don't have a hardware config apparently. Did not get an error from not having hardware config. That doesn't seem right. So if I just delete this and hit send, what's going on here? Oh, whoops. Oh, I hit save. Oops. Hardware config, missiles 2, lasers 2, save, send. Okay, now if I get rid of this and hit send, no hardware config found. Yeah, definitely should have gotten an error there. I guess it's because I didn't have a token in my header. That's strange though. Should have given me an error. Why didn't it? Let's find out. If I just get rid of this and I hit send, it says error. Huh. Wonder what I'm doing wrong. Oh, Bay Resp. Okay, yeah. Okay. All right. I think this will fix the coverage. Yeah, good. Okay, so now, like I said, this whole thing was red. Now we should have the first 2/3 should be white. Yeah, perfect. The rest of this will get tested when I test the real APIs. Extract item template middleware. This is item ID is not a number. And then get item template, item ID. Item ID is not corresponding to valid item. Okay. Should fail when passing. That wasn't even the right thing. Yeah, I modified the wrong. It's okay, fine. There. So what goes up here now is should fail when passing an invalid item ID. So this is when you try doing something like buy item for user and you pass either nothing, so like, or you pass a string. Item ID is not a number. So yeah, create a user, get the regular token, then buying an item with no ID, with string ID, improper ID. Yeah. All right, so we go to items/apples/buy. Send user ID 1. No, we only set the regular token here. So this should be the user token. And actually, this is something that I should have done here too. Yeah, that's what I want. So we have this. This is not a Bay response. This is a buy item response. This goes here. So then buying an item with a non-existent ID. So this is items/134567890/buy, and this is going to fail also from improperly formed item ID, and then this is from invalid item ID. Yeah, there, that should be that. So we're getting through some of the error cases here. How many other lines of code? Oh man, there's tons of stuff. Just tons of stuff. That's actually not fair. There's not that much. It's that I'm not running all of the tests right now. The most important tests are the ones at the bottom. That covers a whole lot. But either way, now this function that we have here, starting at 345, should be a little bit wider. Good, cool. And if I ran all of the tests, we'd see a big difference there. So what's up next? Verify token middleware. If the token doesn't even exist, you don't have an auth token in your header. So this is, if the token doesn't verify, and you do have it. This is coming from a user API. Yeah. Should fail when a super token does not verify. Yeah, cool. Except for that API is going to change at some point. This right now requires a super token. It should not eventually. Doesn't really matter. All right, so refreshing this page, what do we have? Yeah, there's not so much red. There is a whole lot, but it's not as, yeah, okay, there's a ton. Just got to keep trudging through these. You do not have an auth token in your header. So yeah, this is the only one that we need to do. So I must already be testing an invalid. Yeah, do not have an auth token in your header. This is when BL token doesn't exist. And where does this come from? Verify token middleware. Verify token middleware. This is done in things like getting a user ID, for example, that you don't even have one. Should fail when passing a super token to a user token. Should invalid hardware ID. So should fail when not passing a token at all. Let's get this again. So if we just don't pass a token to create user, we just get rid of this and hit send. Yeah. So what is this? We're posting to /users. So post to /users. And we just don't send anything. No, well, we send that stuff, but we don't set anything. And then we say response. So user resp. This should be error. Body.error. Did not get an error when not specifying a token at all. This will eventually fail because at some point everyone will be able to make a user account. But for right now, only I'm able to make user accounts for you all. So all that should have done for us is exactly this case right here, 378 and 379. The reason why it's important to have these tests is because later, if I change some API here, I really need to make sure that I get exactly what I expect in response. Because otherwise there's a chance that I break something and there's a security hole in the server and I just don't know what's there. So 378 should be white now. Good. We should also be verifying that these are the right response codes. So super test, let's go take a look. How do they should have like an expect 400 or something like that. Yeah, expect 200. Let's put those things in. Dot expect, what is this, 400? Yeah, 400. This is going to need to be in a lot of places actually. Getting regular token. User token does not exist. Yeah, that should be a 400. This should be 400. This should be a 400. This is actually not expecting a 400. This should be expecting a 200. Get a regular user token. Create token, send. No, we get 201 from this, which really shouldn't be tested here. Hey, Unique Unicorn, thanks for following. You'll get a whisper pretty soon with a link from Botlad. That'll let you control the lights in my room. Feel free to mess around with that. Any regular token, so make sure that the error exists. I'm just going to assume these are all 400s. And if they're not, then we'll just fix it later. Where else do I have to make these changes? Yeah, that's it for now. Let's make sure the tests still work. So this now verifies the response codes I get, the HTTP response codes. These aren't as important, but they can be helpful. All right, good. They all pass. So those are all correct. We can close that. All right, next up, require normal token. If you try doing something that you're not authorized to do. So we need to create 2 users. Actually, do we even need to do that? What if we did this? We create a token for someone, and then we try doing get user, pass in a token like this for 5555. Yeah, not authorized. Okay, so we don't need to do too much to do this. So should only be able to use a user's token for a single, for that specific user. get regular token, user token. Okay, cool. This goes here. We create a user, then we get their token, then we try doing get user. So that is get, on that, and we expect a 401 authorized. So users slash 123. And we don't want anything else, and we set in our header that we have a BL token of the user token. And we expect 401 unauthorized. And that's actually it. Line 363, unexpected token. Forgot a comma. And then a duplicate definition of what? Token resp? Yeah. This is not even a token response. We don't need it at all. Coverage is going up. I mean, I might be only testing 1 or 2 lines of code at a time here, but like this, for example, this should be white after I'm done with this. Oh, no, I broke something. Expected 401 unauthorized, got 405 method not allowed. This was supposed to be a get, not a post. Oh no, this one should have been a get, not a post. All right, then the next test I have to write is should not be able to use a user token on a super token API. Should not be able to use a user token on a super API. So the only super API right now is create user. So we're going to try to create a user with post to slash users with dot send username and password. And we're going to set our user token, and we're going to expect that this fails. So let's create a normal token for us. Great. Then create a user using that thing. Should just say not authorized. Good. Cool. That's it. So that test passed. Now let's take a look. This should be white. Good. Cool. All right, what's next? So this line I should have just fixed as well. This should now be white. Then we move up to setup options route. Why does this never get called? Setup options route. This function is never used. Oh, because we never try out the options route. So yeah, we need to make sure to test that. Okay, I refresh the page, that is white. Okay, good. Let's try the options route now. Should test the options route for a browser accessible API. And that browser accessible API is getting your own user with the correct token. So get user /1. So if I were to try getting, let's try this out, get user. Yeah, that works. And now what if I pass in options to here? What do I get back? Just the 200. Great, that's really all I care about. So options. I don't even need to pass any of this other stuff, right? This shouldn't matter. Yeah, the options route doesn't call into that stuff. In fact, I should be able to call this with anything, right? Yeah. So what we expect back is a 200. So we want a 200 from actually a bunch of these things. Probably that, probably something like get Botcoin. If we just pass in options here and just get rid of all this stuff. We get 200 from there too. Sure, so fine, let's do that too. User /1/Botcoin. Those sorts of things. Great. All right, and then this should all be white. So then what's next? Patch user. We have this is valid, util is true or string. It's not really worth testing. That's a pre-beta API. Any sort of error that might come out of this, probably not really worth it. Maybe there's some specific cases later, but now this stuff should be white. Good. Yeah, don't care about testing that or that, or probably that. This has a whole lot. Patch bot bay, no bay ID, no auth token in your header. This is not possible, actually, is it? Patch bot bay. Where does this come from? Do I not have middleware for this? I don't. And why don't I? Patch bot bay, how does that look? Here. We just specify the bay and this. Yes, we don't have a user ID, so we can't validate this beforehand. Okay. That's unfortunate. So I need to test these couple of things, and then you're not actually patching anything because no body params exist. So there are like 3 different ways of doing that. Then specifying invalid things. Yeah, this is going to be like super tedious. Maybe I only do a few of these tests every day. Because otherwise, this is mind-numbing. And this is the kind of thing where I don't mind doing it if I'm listening to music or something, but I don't think it's that fun to watch, and I don't think it's not that fun to do, that's for sure. So I think what would be a little bit better at least is this. Refactor what I do have here so that I don't have so much boilerplate code all over the place. That part I think would be interesting. Then clean up and commit. And then I'll move on to a couple of random features. So then a couple of miss features. All right, I'm gonna take a bathroom break. Yeah, I'll be back. Hey, unknown BS. So refactoring this stuff, there are some things that I do a whole lot here. I think I'm gonna check this in right now and then refactor it. Yeah, and by the way, what is my code coverage on just this file? Server is at 64.2% of this stuff. Branch is at 50%. Functions at 62%. It's not great. Also, the tests take pretty long. Okay. So, added many rest tests Most of these covered some error cases, not meaty functions. There is refactoring that needs to be performed. All right, and then gulp file. Modified the gulp file so that test gulp file. The Istanbul stuff should be mostly commented out, I think. Like this. Delete that, uncomment this entire thing, and then comment this. So that Istanbul can be commented back in for use on the rest tests. All right, so now it's refactoring time. What would be best here? This is the thing that I do most frequently. Get a super token, create a user, and then get their token. And then I typically end up using the token out of all of that. And that's it. So how about we make a function that does all of that? Function create user and get their token. Username, password. So we're going to do all of this inside of here. This. And then just return their token. Cool. That's it. Yeah, that's it. So now wherever we see that sort of thing, I can just say const user token equals that. To remove that and then pass in these things here. Yeah. There. That makes this much nicer. Now 322 has an error. Super token yield rest client. This is not part of a coroutine. Asynchronous director. Unknown says, do you ever lose track of functions you've written? Yeah, I think it happens with any large enough code base that you just forget about some code that you wrote a while ago. And it's usually not so bad as long as... I mean, okay, let me give you an example. Like in util, there are functions that I know exist. Oh, I actually wrote a roughly equal. Yeah, so okay, here's an example. I needed to use this the other day, and I just didn't remember that it existed. And yeah, I should have used this. Judge Bacon, you can try it out for a little while, but I probably wouldn't let you leave it on forever. Like for today, for example. Because there aren't that many people here. There haven't really been... See, this is a result of the new creative switch. I got, I think, 2 followers today. And on Monday and Tuesday, I had 22. And I don't know. It's a little disappointing because something that was totally out of my control is now resulting in less growth in my channel. Yeah, I'm not sure what I can do about that. Hey, Digite. Okay, so this function alone should get rid of a whole lot of extra stuff here. I need to finish commenting this though, or changing it, I should say. So anywhere that I do this and I want to get exactly this, user token should only be able to use a user token for that specific user. Yeah, so this is another one of those cases. So I can delete all of this. You should email at Twitch and ask to be on that big screen for creative. I know they allow non-partners. Do you have to ask for it? Do they just, I thought they just like randomly picked things. Oh yeah, this is part about not being in a coroutine. Yeah, no problem, Judge Bacon. So this all goes in here, and then we have a return at the end. Got it. So the test should work exactly how they used to. And then I know that I can just go through changing this, get rid of even more lines of code. So here, for example, should fail when passing in an invalid item ID. Again, we just need a user token, so we can delete all this stuff. For what it's worth, you're the most interesting programming streamer I've watched. Well, thank you, Unknown VS. I know for a fact you have to ask to be on the front of Twitch. I assume the same is true for creative, but I may be wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this stuff works. And I also don't know if I want to do that yet. Because here's the way I look at it. I probably don't have any major milestones for Botland in the next, I don't know, 6 months. I think the closest one is going to be in August if I release the beta then. And then I'd say, oh yeah, let me be on the big screen because I want to do the beta launch. And maybe I'd just spend the entire day just playing games with people, checking it out, fixing bugs, seeing how things work. And then for launch, that's what I would do too. And yeah, I'm sorry, today is probably not the most interesting thing. I've been doing a lot of this, just boring test stuff. Earlier, actually, I got a couple of things done. I switched to, what's that thing called? Webpack. I switched to Webpack. I fixed up the SQL that I had. But then this, like afternoon, write rest test. This is the kind of thing where I want to just turn on some music, just hammer away at this stuff, not worry about what I'm doing, read Reddit as I'm waiting for things to build, that sort of thing. This is just not engaging work. And it's not that I don't want to do it, it's that it's just not stream work, I think. So that's why I'm just cleaning this up, and then I think that's it for right now. So it should fail when passing in an invalid hardware config. So yeah, all this stuff is the same. In fact, can I find this code elsewhere? Yeah, in extract user ID. Okay, so all of this is fine. And then in extract user ID. So this actually was failing. Done is not defined. Huh, I should go take a look at that. Extract user ID. And we want to get rid of this. Good. Alright, so how did this fail? And which ones failed here? Should only be able to use a user's token for that specific user. Done is not defined. Oh, this is because of the create user and get their token. So if something fails here, I guess we pass in the done function. Okay. Let's try it. Not gonna lie, the sound of you typing is one of the reasons I find your stream entertaining. Oh, I broke everything. Yeah, I broke everything. Alright, let's start at the beginning here. What's the first thing that broke here? Bad request. There's no callback I can use here. JWT malformed. See, some of this is should not be able to use a super token on or a user token on a super API. Here, create user and get their token. Username, password, done, and then we use the user token here. Username and password here. Sure. But instead of it says JWT malformed. That must mean I'm returning the wrong thing here. Return user token. Getting regular token. That never even happened. Fetching super token. JWT malformed. What is it verifying? That doesn't make any sense. Server REST client. Fetch super token. There is no JWT here. Are you using FS for HTML/JS file request? No, I'm using it for getting the JSON file from my hard drive that represents items. So there's itemdata.json, and this tells you which items you're allowed to buy and their rarity, maybe a description and a name about them. Not all of this is being used yet. What did I break here? Fetching super token, and then that's it. Just error from JWT verify. I don't know how that's possible. And what was the thing that done truncating? Yeah, so it was the very first test failed. Okay, well, console.log, calling create user. And then here we can say done calling. And in the function, we say fetching super token, fetching user. Yeah, so there's nothing really more to do here. This does return the function though. That's perhaps where, I'm calling this wrong. At least I think. Oh man. Okay, let's comment all this out. I think what I need to be doing instead, oh, that was actually wrong. I think what I need to be doing instead is yielding on this. So this should have been yield. Yeah, that's how I should have been doing this. Let's try that out. Are you adding any, or are you abiding any coding guidelines for the code you've written, or is it your own system? So I am trying to. I'm loosely following what I would say is Google's style guide. Okay, this worked. Yeah, so I was screwing this up the whole time. So we can get rid of this and probably something I wrote up here. I don't need to do that. All right, so then any other instance of this, we just yield. All right, now we comment these things back. All right. And we should see this working. And this thing too. But that doesn't matter so much. Finally, what else do we have here? Any other areas where I get the super token and then need to do a bunch of stuff? This is not one of those cases. This is not either. It's basically anywhere I want. Okay, fetching this, creating user, getting regular token. Here's another case. This should be fine here. User token. Cool. Yeah, good. So if we look at the code and how this changed after I just made this, I added 28 lines and I removed 92. So that's why this refactoring was so important. I would have just kept duplicating these lines all over the place. And there are still some ways I could make this even better, I think. That last one I failed. Actual user ID is not defined. This is code I just modified. Actual user ID. Okay, I guess we can't do this. So now everything should work. Do you know if Node is compatible with TypeScript? I don't think TypeScript is something you really be compatible with, so to speak. TypeScript is something where you end up running some sort of validation pass on it, and then you'll get JavaScript out of it, and you'll also know that you've provided your types correctly. So is it compatible with it? Like, could you just feed it .ts files? Probably not. But is there some very easy way that you could make it use the TS files? Yeah, I bet. Okay, cool. So this is done. So we actually only removed 78 lines. Refactored the process of getting a super token, creating a user, and then getting the user's token into a function. That way I could save a bunch of lines in the code. Okay, so that's done. Did I actually write the test? No, not really. So I think we put this back like this. Yeah, so then this part is done. So this is the next step I want to do. Okay, so see if I can give users more information when they type a bad hardware configuration. This is something that has been confusing enough people, which will only be confusing up until the point where I have UI. Once I have regular UI, everything should be fine. For right now, since I have these, there's just this help button here, and this tells you, hey, here's how you form this string. It's got to look like this. But when you type it wrong, for example, you have like lasers3, and you hit update, invalid hardware config. That's all it tells you. So I can make it return a better error, I think. The question is just how exactly. So we can cut out the client completely. Let's just close that. And let's also reform the entire database. So drop database botland and then blce run db. We'll recreate the database, close out of these things because I don't need that. And there, yeah, that's that. So now if I get the first user, could not verify token, that was probably to be expected. Get user. Okay, there we go. So I have an inventory. So if I do create bot bay and I say something like lasers 3, I hit send. It says invalid hardware config. So let's try to give more information for that stuff. Deserialize would have to give us a little bit more information here. And we can be more lax with deserialization here. A little bit. So for example, in hardware slot configuration, and before I screw this up completely, let me run all of the tests and make sure that it works. So deserialize. What we could do, once we figure out it's a string, we could capitalize everything. So let's say we got serialized slots. We go through each of these, serialized slot. We try to deserialize that. Hardware slot dot JS at deserialize. We check to see if it's a hardware constant. If it's not, what we should do is try making it lowercase and then see if it's a hardware constant again, which is going to be slightly different. Okay, so all the tests are passing right now. That's good. So yeah, let's go into hardware constants. One of the things I've got to do somewhere in this file, I don't know where, this, is assert that not only are these unique, but that they're unique if you were to make them all lowercase. There's probably an easy way to do this. Function assert keys are unique case insensitive. I think putting this in util probably makes sense. Unique values. I could put it here. Function ensure IDs are unique case insensitive. So what we're going to do here, we're going to go through each thing that we have. So do I have Lodash here? I don't. That was actually probably the reason why I shouldn't have done this. Okay, fine. Does collection have unique? Oh, the values are what had to be unique. So how about this? Does object have unique case insensitive? All hardware keys must be unique. And even when ignoring case. Yeah, okay. So now we write this function. So obj, we get the keys. We probably want to clone them. Const cloned keys equals underscore dot clone underscore dot keys obj. So we get the cloned keys. We do cloned keys. Let me take a look at Lodash. Is there a for each? There is. For each collection iteree. This doesn't actually mutate the collection though. We could just map these things. Yeah. All right, so clone keys equals, I could say this dot map function key return key dot to lowercase. And then we say return does object, does collection have unique values, cloned keys. And I shouldn't call it cloned, I should call it lowercase keys. Cool. That's not a hard function. Now let's test it. So in order for this to work, let's go copy paste. Oh, this should be exported. How would I test this? I've got console all over the place. I guess I load up the client and test it that way. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So then I just need to put a breakpoint in anything that has access to util, which should be basically everything. So we go into main.js. Oh, this is where Webpack's starting to bite us a little bit. I can only go into Webpack or bundle.js, and then from here I have to search this massive amount of code. This is where having source maps is really helpful. Cynical says, how many years have you been programming? A lot. I don't actually answer that question outright. But I have this, which may or may not be helpful. Yeah, so here's where source maps are pretty good. I think get source maps working with Webpack. See if I take a huge performance hit. This is not going to be fun. All right, so underscore. Yeah, I don't even have util here. I have Lodash here apparently. That's kind of interesting. So that must mean I have a cert. No, I don't. All right, well let's put it on the deploy button, I guess. On deploy, great. Just put a breakpoint here. It doesn't matter. Didn't even work. All right, let's try again. On deploy. Or on key down even. It doesn't. I just need this to be somewhere. Yeah, here. Purchase salvage pack, changed auto deploy. This is fine. Is it not? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I should have util here. Good. Util dot, what's that function called that I just wrote? Does object have unique keys case insensitive? Good, that exists. So now I want to try it on A5, A5. False. Okay, but if I change A to AB, let's say, it says true. Yeah, cool. Yeah, nice. All right, that's it. Test. Test. That was easy. Any object. So let's see. Returns true. I guess I say it this way. True if this object's keys are unique when ignoring their case. And the reason we do this is so that is really just for pre-beta. So to do remove this once pre-beta is done. As of now, users, I'll say players, specify their own hardware configs as a string, and in order to be more lenient, I want to allow not only lasers 3 but lasers 3. I'm not using a single monitor unknown, and I'm smiling because of what Lefko said. Void Dreamers commented on this a lot, long function names, but I feel like a util class, I think this is totally fine. Does object have unique keys, case insensitive? It's different from does object have unique keys. And I don't know what the best name for this function would be if you wanted it to be succinct and still clear. Maybe object has unique keys obj, and then you passed in like a is case insensitive here. I don't think it matters. Okay, so now when I restart the central server, and I'll kind of prove this right now. So I'm passing in lasers with lowercase, and I hit send, and it says invalid. I'm going to change it so that it'll be valid. And here's where we do this. Try getting the hardware ID as lowercase or uppercase. Hardware ID equals hardware ID dot to uppercase. And then we try the exact same thing again. Actually, this all goes in here. Yeah. Okay, let's try it out. Except for I broke something. Hardware data, hardware ID. Oh, this is a constant. Okay, there. Obj key unique. But it's case insensitive. Adam, what's the shortcut key to move every word or word wrap text in comments? So the shortcut, I can tell you, but you need a plugin for it. You need the doc blocker plugin, then press Alt Q on Windows. Has unique keys, ignore case, but that's not much better. I think what you want is has unique keys, ignore case. This function was written by LepcoQQ, but the name was typed by Adam13531, and that takes in an object. But we shouldn't just say that. We should say object which has keys we want to check. And then the function in here, we say object, so we do _keys, but I think that's too short of a name. So let's remap this to some new function, and then we'll call that over here. I wonder how dense we could get the code for this. Let's just duplicate it a few times, and this too. And yeah, this is what our code's gonna look like by the end of it. So let's ship it. That's good. Yeah, great, cool. So now I'm gonna pass this in, and that part worked at least. The user didn't exist. Yeah, that worked. Left jump. Okay, that's it. That's all I did. So now you can type in lowercase. Actually, let's just test this on the real game. You can type in lowercase config names now. So there's one error you just can't make anymore. I guess that's helpful. So we hit connect. So lasers 3. If I want to change this to, let's say, lasers 3, missiles 1, cloaking 1, update. Yeah, that worked. Now, if I were to refresh the page, I would expect that these would all be uppercase. They're not. Why not? Yeah, why not? Did this get stored in the database as lowercase? Use botland select star from bot base. It did get stored in here as lowercase. How? Because no, I don't know. I don't know. That's wow, I don't know. This will probably cause bugs in the rest of the code if it doesn't get stored as uppercase. How does it not, though? Shared. Oh, the game server doesn't know. Just gotta restart this. Hey, Tupperbox. It's going pretty well. Today was... So, this week was very good. It was a very good week overall. I think a lot of stuff got done. I'm looking forward to making the recap video for this weekend. Today, I needed to do stuff that I just left on the back burner. And I leave tasks on the back burner usually because they're not super important or because they're not very fun. And today was a lot of those. It wasn't a bad day. It was just, they're not like super exciting tasks. Hey, Mr. Banks. So now if I restart this and I were to, let's say, update that, then refresh the page, this should all be in caps now, I think. Please be in caps. Oh God. What? Did I not restart the central server? Is that what I did wrong? I just don't understand how this thing could get saved that way. Cloaking 1 update. Patching bot bay with hardware config. Oh, we validate it, but then we don't use the modified string. Oh, that's why that's a problem. So what happens if I join the server and tried using this bot? Would it just totally screw up? Oh, now it's capitalized. Okay. Whatever. Whatever, botland. Fire lasers. And cloak. Where's cloaking? You guys can't see that. There it is. So then this isn't an issue. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't really worry about this. But I should definitely remove this once pre-beta is done. In fact, even just when there's real UI. Did you have all features of the game planned already? What about art style? So art style is something we've been still working on a bit. This was the last concept art video, but that was from a while ago now. We're waiting on the next round of concept art and for things to be finalized there. As for having the game planned already, there are a lot of things that sound good, and then you go and do them and you realize, wait a second, there's no way this is going to work. Or you think it works, and then users try it out and they say, yeah, we kind of want this instead. So did we have the game planned? Yes. But then things change. So like reveal landmines, totally changing how that works. Harvesting, we're totally changing how that works. EMP, we just hadn't fully designed that, and now that's done. And then who knows, maybe we through all of this stuff and we figure out, yeah, the game's still not totally there yet. Okay, so I'm going to write that this code should be done away with. It's not even that code, actually. It's this code that should be done away with. Yeah, this is not really needed. So we change this to remove this once pre-beta is done. It's this line actually. There's no reason to eventually allow lowercase hardware names, since the UI will generate these for you. Once that's done, also remove the check for this. Cool. Okay. So yeah, I guess this works. I guess you're allowed to use the hardware. You can type it in lowercase if you want. You can type it in any case if you want. A mix of lowercase and uppercase. You can look like a little kid on an instant messaging program. Update. Yeah, but by the time you finally get to the game server, it's going to change it for you anyway. Back to normal. Did I make Lasers 3 cloaking too? Is that what I typed? Better be what I typed. Yeah, it is. Okay. Alright. So there's one thing that's better now. So that's done, and that's done. Great. Because users have to type in hardware configurations manually, I allow them to be case insensitive. And so one of the things I should have checked before just committing right there is this. If I go into hardware constants and let's say I make lasers like this, the game shouldn't even start up. So now I do, actually even this shouldn't start up. Yeah, all hardware IDs must be unique. That's not the right error, it's this. All hardware keys must be unique even when ignoring case. Yep, there we go. So great, cool. All right, but that's one problem. What about the other problems you could have here? Actually, what other problems could you have? I guess if you type like lasers 3, comma, cloaking 2, what would that tell you? Request has been terminated. Oh, I don't have the server online. All right, let's just try it here. Lasers 3, comma, cloaking 2. Serialized slot did not split into 2 parts. Lasers 3, cloaking 2. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, this is stupid. Oh, I'm so stupid. I approached this in the totally wrong direction. I just made a change on the server. I should have just made the client pass a capitalized string to the server. I'm going to revert that whole thing. God, that really long function name that everyone was congratulating me for and saying that like we wish we had those coding skills. I'm going to have to delete this now. Fine. Yeah, there's no reason not to do this. All right, let's just undo that whole thing. Delete. And delete this. And delete this. Okay. So we just made the opposite of the commit I just did. And now I'm going to change it on the client. Even aim and chord at programming? What, the Mr. Banks? I think even I'm a noob at programming, is that? Wait, aim and chord. No, wait, oh, your autocorrect might not know what noob is, so I made it chord. Je ne sais pas. I think the next step is just to make this work on the client. So we go into client main. In fact, we could just capitalize all that automatically, directly in the UI. Yeah, what am I thinking? Or no, we can do it here. Update bay. New hardware config. And I don't know why any of this is logged here. We can just say this equals new dot to upper case. Oh, I see. Gotcha, the Mr. Banks. Alright, so let's restart everything. Game server, restart that. Restart the client. This will be much better. I don't know why I came up with it the other way at first. Alright, so now let's say you tried updating this. Could not set new hardware based on the inventory in the database. What? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Oh yeah, because they no longer know about this. Oh, whoops. I gotta update the database. Oops. Okay, so update bot base set hardware config equal lasers 3 cloaking 2 where ID equals 1. Alright, now I reconnect. And now when I try pasting in that terrible string, let's try this out. Hi Bumblehat. It's a nice name. Oh cool. Okay, so there we go. Now I hit update here. It works. It works. Hooray. Alright. Well, that was a stupid change I made before this. Undid the change I just made in order to code things correctly. Now, when you type hardware configs in lower, now you're still allowed to make hardware configs with any casing you want on the letters, but the client is what will make them uppercase, not the server. That's how it should have been done. So let's make sure I reversed all of these things. What do we have? 2, 5, 13, 13. Actually, it's the 5, 13, 13 that matters. So we'll check that in, then I'll go take a look. At the log. 5, 13, 13 should be 2 commits ago. It's 5, 15, 13. Oh, the lets don't need to be lets anymore. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So yeah, what else can I do here? If you specify something with a comma, let's say, it just says invalid hardware config. The client could tell you this too, that you typed it in wrong. Yeah, if a comma is found there at all, if a space is found there at all. Yeah, I'll just do that. If new hardware config.index of, is index of even what you use in JavaScript? Hi.index of I. I type u. Okay, fine. So if index of, comma. Actually, Lodash probably has a way better function. I could probably find multiple things in here. Find collection predicate. So what if I did this? Do I have Lodash on this page? Dot find. So collection hello world function O return O equals return comma space dot find or underscore dot find. Yeah, okay, let's just look at contains. Contains isn't even written here. Contains is one of the functions they define in this, though. And they just never describe it? Oh, Danthus. Any reason for being under creative instead of game dev? Yeah, they did away with game dev. Contains. Oh, it is undefined. What? Am I not doing this right? Has index of? I am using contains, but this function doesn't even exist anymore. Is this some new version of Lodash that doesn't have this? Version 4.0.0. So what, 3.1 had contains and 4.0 doesn't? Oh, it includes now? Includes. Checks if values in collection. Huh. Okay. So I need to fix my code to be includes, not contains. That's kind of a strange choice, right? Underscore dot includes hello world, comma, comma. True. Space, also true. W, also true. T, no. But if I do comma space, or space comma, no, it's this entire string is going to be treated like that. And I can't pass in an array, can I? False. No. Alright. Traumatized by dot contains. Hey, Jack. Night Dev Design Team. Huh. Interesting. We have a cool icon next to your name. Ricardo, what coding language are you talking about, though? You can do a regex match if you're trying to compare strings. Oh, yeah, that's right. I could. Because how I was going to do this would have been much stupider. JavaScript regex match. Stir.match. So what can I do here? Hello world dot match. Let's see, comma or a space. So it matches the comma in that case. Here it matches the space. Here it matches nothing. So yeah, that's all I want to do. Thanks everyone. Points give everyone one. All right, let's do that. If new hardware config dot match, if there's a space or a comma, outright reject it. So let's just do window.alert. You cannot include commas or spaces in your hardware configs. And then we just don't even call this, I guess. Yeah, we don't. Just return. All right, so then this thing should finish pretty quickly. Cool. We restart this. Try this out. And yeah, Jack. Yeah, I like it so far. I haven't done too much with it. I think the giveaways are part of Better Twitch TV, because I've used the giveaways. Is this coming from there? About. Wait, where is this coming from? Okay, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. Alright, let's try this out again. So if I were to try, like I've never played this before, I'm going to say lasers 3, comma, cloaking 2. I hit update. It says you cannot include commas or spaces in your hardware configs. Great. Same thing here. Good. Here. Good. Oh, and it should tell you use semicolons as delimiters. There is a way I can do this a little bit better. I could try like massaging this into the right validation on the client. I don't think it's worth spending too much time here on this. Maybe just getting more errors. Sometimes I hate it that other people can make things I spend days on in just 5 minutes. Ricardo, I think everyone has something that they spend 5 minutes on that takes someone else days. And so for me, one time I tried making, what are those called? I don't know, some cookie with almond extract. I forgot what the name of it is. And it was the worst. It turned out very poorly. And I'm sure there's a chef out there who could just be like, I can do this in my sleep, and whips up the best batch of cookies ever. And I was like in tears at the end of it. Why can't I cook this? Why can't I do it? Recommend the line dividers. Ooh, let's figure this out. Isn't this where I set the settings in here? Oh, better TTV settings. Okay, let me make sure this doesn't show anything private on here. It like loaded all of Twitch. Oh, here we go. Okay. A non-chat. Alpha chat brute badges. Can I just turn this on? I didn't even know this. I've never even looked at this dialog before, so I probably should have seen this sooner. How does this update though? Shouldn't this affect these badges? I'll just leave it. Let's see. Line dividers. Where do you find the line dividers? I seem to be challenged when it comes to these settings. It's split chat. Oh, easily distinguish between messages and different users. All right. Oh, cool. Okay. Alright, whispers count, timeout pin, tab completion tooltip. Sure, let's try that. Show deleted messages. Shift click custom timeouts, remove deleted, play sound on highlight whisper, mod card, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care. Oh. No, I don't want that. Okay, I think this is good. Let's just keep it with that for now. Blue is better than purple, so we make it an option. Okay, I think I'll stick with purple. Hey, Mellar. And by the way, everyone, I'm pretty sure you can do something like this. Because Botland doesn't take it doesn't take an argument, so you can just put it in there and it should tag the user automatically. Saves you a message if you want to help. Okay. So this is good. Is there anything else I expect that users would do here if things fail? I guess trying too many numbers. I don't know. HD Ready says, that's why my button is blue. Okay, I think this is good enough. I'm going to leave this as is. So, oops, not get sync. Yeah, good. Another bit of help for people typing in their own hardware configs. If you include a space or a comma, it tells you to use semicolons as delimiters. What? Oh, delimit. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Sometimes my brain's not with it. I think it's gotten to that point in the day. I don't think my brain wasn't with it all day, but I think now I've reached that point. To be honest, it's difficult to start doing something you've never done before. I'm in IT and would love to learn programming, but where do I start? I'd love to learn it one, but hey, who's got the time to teach me? Oh, I see. I notice people asking actual programmers get answers you can't do anything with. The Mr. Banks, I think the best way to start is with a tutorial, and I'd always say, why don't you start with this, for example, and then if you have questions, you can ask people in chat. I think the issue is that it does take a lot of patience to teach someone else programming, because there's so much knowledge you take for granted when you've been coding for, let's say, even 3 years. There are just so many things. And I see this when I do try to help people out with coding, and they say, hey, why is this thing happening? And I think in order to explain the full thing, I'd have to take probably 10 minutes teaching you about it. I can't just say, oh yeah, here's what went wrong. So Mr. Banks, feel free to start with that Code Academy link. Send me an email if you want to, or a Twitch message or something like that. I would be happy to help you in my off time. I could help you on stream too. I think spreading coding knowledge is great, and I applaud you for learning it, wanting to learn it even. Okay, so I think that's good. This is the last thing I want to do for today. So get source maps working with Webpack. So let's look this up. Webpack source maps. I'll close this stuff. So I have this still, source map loader. I don't know. And yeah, I have, so this is what everyone is talking about. I can tell, oh wait, slash viewers? Oh, I didn't know I didn't have to ask my bot for that. Wait, so you guys don't see the message in chat when I do this, right? Like if I type this a million times, you guys aren't getting spammed? I had no idea that was a thing. So points give Judge Bacon 1. Slash viewers is a thing. Yeah. Who knew? Other than Judge Bacon. Give him 5 points. I'll give him 2 points. Type slash help. I knew about slash help. I just never bothered reading it. Slash chatters, followers, join, line history. What? Line history on. Chat line history enabled. Okay, don't know what that is. Appends your chat line with a shrug face. Wow. Wow. Okay. The Mr. Banks says, and my chat has been like totally screwed up by myself right now, so I'm not incredibly sure what you're responding to. Oh, but why Python? Why Python? I think it's a great place to start, and I think it has a lot of power to it. So it's a good mix of friendly to learn and useful once you've learned it. So there are languages like BASIC, which are much friendlier to learn, but then you don't do anything with them afterward. Python, I think, is a really good starting place. And the Mr. Banks, I think you'll find that some things in Python can read almost like English. You could say something like x equals 5. If x is 5, print hello. You could say something like, if x is not 6, print hello. I mean, it's kind of nice that you just read this and you're like, okay, I understand what that's doing. I mean, that's a very minor point about Python, but okay, so preloaders, loader, source map loader. This extracts all source maps from all files. Okay, I'm just going to try this because, wait, for source files that added, wait, source files that as added as source mapping URL comment? Okay, well, let's install this thing and check it out. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Alright, so bl npm install save dev source map loader, and then we use it like this. So we add another loader, and that goes in my webpack config with my other loader here. And do I need the part about JSON? No, I don't. It knows how to load it itself. Great. And this should just be formatted. Perfect. Okay, let me try that out. So I have the client watch right here. I would need to reboot this whole thing, but only after it's done installing, which it is. Hang on, I'll be right back. Okay, just need to close my door. All right, so the only thing I'm testing here is, can I get source maps easily and how long does it take? Did I write that here? See if it take a huge performance hit, yeah. I don't know exactly why I think Python is a little bit easier. I think it's just, I don't know. Yeah, it would be hard for me to explain because I like Python. I think one of the big downfalls for me is that setting up a debugging environment for very, very new people is not as simple as it is for JavaScript. In JavaScript, if I wanted to tell someone, hey, here's how you could start coding, you can, everyone who's watching Twitch right now is using a browser or an app, right? And you have access to a browser. So on an iPad, this would be very different, of course. But like if you're on a desktop right now, you just press F12 on your Chrome, IE, Firefox, anything basically. It'll open up some console and you can just start typing any sort of JavaScript in here. Now, if you'd saved a file and you loaded it up in here, that'd be pretty easy too. But then you have a debugger built in right here, which I think is really nice for beginners to figure out why their code isn't working the way that they want it to. So idle, the Python GUI, I don't know if that has a built-in debugger. Also, this finished? It did. I will have to see if that worked. Oh, there is a debug here. Oh, this is very weird. Okay, well, anyway. Yeah. Okay, now let's figure out, do I have source maps? So the easy way to know is if this file is greater than 4 megabytes. which is here. Yeah, man, I'm screwing up everything today. Test Webpack. It's not much larger. Oh, bundle.js.map. But this was generated at 10:52 a.m. Yeah, this can't be right. Well, let's just refresh this. Maybe it somehow got it and I just don't know where it is. So, do we have main.js? I can't type anything. Apparently not. Okay, well, this seems to have totally frozen. Oh, there it goes. All right, let's close that because that's a waste of time. Won't even close quickly. Okay, let's just, nope, can't even click the X. Okay. I don't think this worked. All right, there we go. Let's finally close all these things. Close all. Okay, good. Now, do I have main.js? No, I don't. So then the source maps definitely didn't take. I don't know how to generate them yet. Let's find out if there's something else here. Karma Webpack source maps. Use Webpack with Karma. I don't know what Karma is. Karma.js. Test runner. Execute JavaScript code in multiple real browsers. No, I don't care about this. Yeah, Mr. Banks, I've seen that episode. Webpack source maps are anonymous. Dev tool. So this is what, interesting. Okay, this is what someone suggested earlier, and I didn't know what DevTool was, so I assumed it wasn't what I needed to use, but apparently it is. DevTool configuration option. Is there source maps here? Source map file name. That's it? That's all I need to do? The file name of the source maps for the JavaScript files, they are inside the output.path directory. File is replaced with the file name. ID is replaced. So then name was actually something I could use, isn't it? It is. And I just needed to specify name somewhere. Name is replaced by the name of the chunk. Interesting. Well, this, I need to just set this. File name of the source maps for JavaScript files are in that. So file.map. Okay, let's do that. So I don't even need this. But where do I specify dev tools? Oh, just in config? Output dot source map file name. Do they show me this? Yeah. So I just do this and I say file.map. And that's it. Let's kill everything inside of here. And just change this to like console.log hello. So now this will build much faster than 1 minute, which is what it took last time. And we'll be able to see if I generated any map files here. So let's delete this. Let's in fact delete probably all of this. Yeah. Okay, good. Did it generate anything? Bundle.js. No, that's it. Webpack test. What is this doing? Delete that. Cached or delete me. I don't know what this did, but I don't think it worked how I wanted it to. Source map file name. All right, is there anything else written here about source maps? I never actually used the dev tool. Dev tool equals inline JS JSource map. Source map. DevTool, source map. See output source map file name. Yeah, how do you use DevTools then? Just specified in here apparently. DevTool. Inline source map. A source map is added as data URL to the JavaScript file. A source map is omitted. I don't mind which method of source map is used right now. And I think I can just do this apparently. And then that's that. And then I'm done. I'm producing exactly one file here, bundle.map.js. So it should appear right alongside here in about 5 or 10 seconds. And if so, then great. It appeared. Okay, that was easy. So now, thanks to that, if I reload this page, nothing should happen. It might say hello world. I don't remember if I did that. Yeah, it says hello. And then I should be able to go into main.js now. Wow, perfect. That was super easy. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's redo this. And then we'll see if I took a performance hit from this at all, because that's the other important part here. There is usually a lot to write in a source map because every line of code that gets outputted came from some input, and that's what the source map does, is it maps it from whatever crazy uglified output or ES5 output back to your original ES6 unminified file. So this first step is probably going to take a minute, and then we'll see how long rebuilds take. It might be something that I activate only when I need it, although then it would take another minute to do, so who knows. This I'm just going to mark as not being a change because I didn't really change anything there. But that's it. It was 2 lines of code. And I guess I also, no, I don't need this. Source map loader I can go get rid of. Botland, node modules, source map loader. Done. So yeah, 2 lines. 3 lines apparently. What did I put a new line into? Yeah. Modified 2 lines of webpack.config.js to add in source maps. Okay. So the last thing I want to do here, okay, good, we omitted this. So this took 75 seconds instead of 60. So it definitely added time. But when I refresh this page now, oh, and I bet omitting, well, we'll have to see. So now if I go into, let's say, arena.js, yeah, I have this too. Okay, good. So yeah, all these things work. I should be able to set breakpoints. Interesting. Yeah, Gargino. All right, so now we modify main.js and we see how much of a performance hit did we take. So it used to take about 5 seconds to build, and now it takes, oh, whoops, I gotta actually make a change. Not enough to just save and do that test. There. So I hope it's not more than 5 seconds. That'd be great. I don't think that'd be possible because it's got to output that whole file again. Yeah, this does take a lot longer. Yeah, so that took 18 seconds. So I have a feeling that I could have gotten Gulp to take as quick as Webpack would have. I don't know if I really gained much by using Webpack, other than that it's much easier to understand what's going on. So what do I do at this point? There's a huge performance hit here. Test. Every time I change a file now, it would take like 18 seconds. What's the point of Webpack? It does pretty much the same thing Browserify does, which is bundle all of your code, make sure that you can use require from the browser. It probably has some polyfills for things that don't exist. I haven't looked into it too much. I switched to it just as a means of speeding up my build time. And right up until adding source maps back in, that worked. But now it is much slower. If I could turn them on the fly, that would be nice. I don't think I'd be able to do that. But there were some other options here too. There's source map, there's hidden source map, doesn't add a reference comment to the bundle. Inline source map. Source map is added as data URL. Eval, a source map. Each module is executed with a val and a source map is added. And cheap source map without column mappings. Source maps from loaders are not used. Cheap module source map. Source maps from loaders are simplified to a single mapping per line. So okay, let's try cheap source map, I guess. Well, being easier to understand is kind of a win. The gulp for the client was never really that bad. Where is my gulp file for this? Yeah, here. The gulp for the client was something I don't think I'd really modified in a very long time. So it wasn't so bad. Let's try cheap source map, I guess. Just see what happens here. And there's maybe one alternative. There's maybe one other thing I can do here. Maybe I have two instances of client watch running. One which builds without source maps and one which builds with source maps. What would be really nice is if it built the bundle file and then later worked on source maps. Because chances are I don't need source maps. Well, I definitely don't need source maps unless I'm debugging. And then I need source maps because I'm not going to debug through a 120,000 line code file. Yeah, so I'm not sure what the best solution is here. And I can't just enable this on the fly, as you can see, because this is taking like a minute. And that's even worse than what I had before. So maybe there was no real net gain here. It took you much less time to mess with Webpack and get the result you wanted compared to Gulp. Well, also to be fair, I did have someone made me a Webpack file pretty much. So I didn't need to learn this stuff myself. And also, I'm doing one thing with Webpack, whereas I'm doing many, many things with Gulp. So, yeah, I think it was easier to get that one task done, but I also had someone made me like a Botland thing that uses all the things that I need. All right, so now if I make a change to main.js, what do we have here? It's going to take somewhere between 5 and 17 seconds. It took 6. Okay, that's not bad, but now what do I have as far as source maps go? It took you days to get a Gulp workflow and hours after that to modify it. Yeah, and I don't know how long Webpack would have taken, and then switching to Gulp would have been easier because I would have understood things better. Who knows? Main. Okay, so this is not right. Actually, this isn't too bad. This is readable, and yeah, you know what? This isn't bad. I think cheap source map is okay, because at the very least I have files that I expect. So I think I'm fine with this. Because it doesn't add too much time to the build, and it still gives me discrete files. So when I go to save, it used to take 4 to 5 seconds. Now it's taking, I want to get a couple of trials here just to see what the range is. Yeah, so now it's taking 6 to 7 seconds. Not too bad. Yeah, about 6 seconds. Dennis says Webpack. Yeah, I suggest actually just reading about Webpack at this point because I can't describe it as well as their docs probably could. It's a replacement for Browserify. That's what it is in my mind, at least. Okay, so I've got cheap source maps on now. And there was one other option here. What did I use cheap source map? Yeah, I use cheap source map. There's also cheap module source map. This one has without column mapping. Source maps from loaders are simplified to a single mapping per line. How fast would this be? Might as well try it out. Figure out which one's best. Hey, Platinum Wolf. And then this is it. I'll figure out which one of these is best for me, and then I'll just move on. So this one at least gave me the discrete files that I wanted. So here, and it's kind of the real code that I had. And maybe even I could go to functions in here. Yeah, that's something I couldn't do before because of the ES6. That's actually pretty nice. Yeah, that's really nice. Being able to go to functions. I was never able to do this before. Because ES6 defines their functions differently, and then Chrome didn't know how to find them. Okay, so cheap source map, pretty good. Let's see if cheap module source map is even better. I gotta wait for this thing to finish. There's no speeding this up. Almost done. Just need to get to 430 files. There we go. Emit. Okay, and now when I modify main.js, how long does this take? Mm, 9 seconds. Yeah, I think we stick with cheap source map. Seven seconds. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Alright, let's see what this even does though, as far as the source maps go. Yeah, 9 seconds. Yeah, I think I go with cheap source map. I think that's the best of both worlds. So what do we have here? Main.js. What does this look like? Yeah, so take a look. This looks like ES6. So I have import, and when I try to search by function, all I can find is the start function. That's it. So I think cheap source map is best. Okay, so note, cheap source map will look like the ugly transpiled code, but it's relatively fast and lets me use Control-Shift-O in Chrome. I'll say cheap module source map will look like ES6, but it takes about, I'm just going to round this, 20% longer than cheap source map. So we're going to use cheap source map, and I'm going to check that in. These are the cheap source maps so that it's a good mix of debuggability and performance. The build times went up by about 20%. Yeah. I guess cheap source maps give you a view in and transpile the code in case you need to check a gotcha on the transpiler or something. Well, so that's actually fine. I never really wanted to look at exactly the code that I had. I wanted to be able to go to a file that I had and then roughly the function where I was. And there were times when ES6 would bite me there because I couldn't go to, like, it would transpile into something that was kind of weird. And the transpiled code that you get from Babel isn't crazy. I mean, the module system's kind of crazy. That's true. But then the rest of the things that you get, your functions look mostly the same. And that's what I like. And I can do the mapping in my head well enough of like, okay, yeah, that was what the for loop would have been, or the .map function or something like that. Yeah, so anyway, that's that. I think I've been online for a while now, and I'm very tired. So I will be back online on Monday. Thank you all for watching. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. The last half of this week I was in the creative channel and I don't think we had a ton of people here. So I'm hoping I can find some way to get more people into the channel in the coming weeks. But I'm going to get going for now. You all take care. Have a good weekend. Nice night. Bye.